walk in the park? No. Is it doable? Absolutely. Absolutely. Big shout out to time. If it's not going to be just the neon, Kakuka, how can Nongshim win this?
I think that there's some other stars. I think that Ivy really has very good groups, keeping them alive in the hardest of moments and in the most difficult parts of the match. I think that Extras as well stepping up. I think that I like the way that Nongshim breathes more when Dambi's on the neon. We were speaking about the reasons why they moved him away. It's the fact that if you have a player that is that good, you do not want to put him in a situation where it's so easy for him to die at the beginning of the round. Yeah. But the thing is, like, no one can create the pressure in this space that Dambi neon. So it is the most worthy of the sacrifice.
I mean, that's exactly it. He was often the self-described tank of this
team. Ya. Absen. Halo Ham. Selamat sore warga. Balik di EWC. Dengan apa ini yang di jersey Paper Rex yang nggak ada timnya? Kok nepu Prof? Mate, gua tinggal tidur nipu. Udah di fur apa namanya? Pakai neon itu masih kalah guys. Jangan lupa like guys. Thank you. WhatsApp chat. Aduh. Semoga cepet dah 2-0 ya. Pegawat badan pilek. Gede ya arena, udah kayak exhibition gitu. BSD nih, SBSD nih. Luas.
Alright, Yampi. Well, good luck today in your match against Nongshim. Red Force will send it back to y'all. Thank you so much.
Awesome stuff there from Yampi. He, of course, will be the IGL in the game. Kakuka, if he is going to lead the lobby, though, in frags, Nongshim in his career, what's his best agent?
Easy.
His best agent. That's such a funny question.
One team region. Changes kurang 3-0. Si ini menang, fancy. Lah, gua kira fancy. Apa iya? Easy predict dari awal guys. Padahal mereka kalah loh di apa namanya? Awal. Woi, siluman Nongshim siap man. Aman aja man. Tahu gua. Nongshim atau nice shot? Gimana one man Armenia? Itu sih yang terjadi guys kalau terlalu ngandelin satu pemain. Kayak tim mana ya yang ngandelin satu pemain untuk menang? Kayak gentle match maksudnya guys, Martin and friend. Fit atau Nongshim? Aduh, ini kayaknya kalau map 3 fit gak sih guys? Masa fit favorit?
With both of the teams having the possibility to ban that fracture, they don't care about that. They want to make sure that they get the side select on the last one and probably, you know, I like that kind of mind game. But yeah, I agree with you. Although I will say,
kayaknya fit deh, lihat mapnya 1-3.
Incredibly dominant during the group stage where they're like, oh, this is a weak map for someone. Look at what happened to.
Ya kalau Asen map satunya menang 2-0. Hadir ya, nyol. Jangan lupa like. Soalnya Asen gue nggak inget Nongshim. Oke.
2-0. Spain's playing later. We gotta get out of here.
Vitality. I represent APAC. Let's send it to the stage for Nongshim to walk away with the upset, shall we?
Sah, anjay.
Super interesting to play in front of French fans, especially the ones that will be on our side 100%. Not so specific to our club as well. Golden Hornets will be probably here, and it will be really funny to see.
Nyol, please, nge-jinx. Bes, kagak, nggak butuh nge-jinx itu.
We're always trying to seek improvement, and we are trying not to
Kayak fit dah.
first of all, in the past, for us, it's always
Map
the
1-3
efficiency
sih.
mindset that something
Kuncian.
helps us to play
Nggak
not
boleh
only
kepleset
good
tapi,
options,
guys.
but also practices that like we are not setting too much expectations from ourselves. I mean, we are still confident. Without confidence, we will be never here. So for us, it's obviously very important to keep up.
Aduh, dua-duanya yang gue predik lagi, kenapa satu bracket ya? Yang gue predik bakal masuk final.
그렇게밖에 없네 이제.
Kampret.
일단 부담스러운 거는 저는 당연하다고 생각을 하고 있고요. 그냥 앞에 있는 남은 세 경기를 그냥 무조건 이겨야겠다.
Padahal udah-
생각밖에 안할 것 같습니다.
Against Nongshim, I think they might,
Padahal udah gue
start
expect
learning
nih yang
the
jago-jago yang masuk
ways,
playoff
like they
nih.
will start
Ketemu
using
satu
the
grup
center
gimana ya?
in terms of punishing some specific play styles or aggressive approaches from other teams, and that's where we should be just ready
Wah,
and
Ivy nih
be
jago-jago
countering
group
them
sets.
in that regard. Nongshim, be ready. We'll really
Terakhir
surprise
main Asen dibantai Prof sama mid.
입장에서는 바이탈리티가 유럽의
Aduh, kalau dibantai
팀이라고
pusing juga.
그렇게 부르기도
Kemarin padahal
하거든요. 워낙 멤버들이
B aja lu
다들
gentle match
경험치가 많은
kalah
선수들이고
lawan Ethan punya
멤버들이
Neon.
많다
Gimana
보니까
tuh guys?
일단은 그렇게 깊게 생각할 거 필요 없이 일단은 저희가 상대 스타일을 보면서 어떻게든
무속 kah?
이겨보려고 계속 생각해내면서 그렇게 이길 것
Sama
같습니다.
sore speed mat. Aku fit. Aku juga kayak. Karena lihat map sih. Tuh. Lagi radang. Pilek anjir. Anjir cepet juga, nggak ada delay.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour à tous, bienvenue à la STC Arena. Quel plaisir de se retrouver pour la deuxième journée de l'eSports World Cup Valorant. I am Lou, your host, and of course, with Ian Chambers.
It's a pleasure to be here. Salut Paris! What a time it is to be alive in Paris. We've got the Esports World Cup going on, of course. This is day 2 of Valorant at the STC Arena. And I was out and about
Kok
on
bagus
the
stats-nya?
streets of
Bagus
Paris
lah.
last night. And it was
Bagus
a
kan?
good time to be here, that's for sure.
I am very glad that you got a little taste of what
Aduh,
it is to
pilek
be
anjir.
in France, maybe to be French during the World Cup. Parce qu'effectivement, mesdames et messieurs, la France est en demi-finale de la Coupe du Monde.
Allez, le
Aku
bleu!
pit serius lu.
Of course, there was lots of celebrations here in Paris last night when it came to the football, but here there was heartbreak, there was turmoil. We saw last year's reigning champions.
Rame crowd, rame ntar. Bentaran datang ntar.
And of course,
Tambah rame ntar.
hometown favorites,
Home crowd ini home crowd.
mates are out. I'm sorry.
You don't need to make it worse like this, you know, but it is true that we only have one French representative left here in Paris, which is Vitality. Donc effectivement, on a perdu Team Heretics. Il y aura dans tous les cas un nouveau champion de l'EWC cette année,
Malam.
et également les Gentlemates. Malgré une ambiance de dingue, ils nous ont quittés. So yeah, last hopes on Team Vitality, I guess.
Sore Phoenix.
Cool and exciting thing about what we've got ahead of us here is that we are guaranteed to have a brand new winner here in Paris, and we are about to welcome our next contender onto the stage.
Un club de FPS de légende, leur équipe Valorant ne fait pas exception, vous le savez, eux aussi sont là à la maison.
Anjir,
C'est
ada
Team
Fah.
Vitality.
Selamat sore.
Sore, Be.
Langsung diisi dulu, Bret. Ada kuis dari Bos Siluman.
Mantap siluman, mantap bos. KDA Dambi, Asen.
Kasih Bang Dambi. Bang Bes-Bes ini, aduh.
The names that we know have what it takes to win.
Top of their group, looking confident, looking crazy. Let's see what the Vitality boys can do today.
Mode serius ini udah nih, Dambi.
And their opponents, Nongshim Red Force.
And they're getting booed while entering the stage, but they have the hopes of Korea, the hopes of an entire continent on their shoulders. Le dernier
Dua jagoan gue bertarung, iya.
espoir de Corée du Sud, c'est Nongshim Red Force.
Twice they were asked the same question
Aduh,
by G2.
mual anjir.
They gave the same answer. Now they step into the quarterfinals.
Gue nggak bisa nonton 100 TV MIBR lagi, Bret.
Kenapa ada ini main?
Ada jadwal anjir, ya.
Aman aja Ben.
Time to discover which one of the teams has
Ini nonton NS dulu aja guys. Yang penting masih bisa nonton lagi, anjir.
Let's go.
Streamer sibuk. Jadwalnya banyak guys.
Lanap di Paris nonton siapa? Nonton RRQ di Paris. RRQ Apek tapi.
We are seeing here on the stage excellent camera work from our directors behind the scene, and we're about to see an Emmy nominee-worthy performance by these teams. Nongshim getting booed by the fans, and Kakuka, we were saying it's so unfair. You
Mibr lagi bapuk kan biasa aja sih.
but you boo the nicest humans on the planet, the most kind, most well-behaved esports players.
Listen, I think that what Lou was saying on the stage is very important. At the end of the day, Vitality is the only French org left here in Valorant. So of course the crowd needs to be by their side. I am sorry, Morgan. I understand. Even you changed your mind and went for Vitality in the end.
That's a prediction. That's not me. That's what's in my heart. That's not what I want to happen. I'd love to be
Nongshim.
your brain, not your heart. Exactly. These Nongshim Red Force kids, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders here, carrying not only a region, a whole hemisphere here in the Valorant competition. Doesn't get bigger than this in terms of pressure, but we know that they know how to deliver. We know they know how to lift trophies. One of the coolest things I've seen from Nongshim is their ability to bounce back. They can get destroyed in the first map and all of a sudden turn the game on its head in map number 2. They don't go down without a fight despite being down huge in rounds. Let's take a look at what they decide to bring out as we get into our agent selection. Vitality about to make their way.
Kalem guys, gua keradang.
Stage for now, Kakuka.
Chill stream.
Also, the having the coach behind the players is such a good setup that we do not have in EMEA. Between that and being able to bring favors onto the table, like my heart is definitely here. But as you're saying, let's talk a little bit about Ascent, because we were speaking about the results for Nongshim. Let's talk a little bit about Vitality as well. We saw them play against NLG. It was just a
Prancis Maroko Prancis 2-0 bener kan?
testing the waters might have been enough for them and probably thinking of what
Tapi
you're saying, and then
Mbappe ngegolin.
Nongshim go to somewhere there where they will be uncomfortable no matter what. Might be the key for today.
Is that a normal thing in coaching in Valorant? Because in Call of Duty, you normally see people just try and play their best maps. Are you counter-picking more often in Valorant?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely comes up. These coaches are smart. If you see a weakness from a team, it's very easy to go, okay, especially if you feel like you can play it to a decent degree.
Right.
You see weakness, you smell blood in the water, you go for it.
You smell a blood in water? Yes,
I
man.
wouldn't blame Gentimates for wanting to go to the maps where Ethan is playing Neon. No shade to Ethan. Absolutely, we're not going there. We're not going there because
Amount of shade.
I would no. If I actually wanted to shade him, I would. But that is not the case. But yeah, I can understand where it's like, oh, we see the weakness, something that we can exploit, and it happens quite often. I think that another one of the jewels that we need to highlight when we talk about the history of this game is Terke and RB. Both of these players have been playing for the longest time, but they haven't been playing against each other since 2020.
Nanti kapan? Sabtu minggu depan.
And you guys remember how 2023 was
Stop.
EMEA and especially Fnatic.
Yeah, but we talk about the experience
Okay.
on the side of Vitality. RB is bringing experience in droves.
Sama.
Cast your mind back, he's there on the original Vision Strikers. He's been there since the very start. Oh yeah,
Play Killjoy, play It really feels like RB has been everywhere.
Here we go. We've got our agent selection in, and I was asking young Sayonara, the 18-year-old
Sup?
son, what is his favorite? He can play 3 different roles. He said, I love to play the
Vamos, Ray.
has more control over the games. Do you expect him to be showcasing that throughout this best of 3?
Well, he's going to have to do it on a Phoenix here today. Much more aggressive from him. To be fair, I like him in this secondary duelist role. I think it lets him really get stuck in the mix of there on the side of Nongshim. This is what we expect from them. It's classic double duelist. Downbeat on his signature Neon. But look out for Exros. He has to go toe-to-toe with Sayonara there.
Seeing there go on the jet, it just brings back memory. We were talking also
Ah.
about Ivy when you see him now playing on the Sentinel. A lot of duelism and a lot of rolling, but control is going to come down to him.
Yeah, for me, I want to put a lot of weight on Chronicle's shoulders here. On the Vice, he has everything he needs to slow down that double duelist in the second half. No verticality there. for the side of Nongshim, so he has to really lock down those sides.
I hear you're doubting RB on that verticality.
I was going to say on the other side.
Butuh apa? Butuh doa, butuh doa.
At Nongshim, are we liking this composition?
Butuh doa, guys.
It seems pretty old school familiar with the neon in the mix though.
Baik doa, baik doa.
It's very them. They love to do this. For me, I would rather them embrace their own style, understand what works for them. This is not a team that I want to see get too countered, get too in the weeds about the anti-strats. Run what won you a trophy.
Game is ready. Our casters are ready to rock for this first one. We've got the beautiful duo. You know them, you love them. It's Mitch and Tom Biz. Gentlemen, take it away.
Detikan sama Brad. 3, 2, 1.
Hah? Udah 3, 2, 1 aja loh.
Lah.
Ah, udah.
Di Twitch gua.
38, 37.
35, 34.
Ya, sama.
Unmeasurable amounts of flair. And then on the other side, it's the opposite. It's
Si IP kenapa ngeblur ada?
I'm going back to my jet now that everything is fixed. Who's right? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But an aggressive start on contact to the cam. The problem is, it was Sayonara to land that first shot, and the trades just didn't come through for the side of Nongshim.
They've lost themselves the opening pick. Vitality now happy to run back, play somewhere else on the map, but Nongshim are coming to meet them.
Francis dapat 1.
Defense exploring mid, finding a lot of bodies there and a lot of bullets flying back in the other direction. It's going to be a 5v1. Ivy needing the start of dreams to even make a dent here.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, I can't say I'm much of a believer in this one. I like the plan initially, just have the cam for contact, flash off the back of it, and try and find the kill in A main. The problem is, they lost every single fight along the way. You can have the right idea, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to work. Already, you can see that Sayonara's looking for those additional orbs, taking so much space, and also just the position of Profek. It almost seems like he forgot to leave the spawn. He's just watching. I will say, he's not really favored with a classic from this range, but maybe that won't matter too much. He's done damage, he's found info, and ultimately now will just be the
mapnya bes-bes emang guys.
Activated the trip on A that kept Ivy over there as the plant was coming down the other side, so he didn't want to rotate through. Now when there was likely to be a fight, got his scrap
bisa sabar sih guys,
well, all things considered,
mainnya
Vitality are going to be pretty happy with how this round went. The first fight goes their way. They group up on mid. They catch the counter push. From there, only lose the 1. Easy as can be.
Good job, boys.
Good job, boys.
I think a very comfortable win. And obviously, we have to look back at what we've seen on this map so far. It was a dominant win for Mates versus Nongshim when they played this map. Really struggled over on the attack side, so I think we're definitely looking to see if maybe the defensive side half will work out better for them.
Kasih Dam, itu dia Dam, mantap Dam.
Contact play. Again, it seems like the goal is have these little set pop flashes ready, and then fighting off the back of them. It can be difficult at times to get value from the Phoenix on the defense if you don't have these sort of setups, but that's something that I feel like Vitality are going to have to figure out along the way, and already an opening pick in what is around very little to play with. We'll see how much damage Nongshim can do.
And also, when you're going into a stack, you're often going to want to have your Phoenix.
Putar lagi,
terus. Exactly the reason that
pistol
Nongshim used
ini.
him. That counter flash going through the window after Vitality tried to take B main. Now when you push out to a site,
Putar lagi, Pak.
you're going to have to rely on perhaps that Vice flash. Make your way through. They're going to group up towards the B side. They've avoided the big danger, at least for now, the stack from Nongshim. The numbers from the pistols where they really become deadly, but they're on the other side of the map. It's going to have to be Ivy.
Ketahuan.
Just getting out, playing the retake with the squad.
Paman tengah kayak CS. Palo masih
27
random
HP with a
Palo.
classic. He's not going to get much done if he stood
Tanda tanya
his
banget.
ground.
Baru
So,
selagi nih.
I like the adaptation. Chronicle it doesn't do as well as he really needs
Tapi
to.
paman tengah mah ada lah.
That's just the pistol, but from here on out, there is a big chance for Nongshim to make this at least a costly round.
Masa iya kena
especially
drifting.
when you're looking at 3 rifles any of them dropped will mean they're not able to be rebought. This is aggressive from Durka, surprisingly aggressive, but has a teammate covering off the angle. Make sure he can get out scot-free. Of course, they also don't want to get locked in. That's the other thing that must be going through the Vitality players' minds. If we sit back, they're going to use the spike against us. So we need to get aggressive. We need to take the space back away. And they actually do an excellent job. That could have been very, very costly for them. Instead, they kill all 4 remaining players. They lose no more of their own. And all the rifles, as you said, they'll be kept through to the next round.
Yeah, this is it. Like you said, it was an aggressive stance that they were going for, Tom, but it was necessary in that moment because, yeah, if you sit back in a 4v3, sure, they're probably not going to get to the site. They're probably not going to defuse the spike, but what they will do is sit outside and wait for you to come rushing out. And then you're either going down to the spike or you've got a pretty uncomfortable fight.
Elias, please don't.
We'll never know. Please don't what? Elias
please
is
don't bark.
Something. Oh, I doubt he's asking that. Yeah,
I would have been, if anybody is asking it, it's probably Dirk.
I'm counter requesting. But no, that was
that's Powell's counter. He's going to take a pause and be like, yes, you need more of that.
It was a very promising round from Nongshim, though. They're set up to start the round with that flash in main, waiting for contact. As soon as Vitality give it to them, they burst back with a trap of their own. And then at the end, the attempt to play the exits, but as we said, there was potential for it to get costly, but it ends up being a relatively comfortable round for Vitality once those warning signs are out of the way. I would say a submarine alarm was sounding, but luckily it was quieted just in time.
Hancurin.
Alarm sounds like.
I've never heard it in person, but I've heard an imitation, and it's quite alarming, I will say.
You know what? I agree with that. I can imagine it would be. Nonetheless, 2-0. This is where we expect the response. So far, those contact plays have done a little bit of damage. Having the flash ready, but this time it's almost just a double duelist crossfire. Normally, though, when you come into this sort of a bonus round, there's some vulnerabilities for the side that won the first 2 rounds, but for Vitality, that isn't the case. At worst, take flight. They have a Guardian. Okay, they didn't manage to build up any of their ultimates just yet, so that's not going to pad the gap, but you do look at Nongshim and go, okay, this round might be a little bit more difficult than you'd expect.
Vitality retreat from that mid position.
Normal mainnya fit.
More difficult round with that split towards the B site, but
going
exploring.
Ready, place.
And it's dangerous territory, difficult terrain in front of
nice X-Ross.
But X-Ross, he fires back for 2. Vitality, it looked like it avoided the danger. We thought it was danger man Danby, but X-Ross crossing off names, and well, okay, a 4v3 at least. Yuppie does well to pull that back. That pick could open up the site with the plant.
Hilang tuh suara itu.
Is on the other side of the map.
Aman.
Mulai aja.
2 orang ini ayah.
Certainly no chance left for Vitality.
2 orang ayah, guys.
It looked like there was an opportunity for recovery, but when there's only 15 seconds left, that kill on the other side of the map was only meant to really be a backstab of rotations. And the other players, after losing that initial fight to X-Ross, just didn't really have an opportunity. This was wonderfully clean. Like, sure, they had an extra stun coming through just moments later, but it really became irrelevant in the end. And you see the reason we talk so much about the double duelist over on that Nongshim side, both of them getting a multi-frag in this round. As said, though, that was the bonus of sorts. And now Vitality are going to come in with another purchase, but a victory here will leave them in a bit more of an awkward scenario.
And Nongshim looking for a mid-fight of their own.
Batu
the 2 players pushed down, but one on short as well. Paranoia being primed. They're hoping to spot someone on catwalk. If Vitality step in to fill that space, Nongshim will trigger a trap that's
midnya diisi, last round ambil mid.
Bakar nah. Able to hide the corner.
Set play. Bermain set playnya, guys.
And it will be Francis to claim the double. An immediate retreat called by Nongshim as well. Happy with the early skirmish. They'll get out of there with a man advantage.
I love the way they're playing this. It almost reminds me of like an old school Xerxia, where the whole plan is to just have traps. Like, you're just waiting with this sort of setup. And you look at teams that run a double duelist, especially on the defense, you go, how are you going to make this work other than just buy an op and hope you can hit a shot? But every single time, even in the rounds they've lost, they've had some sort of setup to give them an advantage.
30 seconds left.
Again, the time now ticking for Vitality. 25 seconds to try and make a move in. Paranoia won't catch anything. Ivy is ready and waiting for the move to be made.
Cakep banget dari timingnya si Ivy.
No trade to be had. It leaves just Profec remaining. And a stellar hold, a stellar setup. A great round overall from Nongshim.
Yeah, the plan didn't even work as
Emang juga gini,
intended,
tapi kalau
right? With the
ngantuk emang begitu cara
nobody
mainnya
pushed up
Fit.
deep on Cat. Vitality in a decent position to be able to tuck in down below. But the hot hands changes things. Francis is there firing from the side. But it's not just one player. It is the entire setup there. It's the fact that Dambi's up short. The fact that you've got Francis and X-Ross pushed all the way down mid. They've got that utility ready to fire out on the back of it. And how quickly Nongshim decided to just turn tail, get out of there, cash in the advantages that they've claimed. The same setup that we've seen before from Nongshim. This flash primed and ready. This time Vitality like they knew it was coming. Still don't lose one to it. And the ult popped up by X-Ross. Locks in the advantage. Francis as well. Not expecting to be filling in this space. Even when Vitality expect aggression, they don't expect this much aggression.
Especially going up against a low buy round, you might think you'd have a little bit more space, maybe a chance to grab an orb and make this round a bit more interesting, but Yuppie's at least done well. Francis just hitting heads though. The individual capabilities of this Nongshim roster on show, and there's no real chance for Profit to come out of this round. 3-2.
Masuk set up
There's a
mulu
pistol
ya.
and follow-up for Vitality, but other than that, it has been all Nongshim on this defensive side. And I said, like when they played against mates, it was a 3-9 attack that they didn't really get to come back from after they lost the pistol round. But it definitely seems like they have some solid ideas on this defense.
Well, so far it's been nothing but ideas, nothing but setups, nothing but traps that Vitality have to walk into.
Good time.
Every step of the way. The pause here. Interested to see who called that one.
Fit mesti ya.
I'm guessing Vitality.
Normally, I think our camera angle settles. That was the thing last year. Settles on the team that called the pause, and right there it was Nongshim. I would be very surprised if they were the ones to take it. Quite possibly. I have no other way to tell, Tom. So that's what I'm going with for now, unless someone wants to let me know.
Yeah, I think that obviously in this case, especially the way the last few rounds have gone, it would make sense for Vitality to take a moment, listening to the coaching staff. I think even the fact that they've been playing these sort of more slow, defaulty rounds, and it's kind of played into the hands of their opponents, allowing them to have these sort of setups. And while for Nongshim, now looking at an opportunity, but Vitality come into this one with pretty much everything they need. They're one off having all 5 ultimates online. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sayonara try and use that running back earlier in the round, but the defenders are not just going to sit pretty. They've got an aggressive attempt of their own.
It's a bloodbath outside B, primed and ready for it. Dambi stuck in the corner as the Hunter's Fury rings out and some damage off of it. Chronicle ends up falling as a result, but Vitality, they've weathered that storm excellently. Still 3 players left alive, the spike under their control, and Nongshim with no idea where the hit will come in. That looked like it was going to be a lot more dangerous. In the end, it's set up
Ngapain? B lagi.
for a slower round of this defense. They have no info to fill in, and they decided to stand here in this high-low setup.
Cuma satu doang dari linknya.
For Nongshim, Vitality probably assumed there that they would have put the majority of their force towards A site. Not necessarily the A site, but one of them. And instead, just standing in mid, standing on business. The spike has been found. Yumpie's alone in the round. Pretty much a sealed deal at this point. A big clutch needed from the IGL of Vitality.
Sulit kamu BG Jumpy kedengeran ya.
They're just all sat in a crossfire around that spike as well. There's too many angles left for him to clear. We need one of them in. Still Liam, okay. There's the first. Second an opportunity as well. And now running for the hills is Francis.
Masih ada waktu dong,
there is still time. He can cross towards that A site. It's going to be a running race, and it's one that
Jadi adu IGL
will be able to win. Especially with the door closed, it's going to take a moment for Francis to break, and that should give him time to plant. Maybe pull the gun up, but not quite enough. Francis just hot enough on his heels. A nice attempt from Yumpie. but the attempt doesn't garner around.
The full sprint from Francis. Lucky he went back to check market. He saw Yumpy crossing. Although here he kind of hung his teammate out to dry. He's running away during this fight, by the way. They're having a three-man standoff, and he just legged it to market from having been right around that corner. I bet Ivy had some words to say to him there, but he probably has to bite his tongue because he won the clutch.
A little bit close for comfort. But ultimately, again, it's the early round aggression. And I'm looking at this defensive side, and it doesn't look like they're going to shy away from this at all.
Standing ahead.
3 players in mid, 1 player on shore.
Oh, setup ini lagi nih.
The B site currently completely open, only a singular trip in play. And the fact is, the goal of
bakal kebeda, kan?
Vitality is to try and contact in and take their weapons away. They're going to take nobody's weapons away because there's nobody there. In fact, they've done a full execute with double ultimates, and because their opponents have completely abandoned the site, I was going to say they got nothing,
jebol juga akhirnya B-nya.
Spam kill.
Ivy's probably muttering under his breath. That's what she deserved.
Duty fights back.
Well, the hero of the previous has been deleted and dealt with right off rip. Nongshim, a man down on the way through. RB already tagged heavily, sporting some serious scars from that initial fight. Jambi tries his best to get them into the site, get them some control in main, but with him falling, Nongshim have given up.
Boleh main OP sih.
It's time to fall back and give that third round to Vitality. Yeah, those double ults committed for the site for nothing. But that shot through the smoke changed the game.
Yeah, realistically, it probably would have been the exact same result if there was somebody on the site. Like, you're probably getting a kill, or there's going to be a player with no gun. So I don't think Nongshim could... It must be annoying from them, but for Vitality, it is probably exactly where they expect it to be, with some form of advantage. Even still, though, that opener definitely helped them out. With a little bit of luck going a long way. For Nongshim now, we're going to try and find a response.
Balik Prancis per qualifier ya. Santai guys, santai guys.
Vitality side, they are also
in a similar boat. Kayak game kemarin. Anjing bener banget.
That really holds too much of a threat. But will this be where Nongshim quell their aggression a little bit? Because that might change how things go for Vitality. When they've had to hit into the sites quite late, it's definitely been a bit more problematic.
Here on the attack, chipping away bit by bit. It's often what we want to see, that long road to the defensive side, and for Vitality, yeah, it came with the very, very hefty price tag in that previous round, although the ults might not have directly found the round. They had to commit them to get into a site. It felt like they did. Now,
okay nih, reset. Dua-duanya reset guys.
Grounded round, they move to this B site, looking for the fight, almost punishing that main aggression, but Nongshim, they've got the information, and they've been able to dip out. That trap could be a real problem here for Durka if he decides to go for that updraft dash out, but it looks like
nice.
Wah, yang kena mah Durka pada dia nge-smokein.
They found one.
Yeah, and they've done so much damage as well. They hit Chronicle earlier, but I think Yumpy gets connected on by the spams. And Francis is going back for more. He just has no fear. See you later, Chronicle.
Slide.
Nice stand down.
You might be a player with 3 trophies to your belt, but Francis
nggak jadi, temennya langsung mati.
And that leaves just 2 remaining once again. 20
Karena
seconds.
lempar stun
They
kayaknya.
have to deal with so much of this aggression. They're getting out of this
banget
scene.
paranoia,
There's
udah kayak
even
biasa.
paranoia left at 13 seconds on the clock. There is nothing that Vitality can do about this one. And it seems like their pause may have caused a flash in the pan, but we are right back to winning ways for Nongshim.
Yeah, even saving seems to be something that they'll be denied, at least for the first. Yumpy able to tuck in and carry that weapon forward, but that is a big blow for Vitality in the ever-winding road to the defensive side, now looking perilous as Nongshim have responses after responses. Their traps have been good. This one, though, was ridiculous. The reveal and a cloud burst, the re-aggression from Francis, the walk through the wall to shut down Kron. This has been about as clean of a start to the defense as you want. And even though it's 5-3, it feels like Nongshim have a chance to lock away a lot more rounds than this if they keep up this kind of pace.
Well, it's worth mentioning as well that when they were swapping things up and not having Dambi on the Neon, the guy they had on the Neon was Francis. He was the guy that played these more aggressive roles.
Dambi kill yang banyak Dambi.
Kind of see why he's still doing it on Sova. Bro, just swinging into critical like it's absolutely nothing.
Extras bisa flash juga.
Right back into a more standard execute. Durka trying to lead the way, but it's an immediate shutdown. Good trade from Sayonara.
Oke, ada bantuan lagi sliding Dam. Ganteng lu Dam.
Going back through the smoke alone.
Setupnya udah
mantap
And he's
nih.
wiped out too as he does it. It leaves Chronicle.
Menang call mulu ya.
Iya. 1v1 on the site. The door has actually been closed.
Backup-annya cepet sih Brett tadi Brett. Bait and switch.
Leaving him completely isolated, but now he's bought time for his teammates to rotate in. Nice shot from Chronicle on the first, but
soalnya MN direct midnya nggak ada apa-apa. MN flash langsung buka recon juga.
It's just time being bought. That's all France is doing. He's just baiting. He's just baiting for the freest kill of Dambi's career. And eventually, he'll be there to close out the round. An absolute menace going back and forth through that smoke.
Yeah, Dambi started to feel it in the middle of that round. The fact that he hits the stun, and I think when he throws that stun, he knows that probably hasn't hit. He knows that player is probably more than capable of taking the fight. I just don't think he cares. And that's the scary thing for Nongshim. The traps have been working. They allowed Vitality one since that second round and immediately fought back into it. And that was a round that Vitality dumped all of their ultimates into. And other than that, Nongshim now hitting a point where Francis in the round before, that one there for Dambi, it looks like they're having fun.
Oh, they're disrespecting them completely. They're just like, okay, if we can get away with anything until you shut us down, we're just going to continue to do it.
Harus menang fight. Ah, susah. Harus menang fight asli. Lagi main direct mulu ini.
Iya, udah susah itu.
Masuk spec lagi.
The main crux of the round.
Si Nosko kena pala nih si Albert.
Vitality is you have this Jet Phoenix on attack. The Phoenix has gone missing. And the Jet hasn't been getting the openers, and of course, just again through the smoke goes Francis.
Dibantuin, jadi bait doang.
He really does.
Bam,
he's doing the same thing he did in prior rounds. They're even waiting for him at this point. But it's meaningless. 7-3. The Korean powerhouse are looking right back in their Santiago form.
No, they really are. They came into this event. I guess they don't want to see NRG outlive them, one of the teams that they cut through on that Santiago run in playoffs. All of the other squads, well, they were here. You had Mates, you had G2, you had PaperX. None of them still sticking around for Nongshim. That's telling them we've got a chance to actually take this trophy. And we might even end up facing NRG for it, which will be just fine for them. A record that they're happy to repeat. For Vitality, on the other hand, the trophy's got to be out of their mind at this point. It looks like they're not even competing.
Well, that is the fun thing with Lev not making it to this event through the qualifier. And you go on recency bias, and you should be looking at a team like Nongshim. The fact is, they just had such a poor stage one regionally that you kind of count them out already. But it's almost like they were baiting us. They go, okay, we're going to swap back to, the stuff we were doing back when we won the tournament, and everything just clicks again. Everything starts to look much better. And well, this is already the second tactical pause taken by Vitality in a singular half. Now, don't get me wrong. We saw this when they played versus NRG. The defensive side was by far the better. They struggled to get those attack side rounds. But I do feel like an 8-4 and a 9-3 are fairly different scenarios. And with how things have been going so far, other than a round where they walk into a site that was empty, use two ults, and headshot someone through a smoke, I don't think any of these rounds have been close.
Yeah, it did start off clean for Vitality in those first two, but the pistol and follow-up, that's not really the meat and potatoes of the game. For Nongshim, 7 rounds. 100 fury for Francis. He's found the tag to start with. The third pulse going through as Sayonara hunts him down, but the run it back finds nothing. A little bit of space. And that space is all gone. In fact, Dambi is using it to walk through. And Dambi is playing one hell of a game. He stunned himself.
He got out.
And he still gets out, well, most of the way.
Oh, well, he got out onto the side. Durka was there to recover. It seems like Vitality are now just going to try and execute off of this. RB still here. Francis, of course. Where else would he be? directly into the action. This is such an obscure angle. There's no way they're ready for this, but they are able to trade. Perfect with an impactful double. Finally, some life being seen in Vitality, but they haven't won the round just yet. Ivy is hot on their heels.
It took Dambi stunning himself to give them a chance for Vitality. This can't be one that they let slip. And a double swing locks it in. 4 rounds guaranteed at the half at least. With a pistol round under their belt, you thought it would be a little earlier that we saw that on the board, but
yeah,
it comes in the nick of time again though.
Look at the HP at the end.
A close round, narrowly surviving for these players, and like I said, this comes off the back of Dambi stunning himself. If he doesn't, I don't think they win this round.
Setahun bisa unbeatable juara master. Hard work.
I think a 7-5 for
Kayak
Vitality.
tuntutannya ditinggiin
Not
karena
too
habis
bad. I think they'll be quite
dapet
happy going into the defensive half. It's the manner in which
sponsor
we've
baru.
got here. Nongshim have been in the driver's seat all the way through their defense. And that little bit of additional confidence might completely turn how their attack side goes. Like, they've still got the pieces for a good attack side. It was just that in recent form,
Gila.
that's where
Pas di
they
Ascension
struggle.
padahal Ascennya cacat loh. Kayak terlalu Dambi
It
banget
seems
kan.
like they're not struggling with a lot so far
Ini
in this
setupnya
match.
banyak sih.
Dambi for the first time bringing out the operator. A completely
Bukan kurang hard
different
work, kayak
look
nggak
to what we've seen through this game so far. And no
nggak
doubt we're seeing the
impactful.
drone used in early
Hard work
positioning.
pasti hard
It
work.
almost
Setiap tim
has
pasti
to
hard
be
work
with how
guys.
aggressive their opponents
Cuman
have
nggak
been.
efektif.
They will at least clear that position, but not for long. One smoke goes up, and all of a sudden you think Dambi's gone into wine. Instead, he is looking for a pick and finding it as well. Out for more, and it's a bit too much.
Nice RB.
But RB won the fight. I'm not even sure from where he was. He could have seen Profek before that. Got the jump on him. Despite the info being known of Vitality, 1 man down and Chronicle less than half. It's looking like an 8-4 half.
But of course, the defensive side haven't stopped pushing. At this point, then you have to know that they could be anywhere, everywhere, all at once. And there we go, easy kill for RB. And this is the thing, you don't know what ground you've gained, you don't know what you've lost, because they have no respect for the positioning that you could have taken. Sayonara at least will be able to get one, but immediately RB is on that flank. He thought about TPing into the site. That would have been manic. Instead, though, his teammates are cleaning up the mess, leaving Yumpy again alone in a clutch. He came close earlier in the game. This time, the spike is ticking in his favor, but he's being slowly surrounded, slowly crunched in on, and needs to find a pick quickly, and he will not be able to. It's RB, the old boy on the Nongshim force that have been able to take things home. 8-4, a very good defensive half.
Well, considering they lost the pistol, yeah, this could easily be double digits on the board for Nongshim. And the way that the rifle rounds went,
it could be 12-0.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it could be so much more. And this, honestly, Vitality feel lucky to get out of there with 4 rounds. And this isn't the face that I expected to see from this team here today. Again, we talked about this squad. When it comes to international experience, they've got some under their belt now. But they won't have played in front of a crowd like this, a crowd that's rooting for them and them alone. They heard their opponents mount the stage earlier on to a sea of boos. I think their opponents, the decibel level was louder, but nobody cheering for them.
Setapan.
And yet now, they find themselves trailing. That's where you gotta dig deep. Perhaps that crowd energy can help out. Speaking of which, let's send this one over to a good friend of mine. That's right, it's Ian Chambers.
Thanks, Mitch. That guy absolutely loves doing an impression of my accent, so thank you. Keep doing it, Mitch. I love it. I'm standing by with a Vitality fan here. What I love about the Esports World Cup, I talk about it all the time. Fans travel from all over the world to witness a little piece of esports history. What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Sam. I come from Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. So you've come a long way to come and see this. How big of a fan of Valorant are you?
I think here is a great place for esport, and this is great for Valorant. I think here is I can enjoy very enjoy it.
Yeah. So you're wearing a Vitality shirt. That did not start too well. How are you feeling about your chances in this matchup?
Kalah setup, kalah nebak.
I trust Sayonara is the best of the player in the world, I think. So they can win this game.
That's good to hear. I'm sure that they'll be loving to hear that support. When you arrived here, what was your impression? What did you think of the size of the Esports World Cup, the stage here? What do you make of it all?
I think the stage is great, and we have a lot of players loving Valorant, so I like here very much.
Were you here yesterday in the arena?
No, I'm come from 6th of Junior.
Okay, amazing. You think your boys can bring it back?
Yes.
All right, Sam, take a seat. Lovely to meet you. Enjoy the Esports World Cup. Let's get back into the game.
Thank you, Ian Chambers. Now, as we get back into the game, Tom, this is where things start to heat up. For Vitality, they've looked a little bit cold, but now this is their map pick. This is the defensive side that we have so much hope for. And if things don't get off to a good start, even a pistol, I'm going to get worried.
Yeah, I think the fact that both TERPERCAYA and Sayonara have been having a rough game, especially Sayonara in their last game, ended up with 30 kills for them to come back versus NRG. I think they might need that once again. Nonetheless, it's a good start. Chronicle with the opener. TERPERCAYA definitely not shying. Well, actually, I was going to say TERPERCAYA. Yeah, there's a few players not shying away from a fight. There's more defenders in middle than there are attackers. And that's something
Serip semua sih. Masih dilawan.
Going just one direction. Maybe the game's not been going great for Vitality, but the pistols certainly have.
That's definitely where they're doing their best work so far. And it was the same starting out the last half. Don't forget, the pistol was dominant. It looked like Vitality came to play, and Nongshim were getting left behind. But things took a turn after round number 2. For Vitality, this represents the way back in. The winding road grows a little less steep if they can connect this next one, especially.
That's what I'm talking about!
That's what I'm talking
you always know that no matter how far behind you are, man like Yumpy's always going to be getting loud. A round's a round to that guy. Doesn't matter the score.
Okay, interesting. Danby's gone in with the Stinger and Light Shields. Now, I've seen hero buys before, but this is a unique one, and there it goes.
Easy.
Very quickly. Turns
ready.
out, Light Shields
Jordan, mana
save you from an outlaw. So, unfortunately, that investment will go amiss, and I'm going to be intrigued to see what he now goes into the next round with.
No,
he doesn't have the credits for it. Sayonara even managing to pick off another, and now for RB. Wow. If anything, he just wants to go the other way to make sure the orb he will give up doesn't go to that Phoenix.
Well, an orb being claimed inside main. RB's got a target. And a close range fight as well.
Okay, bisa plan dong ini, lumayan duit.
Chronicle, the plan can now be found. A little bit of extra credits, but more particularly, there is now a growing chance. RB's been good so far. I mean, he would have to exceed greatness to even come close, but...
Satu kill ya lumayan lah.
Well, never mind.
Maybe we should just stop talking about the guns that they have. It seems to be the second you mention a weapon, that's where TERPERCAYA just immediately eliminates them, so... There you go. Could have been a lot worse.
Maybe I'll keep going. Pal has my PayPal.
Ah, okay. I've actually heard he owns that company.
He does.
You need to pay PAL.
Just a request, yeah. Pay PAL. Well, very important early rounds for Vitality. Connected. The job has been done, but
jago TERPERCAYA. Ini saatnya comeback sih.
Nongshim come in with a full buy.
Masih bisa, ntar lagi juga dikasih AWP nih.
Francis and Danby were in that first half. How
Duit banyak tuh TERPERCAYA.
Now that they're on the attack.
16 udah OP dia.
I'm even more scared of what they could put out. Vitality seem to want to scrap towards B main. It's just going to be utility off. No, yeah, Chronicle's thinking about it. They've seen presence now. They won't push in.
He's only got a Stinger. I feel like his utility holds a little bit more value than the gun he has, but it also does mean he needs to get aggressive. And you can see how fast they're expecting their opponents to be. Speaking of fast, one from below, one from above. Ivy's reactions are in another league to anyone else.
Aduh, balik lagi nggak sih ini?
Kalau Nongshim 10-6 menang Nongshim harusnya guys.
Chronicle is going to hear the steps running through. Space taken by Danby. Good opportunity. Nice shot connected by Profek, but he can't do too much more. He's left a couple very low. But even still, an inherent advantage now picked up by Nongshim.
Hai, ketahuan.
Yeah, it's safe to say they know exactly where their
Iseng
opponents
tembak.
are.
Kron.
You know, an attempt to spam back. I think that's about all we can amount it to.
Moncongnya.
Oh, Yampi.
Kelihatan nggak?
Decent chance to pick off a couple of players here.
Nice. Oke, aman saja Dambi itu loh.
Anyone but Francis. But no shots landing
Itu
for
bete sih
Vitality.
anjir, tuh flashnya ngebug
That
gitu
is
guys.
a big round for Nongshim.
Dia bagus.
Again, we talk about the pistol. It's a coin flip at best at times. If you lose the second round, we've got bigger problems, although we've seen that here, especially in the first couple of days. But this is Nongshim's chance to keep running away with it. They know that the momentum and the ball is still very much in their court. And the most concerning thing, as I said, is thinking about Dambi, how confident he was towards the end, especially of that first half. Now on the attack, he's having a round like that. It's definitely alarm bells for Vitality, but this is a big buy for the defensive side.
Yeah, operator in for Durka. Sayonara, one away from having his ultimate, although saying that, Exos just got his online. Looks to set them up nicely. Now they need to clear Ivy, because although he didn't have the greatest of first halves, that last round was disgusting. Able to quell the aggression of Vitality.
Spike drop.
Completely solo. But for now at least,
Kok bisa ya? Nggak tahu ya.
by Nongshim. It does really seem like they're building up into that Phoenix ult B-site press.
Well, this is what Vitality tried to do. Their big full buy rounds where they dumped their ults. There was no one.
Kalau ini 10 menang guys.
Story, but the Thorns
Top
waiting,
1.
the op firing to slow the push. They pump the brakes. The spike still, it's in the hands of RB. They are going to the B site, but they're in danger. That spike's being dropped towards the stairs. A double evade from Vitality.
Keeper
Wasn't even
bermain.
needed as Chronicle.
Ngeri emang
Picks up
kipernya.
scalp after scalp.
30 seconds left.
X-Ross and Francis, a lot of work to do, and it's left to just one. As good as he's been,
Ya,
there's
nggak
no
jadi
way
langsung
back into
GG
this
Nongshim
round.
guys. Nyusul.
Really
Harusnya sih
defensive
nyusul.
hold from Chronicle there. That was one where as well, it seemed like not only did they get so tunnel visioned in on the Nongshim side, I think either 2 or 3 players got pinged twice by the reveal, which is madness. That nobody
clean
shot
banget
at when it was fired over
tembakannya ya.
the top. So that gave all information
Mantap
over
memang
to the
keeper.
opponents. But also then when you send through the Phoenix ult, it just activate the wall. Nobody else was through on the other side, so they got staggered.
Nice,
it meant the rotation could come in. Became quite easy for Dirk to make sure that ult didn't go anywhere. And well, with quite a lot thrown into this round, Vitality came out smelling of roses.
Well, that's it. They were very much on standby for this exact play. They had 2 players in the spawn. One sat on site with turtled utility in the form of Chronicle. The second, the spike makes it over to the stairs, and the rest of the squad is staggered behind because of the wall. Because I don't think it was just the Phoenix ult, right? RB went through as well with the spike. So
I think maybe, yeah.
It's like
might have TP'd through.
So now the ult fades. You've got one dude in the middle of the open with the spike on his own. And as soon as that falls on stairs, as soon as he walked towards stairs, it's like, this is over.
Comeback nih.
Because Vitality had the rotation
Comeback sih harusnya sih.
Bisa nih, bisa comeback.
Comeback ini sekiranya skornya sama.
You can see the timeout was
Vitality
called
masih lebih kuat sepertinya guys.
immediately. The second that one slipped,
Kita
because there were a
dukung
lot of
NS.
mistakes there. The initial execute, the reveal not being shot, the spike being deep on its own, isolated. That can't happen.
I think it's also the context of the last 2 times they played this map. Because it feels like a bit of an early pause, but when you go 3-9, 3-9 on attack sides in back-to-back games,
Sekarat tuh,
I think the coaching staff very
6-4
quickly realized
Menang
that
mana
if
ini
we're
bang?
gonna
Tuh
get
menang
ahead of this,
Nongshim
we need to do it
97.
early. We don't want to allow this map to slip away after.
Comeback sih ini kayak tapi. Comeback ini.
Oh, dear lord.
Enak tuh ya.
Exros has got a little bit unlucky with
Wallbang
that
handshot
one.
aja.
Wallbang that has ripped his head off in the first seconds of the round. And well, losing your Phoenix like that, not going to help out the problems.
No, I mean, that's not that bold.
Comeback tadi bang, anjir judi lu ya. Judi bangsat, nanya mulu.
By Vitality early.
Comeback.
They found 2 spams, one for kill, one for damage, but Dambi quick
Masih
to
Mr.
try and
Dambi.
recover.
Ya,
Taking out
kagak
the Vice
impact.
utility, but still
Kan
on site.
impact-nya.
Yumpy remains 53 HP, and they know that he's here, but not exactly where. The snake in the grass strikes for at least 1. Can he get another bite into a pound of flesh?
Cakep banget.
It will!
Dilepas dah langsung tuh
Gila
kan.
Jumpy main cok.
Utilnya cakep.
Dancing with death, but every step is perfect.
Gak judi bang, cuma nanya. Ya bener lu.
Wow.
Comeback. Tadi gue bilang kalau nggak 10 menang Nongshim, cuma nggak 10.
That was just good positioning from him throughout the round. Takes a lot of early
Bener
spam
kok,
damage, but
bohong
then there's a lot
lu.
of spam
Kekeh
damage
banget
thrown
tanya
back in
comeback atau
response,
enggak.
letting 3 players end up low.
Investasi ya,
But it's
investasi.
also the
Investasi
volley
lu ya.
utilized by Sayonara to
Comeback
give him
guys,
the
comeback
free
guys.
hit. The second he clears
Anjir
RB,
segitu
the
ya.
other 2 players are back towards the site, and he's
Serius?
able to
Lah.
isolate some more favorable
Bukti,
drills. At
lihat
that
tuh,
point,
98
if
guys.
RB turns around, he's trapped on the stairs and there's nowhere to go. So that molly helps him out this one immeasurably.
Ini pembaiknya yang
A
botak.
place to
Iya.
hold onto that ground. And then hey, even cleaning things up towards the end.
I saw.
We spoke about how this defense from Vitality has been stellar and the opposite for the opposing side in the attack, but after what we saw in the first half, I was sort of fully on the cards that, okay, this is going to be Nongshim almost running away with this game. But they've stumbled early in this one, and it seems like the momentum now is firmly with Vitality once again.
I've heard this is now Nongshim with another timeout. That's concerning.
Map 2 over apa under, Beb? Wah, nggak tahu gue. Woi, under over gue susah banget tebaknya.
As a player, that's one of the worst things that you can
Over nggak sih
know
maksudnya?
that there's mistakes being made. You see it. You just lost 2 rounds, and the first
Saran
one
monitor
started with a
budget
revealed double
1,7.
ping and 3 players. This one, it really feels like the teacher's taking you down to the principal's
kayak minimalnya
office.
13-10 lah.
Like it's time to behave.
Paling odds gede ya
But
13-11.
for Nongshim,
Cek ke kok utang sih.
Well, they're still in the lead.
a lead.
Soalnya ada
that-
beberapa
yeah, but
brand
that's
Cina
the
yang
thing.
gua belum pernah
Even though
cobain.
you've got that lead with the context of their previous attack
Banyak
sides
tuh ya
and
kayak
double
apa?
pauses like that, I
Yang
think the morale is
merek
gonna need
Sky
picking up
Skyward
now.
ya,
Like,
Skyward
that
ya.
is going to do a number
Tuh
on your
lumayan tuh
mental.
bagus tuh. Gue liat reviewnya tuh.
But it also then, I don't know, maybe I would have waited another one to see how the eco goes, but I guess it must have
Ceknya ada
been
240 nggak salah. Lu cek reviewnya kok utang.
worrying enough.
Something's wrong, man. They
Yeah.
must have called something in the timeout, and they're not hearing the lessons being applied. They're hearing the same communication issues or whatever it is, the same reactions. Maybe it was RB going towards the smoke there, being caught out by the molly. This attempt to get ahead of Vitality to catch them off guard, even though they've been ahead of the rotates. Whatever it is, it's not a good feeling to have those pauses called back-to-back. You don't... on one side of the stage, for Vitality, they're sat there going, we're not even in the lead and they're panicking. Let's go. This is our game now.
Back to the B site.
Timing tuh. Uis.
Eventually, there is going to be the spot, but
Boros. Iya, itu boros lagi. Nggak ini, nggak value guys. Nggak value guys.
I think has been heard, and then the spike's been dropped on the other
Tuh kan
side
dari
of the wall.
titikin, ketahuan.
Is the only man standing anywhere near and just stop going towards Chronicle site. I think that might be the answer. Every time that Vice wall has been there, they haven't even.
Nah ini real round.
Yeah, the Vice
Real
wall
round,
in the
guys.
way and Damby's wall very short. It was
Hey, that's the average size.
the fast line did not cover very much distance.
That wall
there.
looks massive to me.
Fast lane. Yeah, no, it was huge. Huge. He got off to a flying start. He speeded
Anjir,
down the fast
jangkar
lane
ya,
and then
kiper ya.
hit the end
Ngeri
of it
banget.
immediately.
Yeah, I would say that's at least what, like 5'7".
Cupu anjir attack-nya Nongshim guys, sabar itu kipernya jago banget anjing. Ditepis mulu.
That's your height, right?
Gas mainkan mid-nya lah.
See, I actually thought you were making a 6'7" joke. I thought that's what that
No.
was. 5'7" or maybe a little more. I thought I didn't think you were referencing the fact that I'm 5'7" and 3/4. 3/4 is important. That does put it above average.
Okay.
3/4, which is an important thing. Anyways, what is important is speaking about being slightly above the average. The average rounds here 9. Each team. I've added them up divided by 2. I did that quickly as well.
He's never been
Ditikin, Dambi ketahuan.
I chose to go. All right, listen. So double digits is what they're looking for here for Vitality. Defensive side starts out
Shot harus
slowly.
ganggu nih, kalau nggak susah guys.
And for Nongshim on the attack, it's slow as well. They're looking for a little bit of mid control, looking for a fight. Understandable. They were picked off by shots through walls and spams in the previous round. It was just a low buy, but you don't want this one to slip away.
Sesuai
in the same
skema?
fashion. Vitality.
Apakah ini saatnya Nongshim?
Not going for any aggression. You know, it's almost like Nongshim are countering themselves. Let's wait for them to push, boys. What, they're not pushing?
They've got a passive operator
30
in
seconds
play as well. Durka sat back. Danby looking to take the space. That does mean
Opek.
Re-aggression comes
Opek.
in. Derker again with that
Udah ada
operator.
backup
He's able
tuh.
to just deal death from above.
Setruman, hilang setrumannya Danby no.
Kok keluar Sayonara?
Gila Derker anjing.
Defus, ngapain Defus?
You meet Chronicle, you go to the other side.
La. Comeback, back.
That could have easily been an
Sudah
ace.
10.
What a round from him.
Punya uang.
Oh, him getting the ace only came down to if they wanted to risk him having it. I think I might have just seen him at the end there saying, give it to me. He wanted the ace, but the round comes above all.
Gue pikir cuma ganggu short terus ke mid lagi, midnya udah dapet tadi.
Iya.
Ternyata di komit. Lihat tuh udah ada si Sayonara walaupun nyabun doang cuma BNN anjing.
Now rematerializing right at the finish line, right when their opponents were there. No timeouts anymore for Nongshim. They have to keep rolling with the punches, but every blow is landing for Vitality.
Spanyol Belgia, Spanyol gue Spanyol dari awal.
Now woken up. I think Derker was 7 and 9 in the first half, and he was just diving in head first against shots. You kind of understand it, but now
10.000 rupiah dari @Shiluman Guap.
A different beast on this defensive side already.
Predicted banget. Menurut gua kuncinya di round 96 tadi. Harus menang tadi itu. Biar nggak ada duit si Vitality punya operator. Rusia loh satu round kalau udah matchnya sengit gini. Momentumnya langsung swing guys.
The crowd was quiet, but I've heard the chants begin.
Ini Nongshim lumayan, cuman attack-nya slow start banget ini adaptasinya. Ini harus ganggu shot doang, terus ke mid, short, baru tuh balik.
You can see it from the get-go. Kron here to finish the deal. Okay, never mind. And instead it's going to be Dirk. Instead it's going to be Sayonara to close it out for Vitality. 11-9 now. The lead stolen from their opponents. 8-4 at the half. Now it's a commanding lead for Vitality. And with the wind in their sails, there's not much more distance to go.
Wow, completely blinded. He still manages to get the kill, and I think then even not knowing that Derker was in that couple of consolation frags for RB, but
ini kalau kalah
this has been a game of two halves, and somehow Vitality are looking like they might be even more dominant than their opponents were. Right back to basics, faster take towards this ace. Although saying that, 2 players are in, the rest of them are a little bit further behind. They're looking to try and take the weaponry away, and they're just losing fights. This is so disjointed.
Oh, RB nice.
RB has just managed to strike back with 2. It looked like this was going to be a mess, but he might have just saved them.
Still a Hunter's Fury online for Vitality, but might not get a chance to use it. Nongshim sending numbers in the other direction. They think that the full rotates come in. The spike is going solo towards B-main. I have to hope that they are going to delay this a little bit. I have to hope that they don't think that this side is wide open. There's no drone. There's no reveal there for Francis. He's slowing his roll a little bit. He's clearing main. He's being cautious, but they've lost a lot of space.
Mati di sini sih.
Inside A main, spike outside B.
Okay, nice RB.
This is a crazy round from Nongshim. I don't mean crazy in a good way, but it's certainly something that Vitality is finding it hard to predict.
It looked like they were going to late hit towards the A site, but I think they've ended up working out because of the aggression of the defense. The 2 players caught by RB, and then the third after they go looking. And he might just close it. No, never mind. Chronicle's at least been able to pick him off. Now that Hunter's Fury is still available, but it's finding a position that would bring them value. Maybe as a disruption, or maybe it just won't be utilized at all. 2 players underneath. At balcony, knows there's at least 1 down there.
Winnable.
Chronicle's going to have to be the danger man though. Exros already shooting back at him. Able to help his teammate out, and now it's left down to 1.
Kalau Chronicle yang menang bisa tuh.
Response. It's definitely a bit of a fisticuffs, brawly style round.
Lalu gitu kak.
But it's a round, and that's all that will matter to them.
Yeah, at this stage, a slip up would probably mean letting the map go. If
Ini Phoenix-nya dua-duanya nyabut anjing.
They do remarkably well.
Sayonara sama Exos, head to head udah mirip dah.
They still have a timeout if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
But using it would give Nongshim the opportunity to reassess. They'll approach this, just sending the op out for the pick. But the thing is, as time ticks away, Nongshim closing the distance on short. There is now some danger there for Durka. They should be ready for it, and indeed, baiting out the first shot. They'll send it back.
20 tuh leg shot.
Francis got hit on that.
Sesuai skema, shot harus diganggu. Sesuai skema, tarik perhatian. Nah, tarik perhatian. Mid-nya isi. Itu yang gue bilang, guys. Lihat. Nah, tapi Francisnya mati gak ketek di awal.
Iya.
Ya, gila digituin anjing dapat
ente. Skema udah bener. Kelamaan.
Ya Allah.
That's it, guys.
A little bit thicker than expected, maybe, for Chronicle.
No, that was all part of the plan. He's rubbing
show
it
the junk in the trunk.
Exactly.
To bait the opponents.
Blind them with the full moon. It's a brave strategy.
New ability?
30 seconds left.
Radianite malfunction. Well, it looks like 12 on the board for Vitality. 20 seconds, Spike miles away. An ult for RB, and he's moving towards the site.
Kasih B.
I think they might get a plan out of this.
11,
clearing
10.
it. He might try it. 10 seconds, he'd have to go now.
Waduh. Waduh.
Halo,
That's
RB?
the thing, the rest of the players look like they were just
Oh,
going
nggak
to
bakal mau dia ya.
be holding.
Gue kira mau nge-try loh gara-gara Ivy dapat satu.
Because that spike was dropped by the Hunter's Fury. I don't even think that they know that they don't have it at this point.
He's probably kicking himself now, clearing that back boathouse with 5 seconds going. I could have just planted. What are they doing?
Yeah, but I like it from the Vitality side because they just went. They probably assumed they did have the spike, so they don't expect him to TP.
They assumed he either has it or he's going to use his ult to take it. So,
and then rather than leaving Chronicle half HP alone on the site, they're gonna just retake it as a team. And when you have that much of an advantage, playing it safe makes a lot of sense. And why it does seem like that one chaotic round with RB able to be in the center of a victory might be one of the only rounds they end up with unless Nongshim can get their first streak of rounds. And well, you can see what Profek's doing. He had himself a rifle. Now he's going to hide with a judge in the smoke. The entirety of the opposition waiting on the other side.
Well, there's some tickle damage from Profek, letting his presence be known. Picks up the rifle. Shot landed by Durka, clean onto RB.
Ya, buta. That's it ini mah, guys.
From Profek. And they've seen Dambi in the corner, left him on a sliver of health. Now it's only Ivy. 50 up against 5.
Nggak jadi.
And a flash coming his way. He's got to run. Dodge it to start with. A kill found, but a formality surely. He has a minute to take down the entirety of Vitality as the home crowd roars. 50 seconds.
Beda satu mati lu cuman killnya cair. Sama asisnya cair. Kill sama asis.
17-64. 16-4. Semua cair, Ben.
Emang 16 matinya bukan 15? Anjing semua cair, gila. Anjing ini baru nih sekali nih, Bret. 3-3
cair. 3-3 cair gacor, guys.
Anjing, harinya Albert tadi, guys.
Anjir, on point.
Taunya Ivy-nya clutch ya kan?
Enggak. Bangsat. Bangsat, itu sih. Yo, bangsat. GG.
Anjing, Albert cair 3-3 guys, gila.
Mantep, Man. Let's go, Man.
Was almost flawless. But for a round for RB, of course it is the map choice of Vitality, but now they'll look to head into the split and see if they could take this in a 2-0 fashion.
It is a map that Vitality chose, but for Nongshim, it's gotta hurt, feeling like they had it within their grasp, and yet a magic trick pulled. They open their palm to find it there, stepping in to the rest of this series without a map. A reverse sweep needed for Nongshim. Vitality have stepped up in a big way, feeding off that energy from the crowd. And now
Rp600.000 dari @Shiluman 93 banner babi KEE.
Gue dijapu kak, gue dapet angka dari mimpi, anjir. Bisa gitu. Mak, hoki tahunan kak, Prop. Hoki real, hoki gila. Kemarin tuh ada 1-2 hari bisa ngecek. Thank you man, thank you banget. Pemberi challenge anjir. Thank you banget man. Buat bensin. Sana semua loh. Asli hoki banget. Hoki guys. Hoki ya. Enggak man. Sabar dulu. Nongshim emang calculated-nya kalah di map 1 man. Sabar gak sih man?
I feel like the defensive game plan here from Nongshim was rock solid. We've got some replays we can take a look through in just a little bit, but it reminded me a lot of what Leviathan were doing over in London. I think they had a great blueprint, great game plan. Then you get onto that second half and they just can't attack. Durka gets the up-roll, Chronicles there with the Vice in the perfect places, and Nongshim is beginning to struggle. They rely so much on pace, and when they get stopped, that mid-rounding just doesn't seem to be there.
I gotta say, Francis may be my favorite player on that stage. Always poking out on the defense. Didn't work so well on the attack, but let's take a look at where it was working.
Cair. Thank you man. Tapi tetap baik lagi itu semua karena siluman guys. Itu semua berkat siluman yang kasih challenge. Semua itu kejadian karena siluman. Habis pikir gua.
Yeah, I love this because I feel like they fight.
This one good but not enough.
They don't let Vitality attack into
Kalah sih di 10-6. 96 maksudnya 96. Menurut gue 96 sih. Kalau tadi 10-6 gak ada operator, tempo, run it back-nya, cycle-nya buat Nongshim balik tuh. Kebalik, mungkin GG 13-10 buat Nongshim. 13-11 lah. Kalah di sono, langsung skornya sama. Nongshim tapi boleh guys, sumpah. Nongshim asli jago. Esen kayak biasa busuk loh.
I think it was definitely a team effort, but Durka was one of the main reasons because once he picked that operator, it was almost over. They were so proactive when you look even on their pistol side. They just pushed all the way down mid with sheriffs, and it actually worked out in their favor. But then overall, just pushing, being aggressive on their attack side, it's been really good. But they just moved onto that defense and had so much more map control. And this hold here, Durka with the 3, just shutting down so much of these entries. It seemed like Nongshim didn't have a choice.
He's a fantastic player with the
operator. Gelo gue dikasih satu parfum dups dari siluman karena challenge-nya. Ambil makan dulu guys. Aduh, pilek anjir.
Running double duelist, you're not drowning in util. You need every single piece of it. So he's having huge impact, even if it's not him getting the kills. So very, very impressed by him. Credit to the coaching staff as well. This defender side game plan to disrupt and destroy a double duelist was rock solid.
For those who are tuning into EWC and Valorant for the first time, who is Durka and how deep is this man into his career, Athena?
Oh my god, he is the GOAT. I think he's won what is it? He's won a Masters before. Him and Chronicle, oh my god, I can't speak. With Fnatic, they've won before as well. And they've just been phenomenal. Durka, though, he's been such a good player. Getting into that duelist role, he's been super aggressive for his team. He's been playing for at least 5 years at this point, I'm gonna say. Like, beginning of Valorant type beat. And he's just...
Map kedua gimana? Calculated-nya sih Nongshim, guys. Calculated-nya Nongshim. Tapi gak tau dari awal gue Vitality sih.
If we take a look at your EWC play predictions, I have the tablet here.
Harusnya sih probabilitasnya lebih buat Vitality. Nongshim loh. Lo nggak ada yang tahu ya. Masalahnya di pistol nih. Pistol guys.
Nongshim 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that right side of the screen. MIBR 2-0, Nongshim 2-0.
He just picked the opposite of what we get.
Ada pikem ya di sini ya. Aduh, gua nggak pikem guys.
Someone find Digon in this arena. Strong words.
He's actually scammed us. This is called gaslighting.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening.
Wow.
Reminder, guys, you can get on EWC Play as well. It's on the Esports World Cup website. You can check out not just Valorant, all of the games, including Fatal Fury and more, as this is week 1, and we are very much in the thick of the games. Before we kick off this game number 2, we're going to see Nongshim on the defense. It is an attack chosen once again by Vitality. Does Nongshim have an advantage on their map pick?
I think they'll be feeling great about this. Split is always a good map for them.
Game is ready. Let's go to the casters.
Game is ready? So fast? Sambil makan ya guys.
Exploded into a global phenomenon.
Spike planted.
16 teams vied for the crown, but now only one will take it.
Watch their dreams shatter before them.
Welcome to the Lenovo Legion stage. I'm joined with SVG to give us a bit of an update on what's going on over here at Dota 2.
A very interesting group stage so far. We are seeing a return to dominance for a lot of the European squads. You know, they had a little bit of a mixed year, but now they're top in the group, 1s and 2s, dropping barely any games here. We have Falcons dominant as ever.
Classic.
They really want the win in Dota, because if they get the win in Dota, then it's like smooth sailing for that club championship.
Smooth
but I think they're gonna have
sailing.
some tough competition. Aurora look really good. Spirit looked pretty good, and a fan favorite, Enigma Galaxy, back this year. They are back.
That's good to hear, but do you have your own favorite in terms of a Dota 2 champion that we're going to be crowning here?
Well, the comms in the backstage are that Yandex are our favorite right now, and I think they look really solid. They have very smart players.
Jangan lupa lah guys.
It tends to like give you the edge in Dota. You know?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, if you're smart. Like,
Exactly. It's a smart person game. You got to get those brains working. So I'm big on Yandex, but I do like Enigma Galaxy. And one of my old boys Sumail on it. They're cooking.
BGG kah 555 3-0 kah?
I'm rooting for them.
All right, I'm looking forward to that. Thank you so much for the check-in. That's it from us. Back to you guys.
Kok Dota? Cuma ini kayak apa namanya? Kayak ini doang, info, sekilas info. Kenceng banget anjing. Sekilas info. Ya elah easy guys, aja easy predict. Favorit apa gue bilang kan, jago kan. Nia top frag sih cuman kurang. Peprex sudah kalah kocak. Udah go home, udah pacaran di Paris, di Eiffel I mean love. Aduh.
I lost. No. That's that one out of the way. 1-0 to Yampi.
Oh yeah, it's best of 3. Hela banana.
What the hell?
Bread.
Apa tuh?
Perancis, Bread.
Oh.
2-0 Perancis.
2-0. Wih, gila gue predik kemarin 2-0 juga, Ben. Wah, anjir gue takut jadinya pantas gue sakit nih. Anjir.
Wah.
Takut.
Tanya Albert guys.
Gue pilek kayaknya. Takut gue.
Wah.
Prancis menang 2-0 gue bilang. Wah, takut. 15, 18, 8.
Kok 2-0 lucu nih kalah, ha?
Wah, parah. Nggak sesuai skema.
Aneh. Split map tepu lagi ada.
I think you're gonna have to fold another one, my friend. 7, 6.
Yes, there is no good point. There is no chance. Bro, 1-1. We just make the game exciting.
Are you ready for your next question? How tall is the
Prancis
Eiffel Tower
pakai apa sih?
in marshalls?
Yeah. This is a good guess. I would say 190.
The answer is 214.21. 190 takes the cake. Okay, Yumpy, you're going first. Please draw your card.
Win a tumbler against the opponent.
This is good. Okay, I'll press the button here, gentlemen. I'll be the adjudicator. Please prepare for the thumb war. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Go.
Yeah, we need 10.
Ayo makan Ben.
Sok, santap.
20
Lama ya.
Okay,
Aduh.
I'll give it to you. It's close enough. 10 laps around your opponent. You gotta run. Yumpy, could you stand here for me? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go. 1, 2. No, 1, 2.
No, that's 3. 4.
Okay.
5.
5. 6. 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3.
I did 10.
1. 2 seconds left on the clock.
What you on? I was in the bar, like the Irish bar.
Flip a bottle. Yumpy, you have a chance here. You have it. You could have got search for something.
Yes.
Peel the garlic, but you got flip a bottle. 2 seconds. 1 chance, maybe 2. Are you ready? I'll hit the button for you.
Okay.
Are you ready?
3, 2, 1.
Yes!
Gentlemen, it was a good game. Oh, it was a fair game. But it wasn't a friendly game.
Nasi campur. Saat makan guys.
It has been a lot of fun. I hope we haven't caused too much strife in your team. You guys very happy to be our victor. Thanks very much.
Felixir, parfum terus. Dikasih duit sama si Luman buat beli parfum guys.
Backache, back again. Thankfully, Panadol Extra contains a combination of ingredients
Agak ada
which
stoknya
provides
kocak.
more powerful pain relief. Extra strength relief for tough pain. That's one for Panadol Extra.
Panadol Extra. Makan chat. Tiba-tiba diet.
Welcome back. We are first map. It is now Nongshim's map choice. Athena, as we get into the agent selection, where are we playing and what kind of agents are good on this map?
We're gonna be playing.
Enak dibeliin gua.
Enak. Have had a history of playing that double duelist meta. It's worked well for both these teams. I'm really interested to see this map. If Nongshim, they've prepared a little bit more on those trap plays because it was working really well for them on Ascent. And I'm just interested to see if they're just going to keep those same comps because honestly, both these teams are pretty consistently doing well on a map like Split, both above that 50% win rate. So it feels pretty good.
Wah, udah
Just interested to see
tutup mata aja tuh.
Top 8 teams on the planet right now. They're proving it in front of this live audience big time.
Gimana ini Nongshim?
A regional difference in play styles. Look, Pacific has always been known as the aggressive region. They were playing double duelist before it was cool, before the rest of the world got on the train. Same with these Nongshim guys. They love it. They love to be fast. They love to be aggressive. That's how we coin it over here in Pacific. And when we take a look at the agents, so like nothing different on the side of Nongshim here. It's that pattern, the double duelist. Neon with the Phoenix running in behind it. This is what they do best.
Yeah, what do you think of this guy?
Jangan lupa di pause play tadi Brett ada iklan 2 kali.
I like this guy if you're a very strong, capable mid-rounder. It gives you a lot of information.
Aman ban.
That drone to work with in the dog. So I think if you can understand how to use that information correctly,
Kan
you
apa ya?
play with pace, you can support your duelist quite well. I don't hate it. You ready for a bold prediction? Sayonara flexing to Raze is going to lead the lobby. I respect. Yo,
very valid.
his raise is good.
That's a very valid.
His raise is good. I see an argument, but let me one up you. He's not going to lead the lobby because X-Ross is going to lead the lobby. X-Ross! Here on the
We're going to a
game 3?
Yeah, we're going to
you think we're not going to game 3 here in Paris? Agents are locked in, as are our casters. Let's
13, 12, 11,
9,
9,
7,
8,
6.
Lima, ya.
I'm keeping tabs on
Map.
you, Morgan. It's time to get
Let's
into
go.
the game, baby. Nongshim versus Vitality.
Dir dengan seri seperti biasa.
For big time. Watching that from the sidelines, it looked like Nongshim had the read on Vitality, but the second half was a completely different game. Now 1-0. Does Vitality step in to Nongshim's pick?
Tyler is better. Definitely when it comes to almost everything, but nonetheless.
Mundur.
To the pistol we go.
Oh, enggak ya?
4 players ready and waiting from the defensive side. Right place, right time. Maybe that's been noted by the opposing side.
Wow.
Pulang. Anjing.
Which obviously means
ML style.
And the defense already on a mass rotation back to the other side.
Nunggu musuh nggak sabaran.
Santai. Ke Venti ke A lagi guys. Let's go.
Makes sense that he likes
Wop, banyak.
Okay, nice X-Ross.
X-Ross's duty calls to him, delivering in a big way, a double under his belt already. Sayonara and Profect left very low indeed. And the spam from RB is enough to take the ladder. Now,
30 seconds left.
Big task for Chronicle and Sio, one of which holding
Patelor,
just being delivered to the afterlife. It's 1-0. Nongshim in with a convincing pistol.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Morgan might have got something right. X-Ross.
I wouldn't get ahead of yourself just yet. One lucky round
already for the Phoenix, and that's the thing. That's the difference between these two. Like having that additional option. 4 flashes doesn't need it on the initiator quite as much, but also if he can keep farming up that Phoenix ultimate, definitely make things that little bit more awkward for the attack side. Of course, we've seen this already in the previous map from Vitality. The struggles that they can have on the attack side. This map's normally a little better. That double dive can cause problems. And actually, well, it looked like Durka for a second was going to dive in alone. The tap of the ore almost loses him his life. He's managed to get quite far.
Whoa, kaget.
Now I'm getting a little bit nervous. RB is going to be nearsighted as well, trading out the paranoias, but the swing on the back.
Dihancurin crosshair.
As clean as it could be, yet still, it's even trades for the side of Vitality.
Ada stun Dambi tadi ya nggak bisa masuk ya.
That was the pick they needed though. That was the pick that would have gotten the spike to a site. Now instead they're trailing behind. Dambi's filled in the space. He's caught the spike, and it looks like Nongshim have stabilized. It wasn't even the fear of losing the round. It was the fear of this becoming more and more costly. But Dambi has put that fear to rest.
Yeah, I think that's a singular weapon dropped, which still maybe a little bit more cost than they'd like, but definitely not the end of the world. And especially with Durka able to walk in and get 2 kills. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous.
I don't mind.
In the end, comes out quite comfortable. And while looking back to the last couple of games versus G2 and GE, it was 8-4 defensive sides for Nongshim that set them up for success. On the other side of things, the last time that we saw Vitality play this map was versus Leviathan, where they got blasted 13-4. So maybe a few learnings to take away from that matchup. At the time before that, it was a strong attack side half. So arguably both teams starting on their favored side to this map. So this round may end up being quite important for Vitality.
Well, it should do. The early starts what kept that first map alive. Nongshim. The weaknesses aren't really that present. You said the bandit for RB.
Bonusnya kecium sih.
Weaker fronts. The lack of information. Later in
1 kill di awal, 1 kill di awal.
Looking, even uses the hot hands in the corners, desperately wanting that damage, and Dambi is ready to pounce on the back of it. I mean, they've spotted now 2 players outside this A side. For a moment, I thought Nongshim were rotating. I saw X-Ross leave Heaven, move towards the spawn.
30 seconds
I thought,
left.
it looks like they've made the wrong read. They think that it's going back in the other direction, but no, they were just taking more passive positions. So these rifles can catch them on the way through the choke point with 20 seconds left. All they have to do is be an annoyance and run this clock down. They have the right players in the right spots, but that pick on the Dambi might just have reset it. X-Ross only good for the 1, but 8 seconds and a plant needing to be found. RB desperately trying to deny it, but they've kept it into a 3v2 at the very least. Until that pick.
Makes it interesting, but still, Ivy already has retrieved the rifle. Again, he's going to find one off the back of it, leaves it down to Yumpy. This has been far more than a bonus round.
Bonus kan cair.
With the chance to give them a 3-0 start and steal it away It seems like Yumpy started to clock on to where his opponent was
Wah.
coming from, and the IGL will clutch out the round, but it's a little bit worrying that they even needed that clutch to begin with.
Yeah, I heard a deep sigh from Big Time backstage, but there's no need to be deflated. That was a big round for Nongshim, making it that close, giving that much of a chance for this to go across the line. Bloody impressive. Considering the Vitality squad break into that site and immediately deal with Dambi, it comes way too close in the end.
Ente.
But a plant found. With one man alive, Vitality find their first round of the board. Now, it gets a bit more difficult. This time, Nongshim are fully armed, and Profek is being blindsided by RB.
Yeah, you almost have to be a bit frustrated if you're Profek in that moment. Look at the corner that he died in. You kind of hope that your teammates might have you covered from that sort of an aggressive swing coming out from the defensive side.
Boncos nih Vitality
was
nih.
just good enough that they were all blinded on the other side.
Kron tadi satu orang. Jadi nggak ada smoke, boncos.
Nongshim early on. And if RB is going to have a similar performance to what we saw on the last map, we might be seeing a third one after all.
It's those defensive setups as well, rearing their ugly head back from Ascent. That was the problem that Vitality ran into and really struggled to crack the code up. Big fight up in heaven. It's the trade there.
Ketahuan, ayo tabrak.
Now Vitality pick up the pace towards the site. They know they want to have a fight from above for at least a moment.
Kanan lu.
Francis still needs to be rooted out from that side.
Ya.
X-Ross is old.
Dapat anjir.
Cis. Oh gitu Cis.
Ya elah Cis.
Unfazed, but
30 seconds
now
left.
the showstopper should send the rest scurrying. Man advantage.
Dor.
Even off the back.
Lah, gak kena. Lah, rata mender ke anjing.
RB all alone with the same task at hand.
It looked like this was another stellar round in the early, but the
Enggak,
recovery
Vitality.
with the chance for a freebie. But he's looking for a little bit more. He's hoping that Sayonara never looks up, just keeping an eye on him constantly. There's the jump down. Allows him to cross towards
Paranoia
the
buka smoke.
Smoke on towards the spike as well, just to create some danger that the opponents have to deal with. Already looking for the harp, but he's so desperately low, and Yumpy was quick to hand. A huge round from Durka, almost using that showstopper as a distraction. But his triple is what gives them an even score.
Oh yeah, he saved the day on the Heaven fight. Onto Dambi. I mean, the second one. Oh yeah, no, the showstopper did go too far. So yeah, that wasn't. I thought he got the kill ahead of the rocket, but no.
No.
He got the kill instead of the rocket.
No, the rocket was not close.
That was actually much further than it looked when he was clicking on my screen, but a little flick of the wrist, unlucky. 2-2. Vitality now face off against Pistols. Their reward starts out with an easy pickup from Durka and a spray onto the wall. An excitement. Well, then I see him step really close to a smoke versus an eco with an outlaw, and I'll be honest, I start to get a little bit worried, but I'm sure he won't go much further than this.
You know, it is Durka, a chance to farm, and already picked up.
Selamat anjir. Gokil. Menggokil ide, Pit.
Jago banget. A fake flash, but if he can build up to the next one in quick succession, he's not going to worry too much. A flawless round. And although this is not the most damning of starts for Nongshim, the thing that worries me is how Durka is playing. Because you mentioned that was aggressive, that was hyper aggressive. But think back to that last map. A 7-9 first half. He starts popping off, ends the second half 12-3. Like, genuinely was just farming. Now we're seeing that on the attack side as well. That's scary.
Because rounds like that, they're the kind of thing that will probably make your coaching staff very nervous. Like, those are skill check rounds. And if you miss the skill check, things go very, very badly, very, very quickly. Sayo's a little late getting the kill. They hit a headshot with a sheriff onto him. There's a rifle there. You've got an outlaw stuck in the corner. Probably 2 picks and 2 big weapons picked up.
Get punished, don't you?
I do. It kind of frustrates me when it works.
Can't keep getting away with this.
When you've got the players who can take those risks and it pays off the majority of the time,
and
if you don't get Durka hitting the shot, you've got someone like Sayo the pieces, then yeah, sometimes you can play a looser game just because you can back it up. You don't want to see every team do it, but for Vitality, they might need a risk here.
Yeah.
But Xross is the one surrounded and looking the wrong way in heavy traffic.
No idea. He had absolutely no idea how much ground had been taken, and it seems like it's falling into 1v1. The TP was stuck.
Gak denger dia ya? Wow.
The RB dare stick that TP. Well, I thought for a second he was going to be just some sort of cloak and dagger.
Sangat buruk dari Nongshim.
Eventually he's dealt with.
That looked like he was invisible for a moment there. There's two team, one ultimate taken. No one pays any mind. And then he TPs on the site, fires 3 bullets, and they're still looking the other way. What the hell? Well, as much as he might have gotten a few chances, none capitalized on. And for Vitality, this is a fantastic round. The ability to walk up behind like that in heaven, crunch on an Xross who, yeah, he looked there a moment ago, and he looked there a moment too late. But he left the gap, and that gap was filled in by Vitality immediately. That doesn't feel nice from the side of Nongshim. A round loss like that, well, no surprise to see a timeout.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to get the alarm bells that happened on Ascent.
Back-to-back rounds there.
This is now your map choice. The defender side is where they've done their best work over the last couple of maps, and you could see that a lot of these almost feel like it's momentum. Like you're having Derka get more and more aggressive. That was him running through B Heaven with a blade storm, getting an opener. And although you look at that 1-for-1 trade and you go,
20.000 rupiah dari Daindels hate RRQ, quando poterlar RRQ competere sulla scena internazionale.
In the meantime, the rest of the attackers go through
RRQ Puerto Airport. Sulito. RRQ Sulito Championi. Sulito. RRQ
No second chances. You lose here, you are
Playo kayo kemarin Sulito. Artinya apa Pak Messi? RRQ sulit kalau mainnya kayak kemarin. Ke champion. Kenapa bahasa begituan anjir? Kacau guys. Nongshim yang lumayan di obok-obok guys.
Nongshim have done some work in rounds like this. A nightfall there if needed for retakes, but they will need an upper hand to be claimed before they think about putting that through. At least I'd imagine. So.
Yeah, you never quite know with Nongshim, but I do agree.
Nah, udah mulai kemakan tempo nih. Mana setupnya? Ya, kok gitu flashnya.
Udah, habis itu, habis. Gak maju dong Vitality-nya.
With the Marshall, that was nice and relatively close. You find nothing with that. Vitality fill in that mid space, take it for free. Now, what do you rely on? Well, the reposition of the Marshall.
Ow.
Good tag. That was a collateral tag as well. Makes it much easier for the rest of the squad to finish off these kills. Xross straight in with a headshot. Another delivered on the Sheriff. And they're hungry for more. Xross! He's got 3 under his belt. 6 seconds left. The plant needs to be started now. There's no time to delay.
Lo kok plannya di situ?
Gue juga ngerti.
Gue pikir di belakang pilar.
Itu di nah Iko kata gue.
DNA-nya siapa sih ini? Main kayak fanatik.
Into turmoil, a domino effect that forced them into the fights of this man once again, and he just was not missing. It took the final man on Vitality to take him down, and by that point, the round was already won. A huge step up as well. You can see the excitement from his teammates. 4-3, a break back, a response, a huge boost to the economy. What a man who was
udah mulai fit. Udah mulai hilang arah fit.
I like the pace from Vitality. They want to get right into Nongshim's face. They lost the round. They want to get right back on the horse.
1, 2, 3, dadah.
They stand and greet
Yep.
in every single battle.
Cepat saja ini.
They come out with a flawless victory.
That
is huge from Nongshim. You win one round, it's a flash in the pan, but then you shut them down immediately right after. And the pressure is on to Vitality all of a sudden.
Yeah, it looked like there was a world where the momentum of the last map the streak of rounds from the attack was just going to give them an immense half, and then some individual brilliance from Exros, and Nongshim are right back in the game again. This time the operator in the hands of Francis, so
Francis tanpa Yoru udah improve emang. Mending doang. Kurang anjir, tapi Nongshim
the paranoia set up.
Tolong set up ya udah. Setelah menang Inter.
In fact, in the exact
Split
same corner he was standing in. If there's any sound made, any movement on that side, he may just be dead to rights.
You can see Dambi is certainly on his marks and ready to go.
Santai nanti kami kayak tadi ya, siap Wira. Siap.
Goes the Tiger.
Nah, gitu dong, Fit. Main lama, bosenin, baru bisa menang. Ya tadi gua
nongkrong dulu.
Iya, sama. Makan dulu. 30 detik baru lihat monitor.
Nah, nih saatnya nih bermain. Nah, ya kan? Base.
Is back. Udah nggak ngapik sendiri. Is back.
Double, triple down, and Vitality are caught off.
I love the traps that they set.
Midnya kosong gitu.
As well. Like we sort of set this team up that they are the aggressive team, and at times they are. At times it looks like they do just run it down into their opponents. But this was timed. We mentioned it. After someone shoots that reveal, you go, you could have done it then. But they were waiting for more than just a singular player. And although Profek deals with the initial aggression, it's the re-push that ends up catching Vitality off guard. A fantastic round from the defensive side of Nongshim. And while from 4 rounds lost in a row, they now find themselves in the lead.
Betul, mode fanatik lah. Namanya juga Fnatic Academy.
They're playing this game like it's mousetrap. Every step that's taken by Vitality risks them being caught in a cage they couldn't even see moments ago. For Nongshim, the defensive side especially, it has something special to it. Looks like such an annoyance to play against. And that's in the structure of how they set up the buy rounds. Then you have what started this streak being X-Ross getting a 4K with the Sheriff and winning off of time. I think they might have won off of the kills in the end, but it literally didn't matter. It was already done from that man. The work off of his back as players brushed off him like water off a duck's. It was ridiculous to see them play like that. And then they leaned towards trap setups. Before that, it was Vitality running at them. In the round right after they won it with the Sheriff, and they dealt with the full frontal aggression. You play slow, there's traps. You play fast, they're ready. You break against the cliffs like the waves. Nongshim stand tall now in the lead, 5-4. This has been a fantastic resurgence from the squad.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things was just shutting down Durka. We said it looked like he was building into that attack side, and it might just be one of those maps where he absolutely dominates. We've seen him many a time. He's been doing it for years. For the last few rounds, he's managed to get absolutely nothing. They've walked into the traps. And now the question is, how do Vitality react? Because you've tried the fast-paced hit, and you've been met by a Dambi operator. You've tried the slow round, the default, the push into mid and then fall back to B, and you've walked directly into a trap. Where do you believe that the gap can be found?
Arbi Tofrek ente, sabar.
Because especially go back to the last map. Normally once they took a pause, Nongshim went for this crazy aggressive ultimate.
Gila banget, gue tinggal ke toilet juga masih belum ada yang nge-kill ya. Padahal udah menit 1.
Iya. Nongkrong. Makanya gue Q&A dulu ini semenit. Nah, oke guys, kita nonton dulu ya.
Belum Ben, 10 detik lagi Ben. 10 detik lagi baru setup juga. Itu loh.
Itu dia, let's go.
A cloudburst not providing enough cover, a deep showstopper not landing, and an ultimate pop by X-Ross. He keeps control of mid.
Cakep banget Arbi anjir. Vision striker bos. Ditabrak terus bos.
Anjing masuk ke dalam semua. Habis.
To carry them across the line. Another very successful round for Nongshim, and it looks like Vitality are out of ideas.
Yeah, they are just they've gone for basically the same play again, like having this early slow default, thinking, okay, they're not going to have the same trap in back-to-back rounds. Instead, though, it's different. You have the contact set up. They then try to burst through with a showstopper, but you just have these players constantly re-aggressing. RB having no fear whatsoever. And then France is doing exactly the same thing. The second you think you might have a respite with Nongshim, you are wrong. And what, 6-4. 4 rounds in a row now for the defensive side, directly after a pause was taken for Vitality. Again, we start to look towards the French organization, the EMEA squad that maybe has the most hopes of challenging for that title. It is the same
LOL.
Dambi
Lagi
with a
terbang.
crispy
Masa iya 84 comeback lagi? Beda sekarang.
It's got to be frustrating to run into him no matter where they go. Now he runs into them.
Buset. KMI kah? KMI itu Derga?
Winning the fight out. Giving a chance perhaps to Vitality still. There's so many players here in the rotate. Ivy not caught by either.
Itu dia. Makan.
Ah, makanan Ivy.
It's Ivy with 3 that quells any hope from Vitality in this round. They remain on 4, while Nongshim now have a chance for an 8-4 half.
Yeah, I think when we were sat there with them 4-2 down and they took a pause, I wasn't massively believing they'd be able to turn it into a half victory. But now they're potentially going to walk in with an incredibly comfortable one. I don't know what was said by the coaching staff, but evidently it's worked out. And sure, I think credit needs to be given to Extros, that flame that seemed to just turn them around. I think it was Dambi just screaming his heart out the second that they won that round. And he's now been devastating ever since. But this round was all about Ivy. An ultimate even committed in the last round in the form of the Seekers. The round before they used a showstopper, both to no effect. Not even space was taken in that moment. And now you look at the defense, they haven't had to use their ultimates. They have 4 ready for this round.
Yeah.
It was him the majority of the time being picked off right away.
Gue kira di commit.
He did that. I thought he was going to stick it as well. And I thought no one was going to see it, but I think he's avoided death.
Ayo lo mau planting mana? Satu set hijau. Masa ke A tiba-tiba lu kena?
Ilah, kena gacha. Gara-gara di pojokan.
Lah, Derka masuk.
Lah, timingnya Derka jatuh.
Loh,
nice.
gara-gara budek. Wajir.
Gila, Extros. Adanya Albert guys tuh. Gila banget anjing.
Mantep itu. Sama Nightfall.
Itu ya, cara pakai pinik tuh guys.
My God, that was an insane round from him once again. He's had most of his kills in 2 rounds, but those 2 rounds have been some of the best rounds I've ever seen in my life. I thought the moment that pip drop, he was in trouble. It turned out that was their safety net, not being able to know where he is. That was a kindness that he was giving them. And he could see it again. Absolute insanity from Extros in this round, and a well-deserved half lead for the side of Nongshim.
Now that was absolutely fantastic, but you know what? I've heard we've got a little bit of entertainment for you as we go to the halftime break.
Yes, a little bit of entertaining here because
nah, ini hati-hati guys. Ingat ini map tempo ya.
Tenang.
Ingat. Tenang dulu ya. And I'm joined by Daphné and Jean, French Nongshim fans. Daphné et Jean m'ont rejoint, 2 fans de Nongshim. So my first question is going to be, I'm very happy to welcome some fans here on stage.
Siap.
Qu'est-ce que ça te fait? Vas-y, dis-nous un petit peu la vie.
C'est un peu intimidant, honnêtement. Et moi, ça me fait plaisir d'être là pour Nongshim parce que je sais que dans la salle, on est moins pour eux. Et du coup, c'est cool.
Et on est content de t'avoir aussi. It's a little bit intimidating here on stage, but we need to make noise because there's a lot of Vitality fans, of course, in the audience. And my second question is going to be, you know, you guys are French. So do you have any recommendations, you know, for the esports fans that are going to be coming all over the summer? Est-ce que vous avez des recommandations du coup? Peut-être quelque chose à faire, quelque chose à voir à Paris, quelque chose à manger?
Pour voir, il y a la base, la la Tour Eiffel, l'Arc de Triomphe, mais je pense que c'est bien aussi de faire le tour des quais de Seine et d'aller un petit peu sur les bateaux, etc.
Wandering around, maybe un truc que t'aimes manger toi de ton côté?
Pas un baguette classique, franchement.
Umbro,
baguette classique.
Cliché, mais ça reste très bon quand même tout le temps.
We have the best bread in the world, of course. Who is your favorite player? Who is your MVP in this Nongshim team? C'est qui le MVP chez vous?
Bah chez nous c'est Xros, le super clutch qui vient de mettre en plus pour terminer le half.
Et pour toi?
Moi, mon préféré c'est Ivy quand même, il est très très bon quand même, il a un énorme aim et j'adore ça.
Ivy and Xros fans, let's see if the boys can carry this game on the second map.
Thank you very much, Lou. Well, it's time to see if this story's ending here or if there's another chapter yet to be written. Vitality trailing at the halftime, and it might be intimidating up there to cheer for Nongshim, but you know what? You had an easy half cheering along. I didn't hear a lot from the Vitality fans.
No, I think that they're a team that it's impossible not to like. They're probably the nicest of all the players, but then you get a server.
Racun bakli sih sakit ini.
Things you're ever going to watch in your life. I think both
Prancis asisnya, oi.
good choices.
Aman Ben, masih banyak roundnya.
Dengan
This in the defensive half of the last map. It looked like Vitality
jemput.
Whoop.
maybe going to go into
Whoop.
this
Derke.
map with a deficit instead.
Ketahuan Derke.
Advantage isn't going to be the same again. They might need another pistol and already
Masih
dapat satu dia.
nge-kill.
I'll be honest, I don't know how he's alive.
Knife out.
He was going out for a knife kill.
Itu dia.
Spiraled into
Tenang aja.
Nongshim.
Lah!
It's a
Lo 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 lo.
22 HP, a stray bullet will take it
Waduh.
down. They can't
Tenang,
take the
tenang,
spike
tenang.
under those
Bisa
conditions.
toxic screen, bisa toxic screen. Ah, aman.
Still a paranoia to play with for Profek. He spotted them. The retake of ramp underway. Profek
Yambi tahu lo. Aman aman aman. Ah, ada yang lewat. Pek 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 pek.
Nongshim were both ready for that.
Si
Ivy and
Opek.
Francis trained in on the
Low 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 low.
Aman ini, aman guys, aman kali.
I think they saw him.
They've definitely seen him on that.
Cuman
peak.
timing yang bisa menangi Yampi.
Ivy was tagged earlier, but he won't be looking for the scrap anytime soon. An immediate rotate from both parties. Yampi a little bit late.
Kelihatan.
Ketahuan.
He's been
30
spotted.
seconds left.
22
Satu hit,
HP
tar.
with
Ah.
the instant shot. He's not going to get it. It's the pistol now under the belts of
Aman guys.
Nongshim, and they do look like they're running away with this now.
They were so quick with that as well. Ivy jumped onto the rope and then jumped off it, so he hears both hit it and thinks, well, they've both dropped. Okay. Even peeking in, looking down below for that little head peek angle, and then surprise, my guy's standing up on top waiting. Nice work by Yampi in a decent attempt, but grouping up for Nongshim gave them the upper hand. The reposition was perfect. That's another pistol under their belt, and I'll tell
Fancy
you, as I
di
said,
slow-mo
crowd being
gitu.
quiet, I heard them start the chant again for the second half in favor of Vitality, but once again,
Harga kapan juara region udah.
it's over the venue.
Tinggal bangkitnya lagi ya.
Easy time in the first few fights. In fact, all of them look incredibly simple for the squad. It's an eco from Vitality, of course.
They had the same trap, the
Entepek.
flash initially and then the paranoia through the wall for the defender side, but they didn't get anything from it. Of course, the weaker weaponry made that quite a bit more difficult, but also the passiveness of Xros, meaning he wasn't caught by any of it. And now leaves Profek, who, I'll be honest, a couple of kills for him might be a bit of a saving grace. He's been having a pretty rough game so far. Does he check? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he does. Okay. That's at least one. It's only the pistol, so not anything too damaging loss. And all of the players are pushing, by the way. Every single one of the Nongshim players have just completely left the spike. They didn't care at that point. They wanted the orb.
Well, you know he can't defuse, right? He's in front of you. So why not box him in, take him down, grab your orbs along the way. This is definitely got a different flavor to it than the previous map where Vitality had already fought back.
Kena nerf habis? Nggak ada alasan seperti itu. Not even close. Not even close. Not even playoff. Nggak ada alasan gitu. Kecuali kayak mirip gitu tuh kasusnya, baru bisa alasan loh.
Starts to falter here.
Ya.
Mantap. He's already ran up through mid, but he's taken a lot of damage.
This is a round that it's safe to say Vitality cannot afford to lose. Already backs against the wall in their opponent's map choice. It was 4-2 the last time they won a round. Since then, 8 in the other direction. Early trades back and forth.
Wah, Gatot bonusnya.
For Nongshim, so even keeping this one tight might be enough, but with Ivy and
Satu mahal nih guys, lumayan.
plenty of credits in the bank, it's safe to say they're going to be going for this one.
Certainly with how the rounds have gone for them so far, they give them a decent chance. The pressure put onto RB, good paranoia. They'll use it to TP as well, and I'm not sure they will have heard that.
I think so.
Dengeran nggak ya?
Profek was hit by the paranoia as well.
30 seconds left.
They definitely know about him now, a little bit late on the spam, but all the while he is just buying time. 20 seconds for that flank to come all the way around, running out of time, running out of chances to get this across the line. It's got to be a more aggressive play, and well, that certainly was aggressive from RB. They know where Ivy is.
Mahal nih.
Mahal.
Dapat satu lagi sih, oke nih.
Ya.
Just flees.
Apalagi Opek lagi busuk. Oke, menang Engel.
Wah. Menang dia.
At least secure Vitality a 5th round. A chance here, but a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, I think that even in that moment, the goal was to just try and take weapons away. I think they knew at that point they'd already lost the round just off the back of losing the spike in this scenario, but even still was a bonus, getting rid of 3 guns. And if they'd won that fight, it would have been a 4th. Still feels like a mountain to climb.
Nongshim menang ini that's it kali ya.
For the Vitality side and just looking at Exros.
That's it kah?
That's it. Harusnya Ben. 75%.
Langsung bridge, kita bridge ya.
Iya.
He has been incredible and
probabilitasnya gede.
run it back online.
Hanya probabilitas.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about this round for Vitality. Credits all put on the line for Nongshim. They have ultimates to throw at it as well. They've looked good when it comes to the buy rounds. They've got the majority of the defenders towards the A site, which means Profek stands alone. He's isolated. But he's isolated the duel to start.
Down B.
Not bad. Now teammates coming to help out. The spike recovered by Dambi, but he's going back in. They're not giving up on Nongshim. They know there's numbers here. They are not
dapat satu.
Perhaps they should be.
Sempat dapat satu.
TPing to the side, speed hard, but he gets the jump on Chronicle. Looks back to
Durka kan.
Dancing around
Pala glitch popnya. Akan meninggal.
Wah, jelek.
Meninggal kali.
Tenang, RB, come on RB.
And he's left RB all
Anjing,
alone.
six sense itu guys.
In Durka's possession. Yumpy at his back as well. They're now together. The high-low
Ya,
in play.
Bisa lihat ya.
The firing
Makanya.
squad, whose only job is to execute this omen. When he steps
lompat
into
lagi
their
dia nih.
sideline, the smoke will cover him for now, but into the fight he goes
Bam.
and out of the round. Vitality.
Ya, Ivy miss guys.
Delivered, but many more needed.
I think good initial work by
Kok nggak that's it tuh
Profek to
2-1.
slow them down. I think especially just finding an angle where he could
Wah, jangan-jangan ini momentumnya nih, Brett. Map Tepu nih.
Nggak jadi langsung closing guys. Bener. Nggak planting lagi.
That turns this round on his head. It looked like for a moment that was going to slip away from them. But once they get into that 2v1, solid positioning to make sure it was incredibly difficult for RB to isolate any of the angles. I also don't think his smoke helped him out too much. I understand what he was trying to do, but I think it kind of boxed him in with no angles to fight. Aggressive stuff from the defense though. Well, versus a low buy, this might end up being a problem.
It's an immediate stun by Dambi and the flash that came out from Exros. That is what gave them the upper hand, but push comes to shove. Somehow they're still holding on. This looked like Vitality were falling. We're crushing them.
Darby dapat timing. Ya, kena masih Opek, cok.
Miss.
Ini momentumnya nih, bahaya nih, bro.
Vitality 7-10. I'm starting to believe it's possible. A 3-round gap is where this game changes.
Yeah, we've seen this already in the last map. Desperately far behind. They then manage a mass streak of rounds, and although some of these have been a little bit tighter, I'm wondering if we might see that pause coming out once again. I think the Nongshim coaching staff has been incredibly proactive. Even in the last game, it was the same, where they were in the lead and they slow things down a little. Clearly not feeling the burn just yet, but I'm looking at that operator into Durka's hand. It was a game changer on the defensive side of Ascent. On this side, it seems like he'll be on the wrong side of the map. This is looking like an A hit for Nongshim.
Well, it's looking like they don't have much of a choice, Tom. There's no coverage outside B with full control there for Vitality. The only thing is the defense is waiting for that fight on middle, not knowing it's coming.
Itu dia Dambi.
Kelas Dam. Kasih Dam, kasih Dam.
Itu dia Dambi. Kelas. Spam, sayonara. Percobaan. Nice try.
Itu dia.
Nice try. Langsung save.
Cis, assist lu Cis, mana Cis? Aduh.
More frustrating than impressive, but gotta be
Kenapa ini?
incredibly frustrating for Vitality to now see that round
Ngawit
drop
anjay
like
drone-nya.
This is the Dambi effect. I thought they were going to build in and potentially use some of the ultimates. It's only the Viper's Pit that ends up being utilized in this moment, but a more direct hit and finding the isolated man. The fact is there's at least been some delay for the defensive side so far. I think Profek, the last round, he was able to hold the line for rotations to come in. This time, it's so quick that they get rid of Yumpy that no one has an opportunity to get in to support him. There's no way anybody could have found some sort of trade without, well, the same BS spam that we saw from Dambi. It's going to be another round.
Udah pulang. Kocak.
The pause clearly not needed just yet, and for Vitality now, with that streak coming to an end, they now have to pick themselves up again, 4 rounds behind, and their opponents only 2 from taking us to Breeze.
Toxins going up. Well, for Vitality, as you said last round, the isolated man found the one without delay. This time, they're going to leave Profek towards the A side, a man who can escape at least, perhaps delay with the paranoia, but not from where he is. Again, the idea from Vitality is to look for the mid-fight and to leave Durka embedded where he is. He's going to have a challenge.
Kayaknya ngeliat dah.
Iya dititikin kok.
Worth it anymore. I was about to say, when you've been spotted through the gap in the smoke, the value of this diminishes massively.
There, K.
Expected mid-push.
You cannot miss there, K.
Dar.
If you miss, we lose there, K. Ayo, der K. Dicocor der K. Wih.
Ngeri banget nih orang Kento.
Gila itu dia ya. Gak miss guys.
Ngeri der K guys.
It's A, it's A, it's A.
Clearly realizing that Profek had abandoned it, given that information over by Ivy. And they'll find themselves a post plant with the defenders fairly far away.
With the time and space lost by Vitality, it's almost a good trade for Nongshim. They're a man behind, but the clock plays as their 5th man here. The dog sent through, cancelled immediately. That's so much
Ini Nongshim buset main di belakang semua, serius lu planning begitu.
Reading those rotations, calling for the spike to make it over here. And now stopping the information game. Vitality go in blind. They lose Profek right off rip. Sayonara's down and out as the flood in sees Vitality washed away. Durka tries as he might. It looks like he has absolutely nothing to say.
Gila lu 4 lawan 5 cuma hilang 1 Nongshim.
Asli. To close this out and bring us to 3.
And this is something I've really loved about watching Nongshim, is it's just they get the piece of information they need and they will make the bold call. The bold call is to just TP into the back of that site. Go, I've spotted the rotation, I know what's going on, we can get a plant, and it's going to take them ages to have those rotations. And as you said, I feel like even the spam that he went for to deny that information, it's a bold play. If somebody swings him, takes him out, that's a problem. Instead, he's able to slow down the push, enable their own crossfire back towards the ramp, and then the players within the site are able to just bide their time. A 4v5 that looked like Nongshim had the advantage throughout. And now a last-ditch effort from the coaching staff of Vitality to try and save this map and stop them having to go to Breeze.
Yeah, this is one of the more difficult ones. 5 rounds in a row. No room for error for this squad so far. It is starting to look like on the other side of the stage, Nongshim are on a form that just cannot be broken. Seeing Dambi have this level of success, and yes, big time, I see you with your headset on, you're in. X-Ross playing the way that he is. He's doing a great job.
Who?
I hate
Big Time or X-Ross?
X-Ross,
Oh,
of
okay.
course. Big Time got lucky once. Smug look in his face.
Bea kesempit.
On Nongshim's face as well. 5 chances to close this out. And Vitality definitely looking more deactivated than the last map.
You can see this again. This is something that we've seen regularly from Nongshim. You take a pause and we're going to be right in your face, right down
Kena
your
tipu
throat.
lagi.
The second these rounds begin, they said
Vitalitos.
Dambi are mid, but this was all just a
Halah, guys.
And now Dirk is the one under
RBC full of experience sekali, guys.
firmly under their control. In the meantime, Sayonara has popped a showstopper that's achieved nothing. And although
Wah, RB full experience sekali.
Tinggal Dirk. Oke,
That's
that's it.
Supposed to be.
That's it, chat.
2 players already down.
We go into map 3.
Has to flee. And with time against them, now a 6th man it seems. This is looking done.
This is looking done.
Will be map number 3. It seems like we're going
Oke, GG. Skema map 3.
To 7. A resounding defeat dealt to Vitality.
12-10, astaga.
Home crowd. There might not be many Nongshim fans in there, but they've earned the right
6
to
ya.
get loud.
Gue 8 lagi.
Was a masterclass on Split.
Kocak.
And it's not over
Bantai
yet.
soalnya, Ben.
Iya, gak dapat.
I want to say like round 6 onwards,
Bam.
they took a pause. It looked like they were under some pressure, and then they went on a streak of I think it was like 8 rounds in a row before we finally saw Vitality break back into the map. That momentum that was on their side has quickly diminished, and with the likes of X-Ross, Dambi, everybody showing up to the party, having their moments when they needed it most, that map 3 really feels like it's anyone's game.
Nah, ini baru nih, ini seru guys. Cuman Nongshim cukup banget.
Great cast there and an excellent performance from
13-10.
We saw it. We heard the call from Big Time. Keep your eyes on X-Ross. Well,
Gila,
that man
14.
delivered and he was not alone.
Satu dulu,
Everybody chiming in for Nongshim. And we take a look at some of the numbers here. X-Rox's performance, 22 and 10. ACS is over 300 and 11 first
Waduh, kurang
kills.
1.
How do you have a bigger
Kok
impact?
kan cair itu gua dari siluman lagi.
I mean, look, he's rock solid
Ente.
on this agent since they changed around.
Tapi sesuai ekspektasi gak, guys? Sesuai ekspektasi ya. Map 2 Nongshim. Oh, tapi ini jadi berat, guys. Gue jadi ragu ini Vitality bakal menang. Jago sekali Nongshim ya. Jago sekali, guys.
Very happy with how they played this.
Yeah, this round right here that you're looking at on the screen, it was actually a thrifty for them. X-Ross, being one of the main.
Lihat Chen, main summit gak bisa, lu lihat sendiri aja.
Thrifty actually catapulted them to end that half 8-4. And then after that, they won 8 rounds in a row here for Nongshim. That really started the momentum shift for
Kan
them.
WP
And I really like to see how that kind of
izin.
changed their mindset as well to just be a lot more aggressive.
Coba tier 2 Nongshim gue jago lah. Regenerasi, bos. Bos. Bos.
Our side of the stage is the Nongshim side, and it was about 50% full. They're starting to file in, and I feel like as this series is
Regenerasi,
going
bos.
on, Nongshim's starting
Bos.
to gain a little bit more
Bos.
fandom here in the crowd.
Look, I'm feeling good. Show me French tears. That's what I want. Zoom in because they're going home today. You know what? I predicted Vitality. I reluctantly predicted Vitality. That was stupid. That was the old me. I'm back. Nongshim win this now.
We call him Lil Rock Jr. here. As we take a look at some of the best rounds, you called it. It was the Thrifty that set them off on a big run. Let's take a look back at how they pulled that off. And is it all the Phoenix moving forward? What does X-Ross play in our next game?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to wait and see for that. They do love that double duelist over there. But on Split, this was the round that made the magic happen. I think Vitality made a big mistake here. I think they were far too slow against the eco. They worked the map too much, really, and they didn't give themselves enough time to hit into a stacked site here.
Yeah, you can see on the clock, 4 seconds left. They can't even get that spike down. X-Ross peeking, getting that pick, a 4K for him. But yes, just playing that map really, really well by Nongshim, and it feels like just over and over again after those first few rounds that they started winning out. X-Ross also was on top of that, but so was RB. Everyone was starting to perform slowly, and they just racked up a lot of those.
Did Vitality make a mistake giving Nongshim defense early?
I mean, I think potentially yes, because I think they're very strong on it. I think Split is, most naturally been very defender-sided. But now since the double duelist meta has come along, we see a lot more teams choosing to go for that attack to set their own tempo because it has balanced out a little bit. Ultimately, I think Nongshim very well prepared. I think the map suits their double duelist so well because it's very contained. They can bombard you with util, dominate that space and Vitality. They couldn't get the op rolling. It's not big enough. They couldn't make that work.
Athena, as we get ready for map number 3, we want to remind the audience we're going to Breeze. If you're watching group stages, this was in every best of 3. Seems all of the squads are comfortable squaring up on this map. So talk to me. Is it offense? Is it defense? Because if you're looking at the attack, Vitality chooses to attack for a 3rd time in a row.
I mean, this is one of those maps that's pretty 50-50, but I like to think it's attack-sided. The reason being is because you can set yourself up for success with that utility. I think Breeze is more of a deathmatch kind of map, so you take the fights that you want to take. And I think for both these teams, too, they've performed recently pretty well on this map. Both of them having pretty good win rates on this. They both understand how they want to play it. Nongshim usually sticking towards that double duelist, and then on the other side, we have the double coming in from Vitality. So I think this map is really
cuma bocoran doang biar nambah engagement.
They have the momentum going forward, and for Vitality, if they can just come back from that.
Do I still run the neon if I'm Dabby?
Bagus sih, bagus. Nambah ini, nambah engagement. Kadang kan nggak tentu confirm ya. Rumor, rumor. Jadi perbincangan di komunitas. Gue nge-lag banget. VAR.
Nongshim, can you hear me? Go A. Big time. I've seen you sad one time the entire
Kudu
time.
Prime, iya kayaknya deh.
And that was when they went into a game without a Viper. Will there be Vipers on both sides?
Minimal. Harusnya Nongshim. Enggak, gua awal sih Vitality dari awal. Cuman map keduanya bikin gua ragu sih, bantai banget. Gua dari awal Vitality karena Breeze. Ini tapi bantai sih, bikin gua ragu ini. 13-11 kah?
Athena, final time to switch your prediction if you'd like to. The fans had 76% of them choosing Vitality to win this best of 3.
Okay, I'm gonna go purely based off what I know from comps, and I'm still picking Vitality. I'm
still going Vitality, big time.
I'm so sorry.
Nongshim.
No, listen.
I've changed. We're back. It's Nongshim time. Nongshim's on defense. 3 maps in a row. Can they seal the deal?
Cuma kalah lawan PERPERX.
We find out after the break.
Hey guys, we're here at the STC Arena. I'm here with Tomas, and Tomas is going to tell me what a Gentlemates fan is doing here today on day 2 because they played yesterday. Why are you guys still here?
To be honest, this is an association, the Gentle Suit, and when we come on an event, we just want to support our player, but when player are eliminated or something else, we just never let seats yeah, so we just bring back, see the game, 8-watch Vitality or the teams. So we just came back and enjoy about the event.
What was yesterday had so many fans that were here and it was such a great environment. What was your favorite part about yesterday?
Yesterday it was really insane, to be honest. I did not expect that for sure. And when Prox 1v4 was really insane, as was like all the arena, the atmosphere was very insane, so it was a pleasure.
Well, the mates are always great. Thank you so much for being here and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Gentle! Gentle! Gentle, gentle, gentle!
Gila ya komunitasnya ya. Timnya kalah masih datang anjir. Ngeri.
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City powered by play.
Aduh, pilek banget.
I think his attention to detail is very, very high. In the smallest things that most people don't know.
Solid, iya. Aduh.
Which provides more powerful pain relief. Extra strength relief for tough pain. That's one for Panadol Extra.
How do we say, I love you, without words? We help them feel safe and calm. we make sure they look and feel their best. We find solutions for their problems. And we do everything we can to give them the best life possible. Love is a verb. Proactive care is love without words.
Saling ketemu belum lah. Predik match ketiga bang. Wah judi lu ya. Gue selalu curiga anjing kalau udah ini udah kayak makan sehari-hari. Predik match dia bang. Vitality dari awal Vitality lah. Gara-gara map kedua jadi ragu gua ini mau Vitality dah.
Whether it's Riyadh, whether it's Paris, it doesn't matter because if you win a trophy, you get not only your name on the wall alongside a title that you've won, but your trophy included in the language of the team. And for the losers, this is what it's all about. Not only do you get your key crushed by your opponent, but it gets put into the wall as well for everybody to see right on display as a memory of the shortcomings of the competition that teams have had here at EWC. The dream, the goal, the battle is to win and lift the club championship trophy. For 2 years in a row, since EWC's inception in 2024, Falcons have been able to do it. But we're in Paris now. It's a different location. There are different teams, and the competition is fiercer than ever. You lose, not only does your key stay on display on the wall, but at the end of EWC 2026, another totem will be lifted. The crushed keys put into resin at the bottom of it, and the winners putting their name down in history, regardless of where EWC is being held. One though, Kev. It's going to be very close. Oh, that is unbelievable.
We are back live in the FTC Arena. For the third and final match here in the quarterfinals between Vitality and this squad, Nongshim, who is representing APAC. They're doing it incredibly well and big time. You called it correctly. X-Ross, our player to watch on Split. Is he still your man to watch going into our final battle on Breeze?
Look, I think he'll be good, but I think this is a bigger map. It's much more open. I'm looking for those supportive players to really make the difference here. I want to see Ivy have those pop-off games. He's done it before. I'm feeling another one coming. He's fantastic here on Breeze.
And on the other side, Athena, we've got Vitality. Who you got eyes on?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think Chronicle, he's been having some standout moments, but I think on a map like Breeze, I'm really expecting him to play really well on that Viper, being that Senti. But honestly, I think the story here is this defense side for Nongshim. They've been so defense-sided this whole 8-4 this whole series, and they're starting once again on defense on Breeze. I'm really looking at them to be really proactive, and I think they're probably going to stick to the double duelist.
I'd be shocked if they didn't. We do have the Agent Select coming in now. This is what they love to run. Double duelist with that Harbor. They're 6-2 on this composition. Their last loss was it to G2 there in that group stage. So did they figure out a blueprint? Do Vitality have an answer here?
I actually really like Vitality's comp. I really enjoy the double controller, the double initiator, just so much info across the map. Being able to delay for so long too, you're going to be able to punish a lot of those early aggressions that the double duelists will be able to do on that opposite side, as well as on their defense. When they do switch over, it's just a lot easier of a time to be more proactive on their road.
Can I ask about the KO on the attack here? We see the IGL Yampy running it. Why do we see the KO on his home map, Breeze?
Well, I think you get a lot of extra information, as well as there's some great cross-map knife lineups. He's going to look to disable that defensive stronghold that Nongshim will have there, especially that B-site a little bit more.
As Golden Boy would say, are you ready?
Are you ready?
Known as Tom Biz.
And as D-Gun would say, what the hell? I'm absolutely ready. I'm excited for this game. He always says that. Let's get into the matchup as we see Vitality and
Nongshim
6-5 on the third map.
3,
A map they're
2,
coming off of.
1.
Split was complete control for them. Full confidence as well. Looking at players like X-Ross still playing that Phoenix to carry that same fire through that they had on the previous map, and already you can see there's going to be a big battle here in mid. They found RB, but that man is not alone. X-Ross trying to bait them in so Danby can take that kill from the side, but there's the knife landing that the desk was talking about. A bit of extra information, and they know exactly where to crunch in on. Vitality dotting their I's, crossing their T's, but losing a couple of kills for free. It's very close when Francis gets a chance like that, but now Ivy's got a 1v3.
It felt like the chance faded away now that the spike can make its way to the other side, and that's going to be enough for Chronicle to close the team ace for Vitality. Everybody showing up in this pistol round. And I think an important breakback. That last map felt like they got choked out of it after what was a pretty deadly start. And then for them to come into this one and look fairly comfortable in this pistol round. Of course, you always know with Nongshim there's going to be some pressure put into the middle. Some aggression that might disrupt a little bit.
Go.
Yeah! Instead, though, it doesn't seem like Vitality have gone anywhere. 1-0, not going to be much invested into this one by the side of Nongshim. But their plan seems to be to put pressure into mid once again. And hey, Chronicle, he might have done damage to Danby, but other than that, they're all good.
Ivy's flown under the radar for a moment, but being seen in the end. Still, they end up with a pick. Fish in a barrel on the fire through RB. Putting us down to...
Waduh!
What is going on?
2 and 1!
Anjing, gila. Langsung dikasih 350 itu ya.
What should have been a simple and easy round. And after how this started, the confidence that was there in the pistol, how clean every fight was, they didn't leave a single corner unchecked. And this time, they are destroyed.
Look at the kills that are coming through. It's like people are cheating. What? 2 just straight spams through smokes, and then 2 crazy shots from Danby. One of these teams had an eco going into this round, and it's quite hard to tell which one.
What a shame that we have these observers. How could they not see those kills coming from RB? Disgraceful. That's ridiculous. And Nongshim gift.
Enak, nggak bareng tuh
They
keluarnya.
got pistols for God's sake, but the round that they just had. Then he's hitting
Holy
clean
shit.
ones like that. Okay, there will be some cost to this at least. Yumpy, nice flash, and even then, X-Ross ate that flash, full blinded even after the kill. That is a crazy start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm still recovering from round number 2. Like, just 2 blind fire shots through smoke, and then you got this to add up to. Sure, it's against low buys, but let's pretend like even if it wasn't a low buy, he would have killed them anyway. It would have been exactly the same. He headshot everyone. Didn't even really need to in this round, but they are feeling it. Oh, I'm sure Vitality are feeling the pressure. The last hometown heroes, the French organization of Vitality, who will want to be getting as many of those club points as possible. It's not just about Valorant when it comes to them.
Standing ahead.
And for Nongshim, the last representative of Pacific, they are fighting tooth and nail.
Ya.
The Ivy again,
Oh, tapi
surviving on the
cakep
site,
stunnya.
but the trades have
Infonya
been there.
masuk.
Alert position from RB spotted, and the B side.
Sengit guys, seru guys.
They've made it in, and the plant's being found.
Dor.
But they've stepped into the operator.
Kasih Danby.
Danby and X-Ross wasting no time
Come on,
to
man.
put this back even. Something attempted.
Oh.
And at least for the start, it's something won. Profek
What is he
under
doing?
pressure. I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone play this game like
What
that.
the
Guys, one more.
And
Tawan,
Nongshim,
gas.
one man stands in their way. It's Profek.
Si Opek clutch anjing 2 HP.
And screaming to 2.
Gila.
It really is an insane round. There's a moment where I should have said, oh, there's no way that Nongshim could win it. Then there was a moment, there's no way they could lose it. So I guess we kind of ended up balanced. I don't know if it feels that way. The 4v2 that turns into a 2v1 that turns into a guy with 2 HP hitting the last second headshot and getting rid of both Dambi and Exros. And you can see 2 very different reactions from the coaching staff. One excited, the other very much relieved.
Well, this is it. A best of 1, essentially, that comes down to whether you proceed at EWC or whether your flights home are being booked in the next hour for Nongshim.
Door.
Making that last round incredibly close, winning out an eco. It's been a great start to this map, and now they've dropped Durka. Yes, he damaged RB, but Nongshim, it's not an eye for an eye. They take both.
It's been a bit of a rough start for Durka. He was lights out in the first few rounds of the last map. In map number 1, it took him some time to get going.
Door.
Should be a very clear connection of the drone, but doesn't look like Dambi gives it. Damn, okay, at least it was Yumpy. He will live to tell the tale. If that was anybody else, they were dead to rights.
You need to flash.
They look to scurry away. Maybe no, Yumpy clearly felt like he'd hard done his opponent. Gave him another bite of the cherry.
Okay, Opek.
Dambi dapat, okay.
Sayonara as well.
Kill.
And now Dambi goes running back in. Ultimate pop, but they don't even know if he's going to use it. Has the operator still in hand. The B site open for business. And a couple of high-impact ultimates available for this attack.
Timing.
Caught using utility. That leaves Sayonara alone. He hasn't been having the best day so far, but damn, we know he can clutch.
Well, Profek died for this plant. He put the cove up, the protection there to keep Sayonara alive, but now there's no more help for this man. He stands alone against Dambi coming from main. Dambi's seen him turn the other way. The timing could be there. The reveal gives it away. Sayonara, time ticking decently in his favor. The shock dart for now to do some damage, but the defuse being stuck, and yeah, it's not going to be enough this time. Hoping that they would give him respect, that they would pull off the defuse to go and take the fight, but no. Nongshim have 1 goal and 1 goal alone. It's rounds on the board, and it's mission success.
Again, just the start from Dambi.
He's ridiculous.
The timing of Francis's peak as well was unfortunate for Profek, and then, yeah, as you said, they just didn't give him anything. They forced him into a position where he'd have to fight 2 of them at once. Again, what looked like an opportunity for a good early start for Vitality now sees them with next to nothing to play with Durka on a hero rifle. But other than that, it's only pistols. Only.
Gila, Dambi kena mulu. The next texture, guys, asli. Sakti banget.
Dapat 2 tuh.
Gak jelas banget.
Wallbang anjir.
Wah, 3-3 ketahuan. The next texture, guys, asli nih orang.
Ngeri Dambi.
Ivy's gone pushing. It's an eco. They don't give a damn. They're flashing through the body.
That's it. Anjir, nembak banget, guys.
Confident game right now is Vitality fall behind.
It genuinely does just feel like the second this team has any level of confidence, yeah, you do.
Oh, come on!
Oh, that's insanity. Things like that. We should be checking his computer. Like, genuinely, admin get up there, starting to look through the files that have been opened, because that is absolute
yang menang match ini.
I was losing my mind seeing that in the mini-map.
I thought maybe it was like a corner.
Yang menang match ini.
All the way over into the middle of the wall.
In the bloody tunnel. They were
Bloody
running
hell.
for their lives, and
Gila, berani banget.
Masa selamat?
walks into his own pit.
Selamat dia anjir.
Usually you send someone else because if you die it falls, but no.
Udah dikejar
They
drone
have no
itu tadi.
respect left. That would mean showing fear. What if I die? What if I die to these guys? That's what Ivy says. A 4 versus 5 seconds into the round. And of course,
Dark 16. Bad news, chat. It's a bad news.
They've got a man advantage already.
It's a bad news.
And although Ivy's used his snake bite for that extra bit of safety and security,
Terakhir kali saya main iya masih di bawah tuh 1-6.
I think the only choice
Emang jago di defense sih, cuman bad news sih.
To be honest, it even looks like they're saving. I don't think they are, but they're waiting now for more aggression.
Why not?
Always pushed.
The crazy thing as well is Ivy has been full dipping Durka throughout this game so far. Like it doesn't seem to matter what decision Durka makes, it's the wrong decision. Like be it holding an angle with an operator,
30
be
seconds
it
left.
trying to challenge a pit that's forming. It's irrelevant. And now they're in the right place at the right time.
Flashing.
Shot. Dandy clearly is human after all, but 15
Asli
seconds
gak enak
left.
banget.
Three players here. Jumpy trying to pad the gap, and he's done so, but there's still another player at the backside they have to deal with, and they do. That gives them a chance with the block, but the spike
Atas Yuri.
has to be retrieved, has to be stuck. Here and now, Hunter's Fury coming through, and does he get
Nggak ke plan loh ya.
Kok inget kayak tim mana ya?
A perfectly timed
Kayak deja
from Ivy. Wow, he almost had the chance to kill him off at the end. It is 5-2. They are running away with this game.
Unreal. Ending the round with a Hunter's Fury. They've got the cove and they think they're safe inside, but not even close. Could protect you from a fisherman, not the hunter. Tracks his prey all the way to the side, and that's it there. This burst. 0.4 of a second left. And Francis steals the round away. For Vitality, it has to feel like a wave crashing against that cliff. We said it earlier, and Nongshim, since that moment, they stood tall. It would take years to erode them at this pace. A timeout needed, as this game, this series, and their life in this tournament is slipping away.
You look back to their road to the top 4 in London. They went through DRG, they went through EMEA teams, but they had 2 stumbles. One to the champion and one to the only Pacific team they faced throughout.
Penasaran Leviathan Nongshim.
Be it their first
Santai.
defeat, their first defeat in
Yang
this
menang match
tournament
ini sih.
would be the one that sends them home, and it would be Pacific
Gue
again.
prediksi kemarin gitu ya, menang match ini gara-gara
There's no doubt
jagoan-jagoan gue ketemu anjing di playoff.
Pacific has had their fair share of trophies over the last few years. But Nongshim might be looking to try and get 2 in 1 year. A much quicker start. Ultimate used immediately, looking to try and basically just flood this round with ultimates, and that's a great start.
Nice, Francis.
Spike!
He has found a gap.
Itu spike. Lah
Ya.
iya.
And that gap has given him the spike now. Nongshim on their way, flooding back into the site.
Dibalas.
There's a wave.
Apa kepada tenggelam? Lebah? Lebah tenggelam, lebah.
And look for the fight. X-Ross is shut down, and France is trying to spur on.
Low.
Defend that spike. Puts us back to even territory, but for how long? With Dambi still floating around, a sliver of health is all he has.
Low.
A
Anjing, dapat
single
lagi tuh
shot, a
McD-nya,
wall bang
sayonara.
enough to take him out of this round. And
Low.
wouldn't be the last man standing.
Wah.
He is. But he wasn't against 2 with a single point of health. Dambi saves the day, and for Vitality, this is a round lost in a more conventional way. But their route to this deficit, RB spams through the smoke.
Sayonara nggak main, kuring hari ini.
Francis saving with the ult at the last second. It's felt like so many of these rounds have been stolen from them, and this one.
Gila lu, Dambi udah ada next tekstur ini guys, jago banget.
The thing as well is that this was the round where they go, okay, let's spam our ultimates. Let's use that reckoning. Let's use
berkembang banget gue orang.
Hunter's Fury to get us into the site.
And they got Ivy, who's been the problem. He's top fragger right now, or was.
But then they end up losing to a low HP Dambi, who was almost wallbanged out of the round. Even still though, they have a little bit to play
Ada
with in
Dambi
this
dan
one.
X-Ross.
Their Reaper is back from the dead. death, looking to take them down to the depths of hell. As that's where Vitality sit right now. A plant within the A site, a Viper's pit used. You can see how much these rounds are.
Apa sih gerakannya? Weh, kuat nih. Masih satu kuat. Anjay.
Sayonara.
Anjir, huge. Orang mah udah di nerf, masih jago aja. Hah?
Dapat 2 extra.
What the? Lah planting.
Itu di luar kan dia? Iya. Ujung 2.
Wah, kalau 8-4 kalah pistol, Vitality selesai sih guys. Mereka nggak punya operator, is done sih.
Continue to streak these rounds together.
The unfortunate truth is, if that pit had done enough decay, and by the time he got there, they were still decayed, those shot darts would have been enough. But he was on the wraparound, so by the time he gets there, all of that decay has faded away.
Gak lihat itu juga kayaknya.
Massive round for the team. And that's all the ultimates. All 5 used in the last couple of rounds for Vitality. Looking to try and pad the gap. And instead they found themselves further and
seperti biasa, klasik NS.
Lah, itu kepres sendiri atas kocak. But this time they are punished. Another couple of kills coming up for Sayonara. He's trying his best. 10 already.
Dor.
But they now have to deal with the op in other hands.
That's the thing. It's not like we're looking at the Dambi show here.
Dapat IV anjing.
Kelihatan gak sih?
Kanan, aduh timing, enggak kelihatan.
Story of Vitality's game so far, but
gak di-expect ini, real.
He's blindsided one.
Nah kan, gak di-expect.
Ketahuan satu lagi side. Lah, sama aja.
Spike. Smoke mid.
It's in the hands of Nongshim now. The position of Profect
pasti ke elbow gak sih dia?
may not matter.
Pintar.
He moves towards the elbow, but look at the reposition from RB.
RB juga.
Emang pengalaman guys.
Iya, dikira di spawn ini.
He's looking across the stage. He can see his opponent's screen because you would never expect RB to be there that quickly. An instant rotate. And Nongshim, they cannot seem to put a foot wrong.
The crazy thing about this round is you have 2 sides of the coin. You have this with just a prediction, and then you have this from RB, where it is just all about placement. It genuinely didn't matter if he connected every single shot in that moment because he was so well placed to deal with them that there was no way they'd have the expectation of him being there. Deflated on the Vitality side, and Nongshim, wow, you can see by the way they're playing, they feel unstoppable.
When I play against a team who gets 10% as lucky as this squad, I get an RR refund. This is ridiculous. Nongshim playing a game that shouldn't even be allowed.
Anjir,
Dambi
clean banget.
meets the first leg
Clean
of
banget, gila. That's it. Kalah tempo guys, Kalah nembak.
Sudah kalah nembak.
Seems like 9 rounds are locked in, and we're not even finished the half yet. With barely a bruise, they stand strong in the choke. They
brutal.
take down
10-2, ganteng ini.
Of the Vitality players without breaking a sweat.
Oh, they look crushed, and they're getting crushed in the same form. Their key may survive for now, but it feels like it's soon to be heading to the back of the stage where the Crusher awaits and going into the playoffs. We spoke about the amount of EMEA teams that were heading with an opportunity.
Udah kebanyakan sih. Kebanyakan ini 92.
The defending title holder fell. The hometown hero of mates went next. BBL may be the only one left by the end of today, as Vitality have a mountain to climb, and Nongshim
Dambi
flying that flag of Pacific. Look to do it with
dapat
pride. That's
Dambinya.
another
Here we
opener
go,
for Dambi.
Dambi.
Make no mistake, it's a packed house here, but it's quiet.
Dor enak. Gila OP-nya udah jago banget Dam ya sekarang nggak?
Jago banget. Anjir. Nongshim Master is back.
Dam win ya.
Wah juara nih. Calon juara anjir.
Mode Santiago kayak ini, mode Santiago ini guys.
Iya.
10 rounds at the half. We thought that split was a dominant display, but this is desecration.
Oh, this is, well, I think that's all you need to see. A calm, and maybe the fear in the eyes of Vitality.
Mode Bante Peprex, real.
No matter what they did, they were caught, and just the raw skill on display from Nongshim, moving as a pact on this defense, but they are just not missing a single shot. Predicting the movement of opponents. Every spam.
Kalau kena comeback gimana? Paling lemes playernya.
But there is no doubt
Harus menang pistol, langsung pegang operator, gas.
We're off for the halftime.
Tom mentioned there the fear in the eyes. I think we can see a little bit of fear here in Danny Engel's eyes, one of the big bosses at Team Vitality. Danny, what's going on here? Are you panicking? Yeah, you got your fans over there. Are you panicking at all?
Not quite yet. I think it's only over when it's over, right? And we have seen crazy comebacks happening, and I guess the guys can definitely make it happen. So let's believe, and let's definitely cheer loud over there.
You, more than anyone,
Chief
know
International.
how
Oh,
important
sobat
it is
quiet, sobat
to
quiet.
get off to a strong start at the Esports World Cup. Of course, we talk a lot about each individual trophy. They all matter because collectively, every single great performance you put in across all of the titles over the 7 weeks here at Esports World Cup give you points towards the club championship. You came so close last year. Falcons took the title. That's why you're so nervous here, isn't it?
Absolutely, and this is only week 1, right? And I'm already super happy that the boys at least secured 200 points for now. We obviously dream of 1,000 to begin with, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. So let's take it day by day, match by match, and this is one of many, many, many Vitality matches.
When we look back at the points total that you had last year, what sort of number are you aiming for this year that you think could potentially win the thing?
Well, I guess whatever helps beating the Falcons, I guess. But honestly speaking, I think we are looking towards like 5,000 points in total, which is so much. But yeah, any point on the way helps. Every win counts for us. And yeah, I'm still hoping that we can win today.
Sure you are. Thank you very much, Danny. Let's keep moving.
Well, there was talk after Santiago that their time in the sun might be done, but Nongshim have come back in today. They might not need it. They brought their own light, and they are shining bright down on that stage for Vitality. 2 rounds in the first half. This, the last map of the series. Often we talk about that as the middle ground. This has been anything but.
Yeah, right now it looks like the Golden Hornets have met the Fly Swatter of Nongshim Red Force. And they need to try and
What the hell?
That's the worst start they could have had. Ivy already dropping a couple. Chronicle at least able to respond with one, but the A site is under their control, and Ivy is still just looking to hold the line. Chronicle, the man with so many trophies to his name, has given them a chance in this pistol round, and Yuppie's found one, but the response immediate, and there is no stopping the Nongshim Red Force train. A pistol round that might have just ended the game.
Buried beneath round after round, but this pistol feels like the heaviest load for Vitality. They are now trailing, not just in the map and the series, but this half as well. A half that could be just a few rounds. And it certainly seems to be if Nongshim have their way. A painful loss in the pistol round. We talk about it as a coin flip. And for Vitality, they'll know the answer next time they're asked what's the most they've lost on a coin flip, because they are close to losing everything.
Yeah, we saw this at Masters London. They went out with a whimper. They started map 1 with showing their resilience after going down, but in map 2 that dissipated, and in map 3 we're yet to see them show up. It was a clutch on 2 HP.
MS sampai bel doang. M-nya
unless they
banyak.
can make this force fire work,
Iya,
that's all
karena
they're
Fit
gonna
kalah
have
ya.
in this half. Exros
Title match kalah.
patiently waiting. Him and Danby going to be in the Vitality dreams tonight, and not for good reasons. Not quite caught the timing to kill off these players just yet.
Well, they might be a big fish in EMEA, but it looks like Vitality are swimming with the sharks now. Nongshim pulled this rotation to the A side. They wrap back to B. The flank underway from Ivy. He's got them boxed in. Ivy
Annoying banget gerakannya.
He's got them.
B, IP. Oke.
Gila, disuntik semua.
Mantap, P.
Disuntik semua, guys. Supposed to be GG.
Abis ini makan dan berak dulu, baru kita itu jadwal main game.
There's no point holding on to a stinger, but at the same time, at this rate, Ivy might have a Viper's pit even in these last couple of rounds. 17-7, and France is there.
Derkanya nggak dikasih main, anjir, mandul, coy.
Asli.
Nongshim have elevated to a different level. It turned out sometimes going back to what you know.
Memang skenario Breeze lagi dan lagi, guys.
Can be enough to relight that fire. And the Nongshim Red Force spice seems far too much for Vitality to handle.
And this was the most impressive part of that first half, Tom. We talked about the BS rounds, and there were some of them. There's Achilles. Ah, look at him. Look at him. Stop looking so happy, Seth. I mean, we're here. We just love to see teams do well and have fun. That's what we're here for. But it was RB with his spams through the smokes. Danby's up in the wall. Francis winning with the ult. And all the while these players were stepping up. And yes, I think, I didn't actually look at the score line in terms of the kills, but I think Danby probably has overtaken him by now. But there was a point throughout that first half where Ivy was the shining light for this squad. He's definitely putting up numbers. And in a game where everyone else is having these flashy rounds here and there, he was the consistent factor throughout them all. That's the scary thing for Vitality right now. It's why I don't believe in this comeback, even beginning. Because they don't just need to beat one guy. They don't need...
Like dulu guys. Jangan lupa like guys.
Look at the game Danby's had. He's still trailing. I thought he must have overtaken because he'd so many early up kills. But that's how bloody good Ivy's been. So what if Danby starts missing? So what if X-Ross flashes himself? You're still going to have to deal with Ivy and the rest of them.
Oh my god, Ivy.
Relax, Ivy. They're already dead.
Pulang. Ya, instan lah. Emang instan.
10.000 dari @Shiluman. CYENS.
Belum jago kieu.
Gila, map 3 nembak semua. Gak ada yang nggak nembak, 5-5 nembak.
They need a miracle. They need multiple miracles. They need
miracle, nggak bisa lah, go next lah anjing.
If they're going to survive in this tournament, and it seems like their journey here in Paris has come to an end, whereas the Nongshim journey looks to be beginning. A semi-final spot, all but guaranteed.
That's it.
Danby looks to finish the job he started.
Sayonara.
Destruction, embarrassment of Vitality sends them to the semi-finals. They may be Pacific's last hope, but they might be the best hope overall.
Well, they might not have been the majority, but by God, they sound like it now. The Nongshim fans going wild here in Paris as a quieted Vitality crowd watches their key soon to be crushed.
Nggak ada senyumnya itu dari awal, map 3 udah kayak Brazil lawan Jerman 7-1 langsung tuh. Kayak udah kayak nggak ada harapan dari awal, guys.
Nongshim, the Sharks.
Kita lihat dihancurkan emasnya Vitality.
I wouldn't want to face this team now. It seemed like the second they made those switches back, put Danby back on the Neon once again, have X-Ross onto that Phoenix, it really just feels like everything clicks for this roster. And the second they smell weakness, the second they sense that you are afraid, you've already lost. Like, you could see it the moment it clicked in their brain. Aggressive pushes, dominant rounds. And even when you think that maybe you've quelled them even for a second, they're right back behind you once again. It truly was an insane performance on that third map. And well, I truly believe that they may be the favorites at this point onwards if they keep up that level of form.
Well, the Nongshim dish most certainly was too spicy for Vitality this time around. Let's send this over to the stage and get the key crushing underway.
Indeed, the last hope of Korea is still standing strong. Frostmisty, congratulations for this victory, of course. And it seems like you guys are in phase. Nothing can get into your head. Even though the crowd was massively for Vitality today, you guys managed to win. So how are you handling this, you know, having the pressure and the public against you?
일단 엑스로 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 누구도 지금 멈출 수 없는 기세인 것 같습니다. 정말 바이탈리티라는 강력한 또 홈 관중들을 뚫으면서 승리하게 되셨는데 승리한 소감이 좀 어떠시고 그리고 관중들 뚫고 이기신 좀
Kopelik ini mah anak kuliner.
모두가 평가하기로는 이제 바이탈리티를 슈퍼팀이라고 하는데 슈퍼팀인가 싶긴 하지만 슈퍼팀을
슈퍼팀 disinggung 슈퍼팀.
다음 경기 잘 준비하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, I feel so good to beat the so-called super team here. Honestly, I had my doubts, but yeah, I feel so great to beat the super team here.
I just want to give a big thank you to Maddox as well, our incredible translator. It's always good to have him here, Maddox. And listen, you said they're super team. You're so proud of what you've achieved here. You showed such incredible maturity for such a young roster. How proud are you of the resilience you've shown so far in the tournament?
사실 로스터가 나이가 굉장히 어림에도 불구하고 좀 멘탈적으로 굉장히 좀 단단하고 되게 성숙한 모습을 좀 많이 보여주시는 것 같은데 좀 그런 점은 좀 어떻게 만들어진 것 같은가요?
이제 2024년 어센션 때 이제 엄청나게 힘든 큰 고비를 넘겼다 보니까 이제 이런 세계 대회쯤은 이제 좀 견딜만한 것 같습니다. 이제.
Yeah, honestly, getting through my first ascension in 2024. Made me resilient. So yeah, this international land, piece of cake.
Congrats.
Amazing. And last but not least, a lot of people have been calling you a one-trick neon team, yet the agent was nerfed since then, and you guys still managed to be winning. So what makes you guys an insane team, and what do you want to say to the doubters?
이제 농심이 뭐 네온 원툴이다 뭐 이런 정말 여러 가지 목소리가 많았는데 사실 네온이 너프 당했음에도 불구하고 계속해서 또 네온을 통해서 좋은 모습 보여주시잖아요. 그런 또 팀워크와 팀합 그리고 이런 좋은 경기력에는 좀 어떤 것이 있을지 그리고 아직까지 농심을 의심하는 사람들에게 좀 어떤 말을 해줄 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
네온 원툴 팀이라고 하긴 하지만 상대 팀에는 이제 단비가 없잖아요. 그래가지고 아마 그 차이인 것 같습니다.
Well, you know, you said Niren's nerf, Niren's bad, but you don't have Dambi in our team. I mean, you don't have Dambi in your team.
₹10,000 dari @Shiluman. Mana ni onyol? Hiya bizets.
Pulang. Gila gue predik Nongshim juga Vitality juga pulang. Gara-gara map 2 sih jago banget map 2 ya. Map 2 jago banget anjir. Parah map 2 ya. Thank you Siluman.
Des loses et des défaites, c'est ça qui fait qu'on devient derrière un grand joueur. Et enfin, on nous appelle les one trick neon, etc. Le perso s'est fait nerf, mais tout simplement parce que vous.
Si Dambi jago banget loh, kayak tekstur loh, operatornya. Operatornya kayak zaman master, tekstur master.
₹10,000 dari @Eri-Siluman. Map 1 nyelawan di map 2 dia panas itu Brad.
Map 2 tuh gak kelihatan ini loh, apa namanya operator. Ih tadi sih bener-bener dewasa banget operatornya dah. Crosshairnya bagus semua, prediksinya bagus. Missnya jarang. Pistol menang semua.
As you're gonna see, congratulations, we're gonna head back to the stage. And I'm gonna get your first impressions. How does it feel in Paris to break the key of a French organization?
이렇게 마지막 남은 프랑스 팀의 키를 보셨습니다. 지금 기분이 어떠십니까?
이제 프랑스 팀이 다 탈락했으니까 이제 모두가 이제 저희를 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, well, the last French team is gone, but that being said, we were the conquerors, so I hope you guys cheer for us in our journey to championship.
I think you gained the heart of many French supporters. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. 감사합니다. Thank you so much. And stay with us because we're going to head next to 100 Thieves versus MIBR. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou, as we put a cap on this one. 13-2 dominance. Only one person in this venue saw it coming. His name is Ivy. Big time. You actually kind of had an inkling this might happen, though. So talk to me about the player. You called the pop off. He did it all.
He's so good on this map. He's so good on the Viper. He's so good in those big game moments, and especially on this defender side of Breeze. Ivy.
Oke, Brett. Aku saatnya meninja. Aku ada jadwal game dulu.
Oke, Ben.
Thank you for today. Kamu nge-mute.
Oke, Ben. See you, Ben.
Nonton lagi. Besok jam berapa sih?
Biasa gak sih? Sama?
Jam 6 ya?
Ya.
Oke, berarti. Oke, besok nonton Nongshim lagi. Oke, thank you, Brett ya.
Oke, Ben. Bye-bye.
That mental perseverance to be able to deal with that, be sick and be able to continue to play absolutely insane. I mean, we could not tell that he was sick. He just did such a good job.
Pacific has a squad into the Final Four. They will be playing tomorrow. Big time. You and Seth have been all smiles all day.
Yeah, no.
Why are you so proud of this squad? Is this what you saw from them back in Santiago?
Absolutely. It's looking like that form is returning. You know, they said this was an EMEA tournament. There was 4 of them through. Right? How many of them have left?
15-5. Gila. Div anjing.
I think they're going to go the distance. I really think they have the legs.
Div,
I'm
guys.
loving the return to form that we're seeing. It's been a roller coaster year, but here at EWC, I really feel like they're recapturing that magic.
On the other side, of course, we say goodbye to Yampy and Vitality. The second time they go out top 8, this time with about $30,000 more. But Athena, you know Vitality's got to be a little bit bummed here that they didn't get further.
Oh yeah, they've constantly been in that second.
Semua duel menang.
Second to Team Heretics, and now both of them are gone, which is insane. They're definitely going to be bummed, I think, especially because they're considered somewhat of an EMEA super team. But of course, I mean, you're looking at these stats here from Ivy: 370 ACS on Breeze.
That's not normal.
How can you deal with that?
It's not normal.
I hit 44% of my headshots as well. Big time as we look forward. Nongshim in your power.
10.000 rupiah dari @Illuman. Itu Jamal Yanto mau WP sama Momochan ternyata sebenarnya tapi gak jadi. Coba jadi WP bareng. Gosong gatuh. Oke papapo?
Fit. Masih kalah ya, Fit ya. Udah main Breeze masih kalah, guys. Thank you, man. Coba nih, man. Jago.
Oh boy, we got 100 Thieves versus MIBR.
Nongshim sih harusnya final, guys.
But don't let that fool you, because both these teams, they're so explosive and they really have something to prove, because again, this is their first global stage with both of these rosters. So a lot to prove, but also a lot to kind of make sure they can prove to these specific French fans.
And a lot of games to keep track of. If you're just joining us here at EWC, we have an amazing club championship featuring all of your favorite clubs from around the world. And Ginny is live with an update from the Alliance Vault from Fatal Fury. Ginny, what's going on?
Alliance Vault, where we have some Fatal Fury going on, and you're going to give us a bit of an update in terms of who's doing well, what's the club championship situation looking like right now?
Yeah, so we've had a massive overperformance today. Naiwang's come out swinging for Weibo. They've got their first points on the board in the club championship, so they've guaranteed themselves 200 already just from getting through to tomorrow and guaranteeing themselves that spot. And the same things just happened for Reject as well. Lagia doing really well and beating some of the favorites to get to that position.
I'm going to have to ask you about the heavy hitters from last year, 2025 EWC. We got Falcons, Vitality, Liquid. Any of those teams performing here and performing well at that?
Well, I'm glad you did ask, because Falcons came with 5 people to Fatal Fury. Obviously had to decide one person who wasn't going to contribute the points because 4's the max, but only 2 of them remain, and one of them's in the lower bracket now, and one of them's still got to play. The favourite was a Falcon as well. He was knocked out yesterday. And then we've just had the news as well that the reigning champion is leaving the competition.
Gak main, iya, gak main sama sekali, gak ada yang main itu. Vitality. Sama sekali.
Vitality, however, are they performing well? Is that a question mark?
Yeah, they brought 3 people, 2 people remain, but one of them kind of underperforming today, losing to someone he probably
Satu pun gak ada yang main itu.
wins against, and yeah, they're just not having the best times. The top dogs from the last 2 years not having a good time in Fail Fury.
Oh, looks like it could potentially be shaking things up here for the club championship point. Thank you so much for that insight, and we're done over here. Back to you.
Esports World Cup, cup. Mibr gak sih guys? Kalau ini EWC dihitung Pasifik selalu top 4 cuy dari 2022. Ya regionnya itu aja, aman sih. Terakhir yang menang Native. Cuma sekali ketemu guys. Native lumayan sih di stage. Aduh, ini sih kayaknya Native nih bisa nih. Menang siapa ya? Native, mibr. Kau top 3 dari 2023 Tokyo. Aman itu. Pasifik muncul terus emang, cuman telat juaranya.
Tried to read each other. Try to read you. That was good, no? That was a game. Yeah, let's play.
Aduh.
Yeah, we got more than probably you.
Setting nunggu BRB dulu kali ya guys, nyender. Lagi gue tiduran.
here at the Alliance Courtyard. Obviously, there's a ton of action happening inside the server, but here at EWC, you have the opportunity to take the competition outside the server offline. Excuse me. As here in France, we have two of the best athletes in the world in basketball and football, and what better way to meet other friends than through competition and sport? Back to you guys.
I remember watching Pokimane and trying to get a drop, and I was like super excited to get it, and I was just grinding the game with my brother. I started like really playing the game when I was like 14. Then by like 15, I realized that there is some potential here that could be done in this game. I started winning some tournaments, like local lands, and at some point I was like, maybe I could like go far.
I think he brings a lot to the team, his communication, his flexibility on the duelist role.
He's funny, making jokes, and at the same time he's like very serious and hardworking.
So Sayonara was someone that was really well known to basically everybody in the scene. He was playing in the Tier 2 leagues. He was looking fantastic statistically.
When I started playing, it was quite exciting. I was happy that I could be making a career out of the game.
There is no one that is able to bring all of those player skill sets along with the flexibility in his agent pool and still be able to deliver at the same level he does when he's at his best.
I said my family, I'm gonna be pro player. And they said, ignore it, go school. But I said, just trust me. And I trust myself too. And when I signed the contract, I proud myself too much.
He gives us energy, he gives us his aim, he gives us his brain. Like, everyone thinks he can only shoot, but he can do everything. Like, he can play every character, he can play every role. Like, he's a joker in our team.
It feels like people believe in me for a reason because they know I'm good. So I take it as a compliment each time and try to prove to everyone that I am that guy and I can play as good as I can.
He's kind of like playing a lot, learning a lot, and kind of like trying to share it too.
He's not a player who wants absolutely to be micromanaged, for coaches to be involved in everything. He's very confident in what he has, in the things that he's done previously, and we just need to make sure that we're there and available to do everything we possibly can for him.
You're looking at all these rookies that are coming to Tier 1 and they just look like the best players on the planet. The young generation can take a bit more strategic approach to the game while still having fun and running around. I'm so unbelievably excited to play on the biggest stage, especially here in Paris. I just can't wait.
Welcome back, one and all, as we see our players arriving here at the STC Arena, getting ready for another round of action at EWC 2026. What's on the line this time? Well, a spot in the Final Four and a familiar foe on the other side of the stage. MIBR was able to power through groups. They've made it here today. Can they pull off an upset? That is the question in the crowd. We welcome everyone into the arena. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside the lovely ladies. We got Athena and Kakuka. And Kakuka, I want to start with you.
It's because I wasn't here throughout, saying goodbye to Vitality.
Yeah. You want to say goodbye right now?
I will say goodbye, and I would love to say great job, but honestly, that last map,
it wasn't good.
We will be having a conversation about that.
It's a short VOD study, right?
Yes, the last map. The other two, I can understand a couple of things split, but the last map, something else. Luckily, as we're saying, we need to have the teams that we got for playoffs. We already said goodbye to 3. No more French orgs here in Paris, but of course, one of the Americas teams. We'll make it through today.
So that's one America's team already through. Another one about to be through. We have 2, and you have how many?
Listen, Athena, listen.
Was it?
Let's keep this up. Honestly, I'm down for this. I'm down for this. You know what? It's not been good, but I'm ready to take the punches.
America
see you in the final.
is somehow overperforming, according to our EMEA experts. But Athena, you saw this coming. Talk to me a little bit about the squads we're about to see. How has the road been for MIBR and, of course, 100 Thieves?
Oh, for both these teams, it's been a rocky road. They've both been struggling a little bit, actually, back in America, as they've both been kind of cursed with that 4th or 5th place seed, and neither of them have made a qualification to a global event at all this year. Both these rosters, they're very well built. One of them considered a super team on the side of MIBR, but for 100 Thieves, you can see it here. 5th in America's kickoff, did not make Santiago, did not make London. They've just been struggling, but of course that America's qualifier win for EWC, that's how they
got it. And Kakuka, they were the first team into the playoff bracket. 100 Thieves out of Group A was steamrolling.
Absolutely, and they were one of the bigger surprises because the rest of the teams in Americas were struggling a lot. But it was not the story for 100 Thieves. And it's crazy to think that they're going to go up against a roster that had everything, or was supposed to be everything. The vitality was to be an EMEA, a super team. But if you think about the individuals here in 100 Thieves, there's a lot of progression, there's a lot of history, and there is a lot of hunger. We've been hearing from Timotino, I want to see more of MURAH as the IGL. Of course, the coaching staff being from EMEA is always going to help you. But pound for pound, 2 great titans coming up here today. I know that the past, we've talked about these names and kind of been a little bit of letdowns, but there's always time for redemption in Valorant, and it's something that we have to appreciate about this esports.
On the other side of this Valorant battle, we have MIBR, and you were saying that they may have the highest paid player. Aspas has been dominant. He was a huge factor on Loud.
I think they have the 2 highest.
As soon as they got a chance, they signed this guy to a long-term deal, and as you mentioned, Zekin alongside him. So tell me about this roster. It looks like MIBR for 2026 is out for blood. They're also out for an EWC trophy.
I mean, this is essentially a super team, right? You have Aspas, you have Zekin, 2 of the best duelists in America's period. That's overall throughout their globals, everything that they've played, as well as just in the region. And then you're looking at players like Tex, who's just been phenomenal as that Senti, Mazzino, who's also been really good when he was previously on that crew roster, and then of course the IGL. Verno, he's been doing such a good job. He's been so aggressive as well with his playstyle. As an IGL, he's been top fragging. I think he has some of the highest ACS when it comes to this stage, but
you need to ask Deegan about that. Deegan is keeping track of the ACS. We gave him that task, so
he's very good at it. We see, of course, 1st and 2nd in the qualifier, but as you mentioned, you've missed out on both global competitions. So is this a win already for MIBR to get into the top 8?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. To me, when I first heard of this roster, I was like, they're going to dominate the region. And they should have. And I know that there's many others, very big names in Americas and very good teams that have been having a great performance. But you want to think that if the talent is that raw, you can just put it together and make it work, especially when you're talking about some players that have already played together. This was a roster made to win. So making it to here, I'd say bare minimum.
Made to win, paid to win. Can they pull it off? Athena, you've watched more teams from Americas than anyone else in the green room. So give me kind of the lowdown. Historically, who has the deeper map pool? Who would you give the edge to when it comes to the picks and bans, especially knowing that as we get to the grand finals, these are going to be some long series?
Personally, I'm going to say 100 Thieves for that one. They've had a really good map pool so far. I think they've only not played Sunset, I think, so far this tournament. They've been really good, and the thing for me for 100 Thieves that solidifies this idea is their comps are so creative. They're actually one of the first teams to start playing Sage when it came to Americas. They introduced that to Americas, so it's good to see them playing, and I think their creativity is what really pulls them over the edge for me.
One final best of 3 here in our quarterfinals. We're about to kick this one off, but first we got to find out where we're going to play.
100 Thieves, higher seed. So you guys choose Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So 100 Thieves, Team B. Yeah.
Team B.
mibr lost, Team A. So you guys started Vito?
We ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus ban by 100 Thieves.
We pick Fracture.
Fracture pick.
Attack on Fracture.
Attack.
Pick Breeze.
Breeze pick, second map.
Attack on Breeze.
Attack on Breeze, okay.
Yeah.
We ban Split.
Split ban.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent ban, so the decider will be Heaven.
We'll go Attack.
Attack? Okay, Attack on Heaven. Thank you guys.
Best of luck.
Ih, mapnya kok seinget gua Nggak buruk sih warna Tiff.
You know the one in the white hoodie goes by the name of Fraud, one of the original esports goats, now playing with MIBR. Let's take a look here at where we are going. Fracture, Breeze, and Haven will be our 3 maps. Do we get to a map 3?
Hopefully, yes. Yeah, every single map that we've had here in playoffs has gone to the 3rd map. These people cannot be any different.
Yeah, I feel like when I'm looking at these maps, Fracture is a really big question mark because both these teams have played it, but it's so 50-50 right now for me. It's just essentially who's having a better day, who's shooting back in the server, and that's what I think when I'm looking at that Fracture.
It's a little bit of a curveball, right? Because it's a map that is going out of the map pool after this tournament and into VCT. Definitely, you're trying to surprise your opponent because, as Athena's saying, it's not like, oh, this team is incredibly good on Fracture. They for sure will have the edge over the other. No, I think that when you come into, as we're saying, a competition that is so different, like the one here in EWC, you gotta get all your guns out and sometimes go to somewhere that your opponent is not going to expect. But you know, I want to feel like when they were doing the map veto, I looked at Doombers, I looked at Eric, and he got like a smirk when they picked the Fracture, and MBS, well, yeah, and we picked Breeze, and they were like, okay, I'm expecting this. Okay, fine.
That's their little plan right there.
Not
Masih ada, masih.
Can I ask about why the teams are choosing to play attack on both sides? So your opponent chooses the map, you get to choose attack or defend.
Not every team.
Karena si ini kan.
For a map like Fracture, you set the tone. The tempo on that map is super important. When you start
Summit
out
belum bisa masuk.
you force the other team to play at your speed. And I think on a map like Fracture, it's super important because that map in general can be played extremely fast when you want it to be. And you just pull a lot of those rotations, make sure the defenders are kind of scared, shaking in their boots a little bit.
I think that there could be many reasons for like choosing a side on a map. You can choose to start on your weaker side because you feel like today you need a little bit more of a warm-up against your opponent because you expect changes in their composition. Whatever is easier for you to react to and think about the long term. Everybody knows that Valorant is decided in the second half. Of course, the first half has the same weight technically in the rounds, but when you get to that second half, you need to have the momentum, you need to have the mental, you need to understand the game plan of your opponent, and that will push you to the win.
Well, it is time to check in on your predictions. You and Digon went through these yesterday. Let's see how you performed. You hated Digon's pick earlier. How are we feeling about it now, Athena? You got 100 points, 200 points here for the Nongshim win.
Just so you know, Kokuko,
yeah, I wasn't here. I'm like confused.
2-1 for Vitality, but we came back and Digon had selected 2-0 for Nongshim.
Yo, he knows.
We've got a 53 to 47 decider, though. The fans are going with 100 Thieves. Are you feeling the MIBR selection from Digon?
I kind of have to go with 100 Thieves because they have Eric and they have MBS, so it's technically MEA. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 100 Thieves.
She's riding with 100 Thieves, so am I. It's time to get to the stage. Let's get this one going.
They had an amazing French crowd, and we also had Champs Paris. And I know they're very active on Twitter. I see a lot of French fans, so I hope I get to see that kind of energy on stage.
They were a really good crowd. Like, they were very animated. They were having fun. They were excited. I was having a lot of fun as well, and it was very cool. I'm very confident. I'm always confident in myself. I think confidence is something very important in this game, and if you are not confident, you're probably not going to play well. So I'm very confident in myself.
We've been keeping things the same, practicing, making sure we're taking every day seriously. We were able to practice for a week before the event, and we were not jet lagged, nothing, and we were feeling really good.
I think there's no easy match in Valorant. How the games are played, and I think it's gonna be a tough game as always. I'm excited for it. I like tough games.
Yeah, I think it'll be pretty hard to face MIB.
Anjir, keselak. Aduh, batuk mulu lagi, guys.
Back and forth for fair, and unfortunately I had a really good game, so feeling very confident going into the match and hoping to replicate what I did a couple months ago. And yeah, just hope things go our way.
Good luck, guys. It's gonna be a fun game. It's gonna be a rematch.
You're not gonna get your revenge.
Kenapa ya batuk-batuk, lagi demam gua. Lagi beu.
neutral Valorant fan, this has been an incredible start here at the STC Arena at the Esports World Cup. But for the fans here in the building, not so much. Out of the 3
Pulang
games
gitu
that we've
kocak.
seen crushed so far, 2 of them were French.
Again, he's ruining the mood. Indeed, en effet, 2 des 3 clés qui ont déjà été cassées sur Valorant sont françaises, vous le savez. Team Vitality, Gentlemates are not part of the game anymore, but there's plenty more teams still looking for that trophy, especially, you know, that last quarterfinal. How is it sounding to you?
It's going to be a banger. I've got a good feeling about this. Our final quarterfinal, our first team looking to steal the show, and eventually this trophy. Please welcome onto the stage, 100 Thieves!
Ils arrivent fiers, les 100 brigands, les 100 voleurs, venus pour prendre les joyaux de la couronne, ou en tout cas, casser toutes les clés. Ce sont les 100 Thieves.
They've got the brand, they've got the names, and now they need a big statement win.
Made in Brazil is in their DNA.
Iya lah, udah pulang kocak sama Nongshim. Top 4 tuh. Gitu kalahnya.
We all know that mibr can create something big instantly. They survived the group. Now they arrive in the bracket with danger written all over them.
S'il y a bien un pays qui est aussi passionné que la France en FPS, c'est le Brésil. Ian, team seems ready.
Oui, oui, c'est parti!
That was lovely.
As our players get ready to take their seats, we got to discuss a little bit about what we expect to see them playing on. We welcome Athena and Kakuka back to our studio. Kakuka, this is another battle between 100 Thieves and mibr. We've seen this in the past, but Fracture is our opening map. What agents could succeed?
Aspas sama Zeken harus tajam. Siap.
Around the controllers, what type of choices are we going to see? Are we going to see a repetition of the last time that these teams played?
Verno.
We see Harbor, we see Neons, we see things.
Kualitatif lagi lumayan juga ini. Kayak 50-50 deh. Mereka nggak butuh cryo, masih bisa menang loh. Ngeri ini.
I'm really looking forward to it because I was just thinking, I was looking at Athena, the teams were coming out, and I was thinking every single team that has won on this stage was the second seed, weren't they? So
that's true.
Is the 100 Thieves about to lose now? Am I in the wrong if I back them? Because it's like there's Aspas and Zekken on the other side. Am I stupid, Athena?
No, you're not stupid at all. The last time these teams faced off, the 100 Thieves actually won that 2-0, and so I'm really looking
Sama-sama
to
iya.
keep that regional matchup going. And going into this map of Fracture, I'm really excited to see both these teams what they pull out because Double Duelist seems to be the name of the game.
Jangan lupa like, guys.
I've seen it so often.
Cepain.
100 Thieves, they like to cook up some crazy stuff.
100 Thieves getting ready. You can see the focus on their faces. On the other side, mibr has been a threat. They have always been here since the start of the tournament. The top squads have been afraid. Should 100 Thieves be nervous at all?
Bisa menang nggak ya Aspas?
Honestly, I think this is the best case scenario for both these teams. Having to play in a regional matchup to advance to semifinals. I mean, that's a team that you've played against so many times during that VCT Americas Stage 1. It's also someone that you know their tendencies, you know how they play. You've experienced it, so the nerves are definitely a lot lower. And I think also when the crowd is just cheering equally for both of them, it works out really well.
Well, the mibr crowd,
I didn't want to say
they got some kind of aura, you know? Like I've met some of them. They're actually nice people. I will say that about them. Athena, I am also thinking about something that we've been seeing all throughout the tournament. I'm thinking about the duelists, the Neons more specifically, especially after we just saw Dambi and the masterclass. Timotino versus Zekken is something that we expect definitely for this first map. Who do you think has the slight edge just on the Neon.
I think Zekin definitely does. Zekin, he's been absolutely phenomenal on that Neon. His ability to use that movement, use the utility, and get the
All in mibr, serius lo.
really good. Timotino, he's known for his movement.
Odds gak ngaruh gitu loh belakangan.
When Neon was first introduced, everything that he did looked really seamless. But for me, when I'm looking specifically at those opening frags and playmaking times, it's always Zekin that pulls my focus towards him.
It's time to find out what they're going to be locking in. Our agent select moments away. Kakuka.
Yes.
What do we see, and is there going to be an edge either way?
And now you need to explain it to me.
Is this a real brimstone?
You need to explain this to me because I read fracture, and then you could have Viper, but you like I see the value of the
Harbor.
You want to see something crazy? You want to hear something crazy? I was gonna be like, no, there's no way. We haven't played Harbor in such a long time on this map. You know, it was a phase.
Gak punya kiper, gak punya. Kipernya sekarang jadi Vero tuh, jadi Brim.
They were the ones that introduced Sage to the Americas. They're the ones who keep bringing this Harbor out in so
Mibr kayak Argentina ya guys.
What I'm really looking at is the Phoenix, Asuna on that Phoenix. He switched off that Raze. I thought
Cuma punya striker kah?
had really good understanding playing together with the C's and the nades.
It makes a lot of sense, right? You have the flashes, you have extra walls from both the Phoenix, from the Harbor, from the Neon. There's so many possible combos. Also with Bora.
Brazil.
This is the smirk that Toombras had on his face. He knew exactly that there was something ready and good.
Cuma punya Vini.
That's why he was laughing. And on the other side with MIBR, they're keeping that same comp, actually changing up Zekin onto the Raze, and Aspas is on the Jet. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Vintage, isn't it?
Yep, definitely vintage. Aspas, he's had such a good run on that Jet, using the operator.
Kipernya Tex anjing, gak percaya gua.
It's where we've seen him thrive, whereas when he's on that Neon, he hasn't really been that successful.
And even today, we have seen how successful you can be just with that operator, how annoying Dampy was, and how bad of a job Vitality did at dealing with it. Hunter Thieves has to be different if they want to win, because it is Aspas.
Yeah, this team, creative for a reason, shutting down Aspas and Zekin, the two GOATs, and duelists coming from Americas.
Players are in the lobby. Casters are
Aspas doang, enggak, Vero jago. Vero jago. Kau pakai Sova.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, here we go. The last
Kagak ada meeting, udahlah, tutup aja. Nggak jelas.
single elimination still staring both of these teams in the face.
Tidur, warga gua tidur. Yang nonton 100, yang ngechat 4. Bukan kiper, Zek, bukan. Striker itu striker.
Yeah, really interesting here that both teams making a little bit of adjustments.
Harbor solo controller kurang sih sebenarnya, tapi
ya
udahlah.
Maybe there was going to be a little bit more contact there, but Tex holding just a little bit further back, right in that fast lane, looking for a kill, gets one, can't find another. Timotino.
Lumayan kiper 1.
Yeah, will just be a tiny little bit of damage there onto Asuna. Could heal that up, but footstep to be made. Aspas, however, on that swing, dealt with. Molly now, top of the rope, drifts across that one, looking for the timing here. Spots out the player's curveball.
Manja. Pressing. Manja. Boh.
Oh, he said in the video that he had a good game last time he played MIBR, and he is up to the races already.
Oh, he wasn't kidding.
Nggak autoit.
Plus 13 on the
Relatif
raise
lumayan.
last time. Now he's on the
Soalnya
Phoenix, and
pokoknya
he's looking just
semenjak
as comfortable. This is really nice
di
work.
regional mereka
Heard those
tipis lawan
footsteps,
energi,
Gets him prepared. Does a little peek over, uses the molly to heal
berkembang
himself.
mereka.
Goes for the flash, isolates the players one by one. That is
Lumayan, ini
really
lumayan.
well handled by Asuna.
Fracture map jagoan mereka. Cuma kalau map ini kalah ya.
To continue to shut MIBR out, as they did in their last series 2-0 when they formally faced off, and it was the same 2 maps, but different looks here on Fracture.
Do you realize what you just did?
No. Look,
we're not on camera.
Yeah, but Athena and Kakuka started it.
Yeah, you started it. You just
No, they started it.
Okay, they started it. You just did a 6-7, and now we have a tech pause.
That's their fault.
This is what happens when
fault.
old men try to do young people things. The universe breaks.
Oh. I've got a few bangers in the chamber if you want.
No, I don't. I don't want them at all. I would like, unless they resume the game quickly.
Oh, then yeah.
In which case, let's let health break loose. But
sabar.
It'll be a quick one here. Seems to be on the flagged on the 100 Thieves side, so ultimately shouldn't be too concerning. So hopefully just one of those things, okay, unplug the mouse, put it back in, make sure that everything's good.
Yeah, man, the old IT special. Have you tried unplugging it and replugging it?
It's got to get the power cycle going.
Yeah, the easiest tricks in the book. But, I mean, looking to today, I think this is really interesting, and I personally like the changes that 100 Thieves made more coming into today than I do the changes that MIBR made. And, you know, having Aspas on chat is always a threat, no matter what you're doing, so I totally get it. And from that angle, of course, like, he's always like want to just take over a game. It can definitely happen. But I think from like a bigger picture, if I saw these two teams and I didn't know who was playing what agents, I would like 100 Thieves' comp more here on Fracture because of the Neon and the Harbor. I find to be really interesting and could be one of those kind of pocket picks that throws you off as an opponent that you didn't really prep for, that you don't have a lot of experience against, a lot of scrim time against. So it could be one of those things where you're not used to where can you position
dikasih
yourself
kebebasan buat
outside of
ngatur
the
roster kan ya,
high
nggak
times
tahu
to
gua.
be, you know,
Cuman sih dari kelihatan pilihannya sih iya.
ability to retake things like that.
Ngambil yang Leviathan lama.
Important, and you know, are you going to understand the timings of what your opponents are doing behind those high tides?
Setelah mibr main sama si Arjin gagal. Bukan rumornya, harusnya iya. Harusnya iya. Kelihatan banget soalnya ngambil pemain-pemain Leviathan. Aduh, mampet banget gua.
Time all the way back over in EMEA. Kakuka's still trying to claim him and claim the team.
They're still trying to claim NBS too. Tom was doing that earlier backstage.
They're getting desperate at this point.
They really are.
Teams are starting to run thin from EMEA here.
Lama niche.
They keep thinking
forward into the playoffs and only one remaining.
Exactly. They keep thinking because they do well in the group stages that, you know, yeah. Surely our region is back.
Who's that guy?
I don't know. Another bald guy?
Yeah. Looks a bit like you.
Yeah, he does a bit. That's me and...
He looks like he's more well off. In better health.
I would hope so.
That should just be a couple minutes before we get back into the action.
Do you think he'll sell Sentinels to me? The best I can do is 350.
350.
Yeah.
Well, no, 350.
350.
You gotta do it right. But no, I don't think so. He seems somewhat passionate about the organization.
He kind of is.
So, I think he's going to be holding on to that one. But maybe, you know, maybe down the line, if Rob decides to retire, pass it over.
Yeah.
Sen must be owned by a bold man.
Text funny, that's why Aspas won't play with him.
Order of duty, fire Ewok.
Anjir, bukan ada jago ya.
Get back on the Pacific broadcast.
There, perfect.
Yep.
Wow.
Teks di Leviathan mending, tapi semenjak itu udah parah banget.
So we should be underway here in just a brief little moment. But I mean, the desk was kind of talking about it a little bit. The entries here from the players, a bit more on the MIBR side. And I think that is somewhat to be expected. 100 Thieves, their first time on a stage here in Paris, whereas I showed this team right here, just at Champs, not too long ago. And of course, when you have Aspas on your squad, you're gonna have some fans worldwide.
For sure. I mean, when it comes to experience,
Corteznya lebih jago gak daripada Tex? Nggak tahu. Beda role.
MIBR is definitely going to have the advantage.
MC Cortezia guys. Nah, beda role.
Got plenty of veteran players on 100 Thieves as well. Asuna, Cryo, Bang have been around for quite some time.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, they're kind of been there, done that too.
Cortezia sering
You know,
smoke.
the younger players, Vora and Timatino, they're fired up.
3 in aim, they were back over at Champs.
Ini role pada bentrok-bentrok, Verno, Mazino, sama Tex.
They have that experience, so looks like it's going to be a 4-player push out towards this
Atau emang nggak mau main sama Kurt kali si Aspas.
Situated as Cryo's going to be lingering in towards A, and as he doesn't see any opposition, he might end up calling 100 Thieves back into that site.
Yeah, I think
Quick Crunch is going to be potentially here for, you know, either way they kind of split it, but it seems like MIBR starting to think that this is going to be leaning on that B side, but now getting the bad news is there's no scale for it to be.
Pop. Over.
Sedikit
Sedikit over dari keeper. Offside.
Still a good amount of damage dealt, but Mazino has the heal. His Tex is resting quite literally at 1 HP.
Enak kah? Ya, just oke lah.
Mazino, one taking point, is rushing forward. Tex will fall. Berno going to be gone as Timatino collects 2 of that Marshall.
enak mungkin karena
Stun goes through. Ospas and Zekken going to be cleaned
patch
up.
baru
And
ultinya
stand
itu
there
loh.
flawless. 100 Thieves start things off 2-0.
Oke aja lah.
You really have to like
Enak aja.
the ideas here from the 100 Thieves in terms of, you know, gathering info, using that well, using it to make those safer rotations, funneling the orbs, passing the spike over to the Phoenix, using that to get the run it back online for this bonus. So this is going to be a very potent bonus that mibr Los is going to have to face. They're not going to have any ults in cycle, most likely. Something really strange happens with Mizzino. But with Asuna already having to run it back in play and the Phantom to back it up, it's a very scary round. Did get a confirm there for Mizzino. Aspas and Zekken have to deal with this, and they do.
Quick dispatch on that. Now the spot
Ow.
out. Mizzino.
Ow.
And Brady gets rewarded with a second. Asuna dead as well. Meanwhile, once that approach coming through, they're going to try to split their way through this spawn, but Verno looks to try to hold the line. Sin on that stun. Cryo able to find that kill eventually, but Mizzino now just trying to push forward, lead them to these eliminations, and Mizzino goes absolutely nuclear in the round. A 4K for him on the sky. They will deny a post-conversion.
Yeah, that's huge. Honestly, being able to prevent that bonus is a big deal for mibr Los, because this is, again, so much that they're bringing into this round is so scary, but Mizzino reads the play nicely, just expects that there's going to be extra layers behind that run it back.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
And just wants to spam through and does a world of damage in there. That's got Fraud applauding. Very happy with what he's seeing there. And I didn't do anything this time.
No.
Can't blame me.
I didn't see your hands.
That's right.
I didn't see what you were doing. Just making sure. But, all right.
Touching.
Well, hopefully, another decently fast one. Go ahead and clean up and get back into this. Yeah, that's the face that I make every time we have a tech pause.
Yep.
Good to see the the cross-faction support here. Still showing up to cheer for some of the other America's teams.
Who are they rooting for today? You think mibr? The Sen fans? The old Zekken?
Some mibr, yep, support there. As it seems like might just be a cable swap. And right back into it. And I mean, if it's Mizzino,
Tek mulu anjir, iya anjay. Baru satu round main.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
If there was an issue and he still managed to get that 4K, I mean, maybe you just keep playing like that.
Right? I'd be like, well, even though maybe the, I don't know, the frame rate's a little off or something, it's working.
It's like God Dead playing with a tissue in his nose. It's just one of those superstitions. It's like, no, just leave it.
If it works, it works. That's all that matters. You know, sometimes the unorthodox methods are the best for the players. Like this guy, I mean, just think he started the meta of not paying attention to the monitor, you know, when there was timeouts. He just immediately leaned back, and now everybody's doing it.
That is true. Trendsetter.
Cool kids, yeah.
He locked in for that one.
Yeah.
Caught a little off guard.
He's ready.
Back into it. Not sure what Zekken's saying. Seems like he has a
Lama
disagreement
nih
about something.
Bobo ini, nggak tahu nih teknik kenapa guys.
Flag. Quick little double check. So I think we're just trying to make sure that everything is going to be squared away. Trying to get things going. Seeing some thumbs up.
Yay!
Usually a positive sign. So should be able to get back into the action here in just a brief moment. Thank you guys are.
Udah kah?
Hopefully we don't have any others to really go through. Otherwise, we're going to start pulling from the well, chatting about TV shows and all that other stuff.
You could, but yeah, you don't want to hear that.
Yeah, we don't want podcast time. We want gameplay time. So it looks like we are back into it. Seeker's going to be online now for Mizzino. We're still waiting to see Zekken and Aspas get a piece of the pie here. Killless at the moment for the duelist. And Aspas, well, he will be able to find one, but 100 Thieves find so much more. 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, this is just an aggressive push out early. So 100 Thieves
there,
kind of rewinding a few rounds ago
Laman
to the way
technicalnya
played the eco, knowing that they were pushed up north pretty early, or at least suspect it. And this time they overstacked that angle to make sure that they deal with that attempt to kind of gain that upper edge as the defenders on Fracture. You want to push space on the map, and
dropping spike.
100 Thieves get the right read and deny that instantly. That's huge. Now they're just going to take their time, slow and steady, have the trip behind you to make sure that Tex does try to get a backstab going. It should be accounted for, assuming it's placed correctly.
Verno now having to basically try to play around Tex's util. So far has not been triggered. Oh, the smoke to fall on Vora. More than ready for it. He finds that kill, and for Tex, there's not much more he can really be asked to do. Potentially stay on this north side position, try to find an exit, but going for the round win, certainly not to be. So we'll just have to backpedal away, and 100 Thieves will maintain a lead.
Yeah, and he knows they have a pretty good idea
2
where he's at.
menit, lebih 3 menit.
Up there on the way through, so
Fight-nya cuma 5 detik. Selesai roundnya.
that just comes down to, you know, are you going to be able to win that big fight early? You can have that little bit of an extra advantage, and they certainly did. 100 Thieves even get a bit of a peek on how some of those trips were set up on B, so gives them a little bit of extra info there, potentially for future rounds as well. Yeah, 100 Thieves right back at it, only losing 1 player. It's going to be Timotino with his ult, already 7 kills for the Neon. I can't stress enough how much I like the Neon on this map, how it makes it really challenging for opponents in certain areas of the map, because there's actually quite a bit of open space on parts of Fracture, and that's, I think, where Neon really excels. Yeah, but so far, just some decent reads from the side of 100 Thieves. And you know, I was talking to NBS earlier today at lunch, and I was just like, so what's the game plan today? What's it gonna look like? He's like, we got some new stuff cooked.
Ini
like,
ML Mobile Legends bukan? Making
So far, so
making
good.
left,
That's
making
going to force
left.
a timeout from the MIBR camp.
Making left, membuat ketawa.
Away. Push back in the right direction. Economy-wise, it's going to be very rough around the edges. Haven't been able to build up anything, so going into this one pretty damn light. I do believe.
ML,
so.
makan nontong.
See what info Fraud's going to be able to give them. Because, I mean, to go back over it, this is their map pick.
It is. I mean, I think from what you've seen from 100 Thieves, the response here might be something like, let's shore up a main control and kind of play a little bit more keep away around Arcade and Dish. Like, you know, it's okay to have 1 player up there maybe, but have them be willing to fall back pretty quickly and then play for faster retail, you know, like counter moves when 100 Thieves is going for their executes. I think that's something that works really well when a team starts to really over-aggress on that northern side, but it will be a different look immediately for 100 Thieves.
Awas aja dia langsung rata lagi.
That's the ult to back it up.
Kelamaan gue liatin parfum gue.
It's going to be 1 tap to that sniper rifle, so.
There's been some thrifties in the water today.
Has been.
So,
aduh,
we saw what kind
ini
of
kapan
rebound
serunya
that
nih guys?
for Nongshim, that second map.
Ngepiknya lama, sekarang lawan yang Iko.
Be able to have something
Nebak
similar.
juga salah.
Over the line before the moment. Fully gambled onto the B site. And all of 100 teams
Bang,
not
kapan
even
duel ya,
looking to
Bang?
try to explore that angle. They just want to death ball this one. Just taking their time with it. Now starting to up the pace. Being diligent, clearing out all angles. Util going to be invested here just to get the scale forward. Clear out the site. Didn't make it to upper, so they don't necessarily know that that's clear unless Tipitino's position, but either way.
Planted.
5 players now to attempt to retake Cryo. He is on an island comparatively, and the full flash is going to be connected with a happen. Checked him until the very last moment. Alphas will be able to find that one. A couple kills going to be found in reply. Sperno does manage to collect his Vandal, but push forward through the smoke. He puts it to use, finds that kill, but gets nearsighted by Bang. Swings the corner and takes him down. It's decent damage dealt. It's a solid attempt at the thrifty.
Aduh, first half-nya basi banget. Lihat mibr.
Again, 100 Thieves is able to
main apa lah di mibr, guys?
These eco rounds pretty well. Able to avoid much in the way of serious damage. And the other thing, okay, so we'll see if MIBR Los kind of dives into sort of a more southern strategy, but kind of curious if maybe it's just more of a default. Yeah, this looks a bit more like what I'd like to see, and the reason being that it's a lot easier to defend against A-site hits if you have A main control, and then arcade pushes can be really tricky unless they're really able to establish good control here like Timotino's doing.
Oh, hello. Not sure
where is the info? Where is the
Sprinting
info?
out, no idea
Ferno.
where that Neon had gotten to. Meanwhile, drop down right to his face, and Hotspot greets him. Hop shot to the skull, Asuna now dead. Trying to find a little bit more, but that's to run it back out of the equation now. Actually going to make this a little bit easier as the orbital strike will stop him from getting the planting in play as well. Good time buying the rotation now, coming in for Texas. Timotino riding up the rope, gets himself situated on the rafter. Looks like all of MIBR. Looking to try to push out a spawn side, Texas splitting away. It's going to be tough to try to hold this line though. A little bit of damage going to be suffered around the back there from Bang, but overall is able to avoid it, and Texas gun barrel should have been spotted, and yep, he's going to be able to have the one dead. Swing in the corner, second now eliminated as well. Cryo holding things down, given that you have this operator, you now need to try to save it. But they are just on top of him. Left, right, and center, 100 Thieves. Fanning out, playing around each other gorgeously. Continue to find another massive round win as the operator is ripped out of the hands of Aspas.
Yeah, it's a really nice idea. Using
duel mulu.
the neon ult
Ya ini
to
kalau
create
saya
a bunch of space
keambil
and a bunch of
gimana
pressure
ini?
that MIBR Los has to react to, and then a quick pivot over to the A site, which they had abandoned.
Masuk
so
site
A
gratis
became
mulu.
open for you
Anjir.
to just slow push through, and I think you're seeing a lot of the good ideas with the Cove.
I mean, that's never the reaction you want to see if you're on the other side of the stage.
That's that, oh, I knew what you were doing before you did it.
Not only that, but you're not even really giving him a sweat.
Ya, duel kalah.
They're toying with him. The game plan here is really, really good from 100 Thieves.
And now you've got Cryo inserted from that arcade side, intercepts Verno. Sees the connect, pulling Tex over to the side, out into the open, Decayed down, Asuna collects the kill. And Cryo not quite going to be able to win this one out, so weapon can be collected. But he's not going to get the chance to use it, not in this round at the very least. And again, just swing back around, okay. I thought he was just gonna hightail it out, save this one. Just managed to find a kill, but will not be able to retain it after all. As Timotino strikes him down, that's 6 already collected for 100 Thieves, and now that pressure is building up if you're MIBR Los to have to invest that second time out.
Yeah, it is one of those situations where on a map that
Balik
can be
setelan
difficult on the
pabrik nih,
defender
Bah.
side, you really want to try to eke out every advantage possible here in this first half. So might be not too long before Fraud has to get involved again, but I mean, okay, again, you're on an eco, so 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves has a great read. They know exactly what MIBR Los wants to do before they do it. Here again, Aspas going to try to maintain that A main control. Will, at least with a little bit of a puff of the chest, thwart that initial attempt, but again, 100 Thieves, contact, rotate. If you don't like the look you get on the first one, go to plan B.
Kiper kejebolan mulu.
Once again,
Striker juga jebol terus. Semua jebol, guys.
Waiting for this nightfall to clear some space for him, and he's looking for
yang main cuma si Mazino anjing.
Will plow forward, pinned to the corner. Verno able to hold his own, keeps himself alive, eats a little bit of damage. Heals are there. Mazino top back up. Has the Seeker's
Akhirnya.
spray and pray, actually. He's having a solid
Masa
idea of where
iya?
Bora would be. He's able to find that kill, and Bang going to be distracted by the tripwire. It's getting struck down. Now suddenly, it is just Cryo. Well, maybe I don't go up the rope. Just get sucked in behind this box. But they're dialed in, ready to multi-man swing, and it's a big round
Keeper,
for Tex,
kamu.
a 4K to get MIBR a second round win on the board.
Well, I think here as 100 Thieves, you're probably a little bit frustrated with that round that, you know, maybe you got a little bit too close to the vest. Oh my God. It was all just through the high tide. I mean, just understanding where players might be on that site and just spamming through. So you're going to have to be a little bit more disciplined here with your positioning as 100 Thieves behind that high tide. It seems
L-nya
so
apa?
safe with
Lose.
how much it covers.
Welcome back, Moru. Tiger join lagi,
The way
Moru.
the players have gotten so good at spamming through smokes, not the safety that you'd like.
L-nya lawak.
This is all to play him in. That boom bot. Oh, tailwind forward does get the connection. Timotino going to be tagged down to 45. So still value going to be found as well as deep control here at A main.
Got to grab that spike and shift it on over.
And barring you getting pinched from north side, you have to feel very comfortable at the moment As MIBR lost, the spike is going to be heading more towards B.
For sure. And I wonder if 100 Thieves is going to have that comfort to try to take the zip, but I mean, it's being cleared by Cryo here. Did check it, but instead they're just going to try for the crunch again. That same 4-1 split. It's just the thing is you can lean so heavily towards this B side. Osbos's position is so deep.
3 players. As there's the spam, and Zekin will get himself on the board. Showstopper now going to be online.
Tripwire destroyed.
Closing out from here is 100 Thieves. Starting to look less and less likely. Reckoning, however, is going to be invested. No players at Canteen. Swinging that corner, though, and not being able to get the blind on those players. They're still able to trade that back. Showstopper up and over the top, and Vora! Oh, he sniped him out of the sky!
Launching smoke.
It felt like Zekin was staring at Asuna for an age, but he still never managed to get the rocket out. Oh. We're now over to spare their blushes, the quick peek, the shot, and now Aspas to clutch it out. Swap of the weapon, knows exactly where Cryo is. The defuse being held, but the swing is there, and Aspas fast on the draw, but Cryo is just so favored in that position. Denies him the heroics, denies him that clutch. The struggle will continue.
Man, this is tough, dude. Like, as
One
you play this really nicely. The macro is really, really good. The setup there.
Rp50.000 dari Orca. Ini biar ada semangatnya dikit prop by the way. Asuna jaya 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 jaya.
Asuna jaya jaya jaya. Gue bukan yang nggak semangat. Pilek. Thank you ya. Pilek. Cuman kayak gemes gitu loh lihat mibr guys. Thank you Ca. Thank you mau ibu ya.
Damage again though on Timotino. He's got 2 HP this time.
Aduh.
Operator. 2 HP is 100 HP.
Operatornya nggak kayak Dambi.
There's a lot of phantoms and a stinger on the other side.
That's true. It is actually very scary.
Stiff breeze would be enough to
bikin
just
sakit
finish
ke
him off.
badan. Padahal nggak hujan loh. Pilek banget ini gua.
Yeah,
Mampet.
very true. Could end up being the case. He's going to still put his life on the line, try to play that entry. Asuna making some noise over here. Gets that smoke out. Grabs the orb. 1 charge away from another run back. Meanwhile, Timotino making that noise. Vaughn having to be cleared. So far, Texas position not going to be scouted. Watching over towards main. Swing out now, they know about it. It's going to be Mazina from behind, able to strike him down. But look at the kills immediately in reply. 100 Thieves able to find 2. The blind connecting, and Vora profiting finds himself. Asuna just bounding around the corner, looking for that spot out. Didn't manage to see him, but should be decently suspicious that they're going to be tucked.
Well, and it gives you so much time to position yourselves in these annoying crossfires. High-low between the left and the right. 1 in main, 1 in drop. I think it's got to be a save.
It absolutely has to be.
Down.
You've got no further economy behind this, that operator. Scrounging together to be able to collect another one into this round.
Pantes isi grupnya begini.
Will be retained. 100 Thieves
Early exit sama AG.
Trying to take the weapons away. They're more than satisfied.
Emang grup paling kocak ini. Yang paling parah kagak ada yang menang nih. Ada 1 tim yang nggak menang nih lawan grup kocak.
Very similar to what we were seeing from Nongshim on that breeze. It's just dominance.
Yeah, and it's likely to continue because 100 Thieves is into an alt cycle and MIBR Los is not. Like, you're 1 away from the Nightfall, you're like 2 away from an overdrive here, you already have a neural theft, whereas I think the closest any MIBR player is like 2 or 3 away from their next ult, so...
Masih mending RRQ nggak juga.
You need to take a thought about this as MIBR, and they will. Absolutely the right call, because I don't know, I mean, what's got to be frustrating again right now is I've seen a couple rounds where some of the macro ideas are pretty good for MIBR Los, and they're still losing. I mean, that's when you know you're in real trouble. Is when you outcall your opponent and you still are losing rounds. I mean, it's not all the time. I'd say 100 Thieves still has an advantage.
Yeah.
But it is Fracture, and I expect the attackers to have that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, that is another consideration. Obviously, attacker side of this map, a lot of times we're going to be seeing the teams
betul, map attacker, cuman kan lu punya aspas di attack-nya.
4 on the defender side still feels really rough. You have to have one hell of an attacker side, but the shots just haven't really been connecting.
Yeah. Other than when they spam through smokes.
Yeah, so unless they're going to really be able to get warmed up, I'm right there with you. Feeling like this might just be curtains for Fracture.
And Breeze is a map that 100 Thieves is very good at.
Ada yang mau,
iya
ada kayak.
EWC, they beat mibr Los on it back in Americas, so.
Kan lu punya aspas, bukannya merendahkan aspas ya, tapi lihat Zekennya satu, yang bukain pasti Zeken guys. Yang bukain 1 kill. Mandul anjing.
He's ready for that.
They're ready for it this time. Timotino avoiding taking that early damage. They're the Prowler as well. They know that it's multi-man presence today.
There.
But again, look at the calling. Rotating Ospas over, trying to get that operator in a position before they can get clustered for this attack on the B. So again, mibr Los do have the right read. They're rotating around the map properly. Just a matter of can they do anything about it. Inverno says, yes, we can. Bang going to be taken down in a second, able to find another. That Bucky picking out Timotino.
Going up.
Peek forward from Asuna. Look at the heals going through. Is Zekin desperately trying to tag these players at Canteen? Asuna scaled forward. Back of Jen. He's able to clean up 2 eliminations there. And now they're just parting ways. Split through the defender's spawn. 100 Thieves get themselves over to an open A site.
Tech should be able to scoop up a gun. There he goes. Okay. Still a chance here. No targets for that neural theft though, but Vora, excuse me, sitting on that Nightfall.
Second has jumped the trip.
Oh!
He managed to leap over it, I think, with a satchel. But swing timing from Cryo is absolutely gorgeous. And now Zekin is all alone. Opens the door for the check, trying to see if he can catch him there in the back, but he's already repositioned, and now he's got no clue, no real idea. Cryo on the jump peak. He's making a distraction for Vora to kill him from on high. A 9th round win for 100 Thieves. And we might just have another 10-2 scoreline at the half.
That guy's got to like what he's seeing. An Asuna fan, and he is having a great map. All of 100 Thieves is. So this is another round, and now I'm starting to piece together like the backup plans for 100 Thieves. Like, well, if we can't get on B site, pressure Canteen and see what we can make happen out
Keeper
of it.
boy, keeper boy.
Where they've been able to utilize that space effectively because mibr Los isn't really
ada yang
ada
yang
there consistently, and they've been able to scale up in towards
map yang kok gini aneh sebenarnya map pilihannya Wanatif juga loh.
Rp10.000 dari Kazer. Menurut Aspas overrated gak bang?
Nggak ada yang rating tinggi Aspas sih di season ini.
Takes a more measured approach. Does open up for the orb to get
rating
taken.
Terbaiknya emang
camera. Spawning out double.
Tahun kemarin, tahun ini jelek. Nggak ada yang bisa bikin dia enak main. Nggak bakal gimana dia.
Cage pop, no noise being heard, but Timotino on that peak, able to find Zekin.
Kalau sekarang ada yang ngomong overrated terlalu meninggikan ya overrated. Kalau buat gue udah biasa sih. Udah ada team play sekarang, udah nggak bisa one man army kayak dulu.
It's the last round of the half. They have to try to play this out. But it's a 2v5.
Spike planted.
To simply get up to 3, and Bang is already in the back lines. Looking for a monstrous flank. Tex has already swung the corner, so he will go for the strike. Can't get a break of that line of sight, but Tex is just going to be overwhelmed.
Bukannya dibilang problem, nggak bisa ngomong sih bro.
10-2.
Kayak lu masih ada lolos EWC-nya juga, serba salah kecuali gak lolos sama sekali apapun deh. Tapi ya kalau tahun ini gak lolos ya karena emang pemilihan pemainnya sih terlalu idealisme ya.
Focus up for your opponent's map pick. Could just end up being one of those circumstances where you've really overcompensated for your enemy's map selection based on what you expect to be
sama kondisinya, RRQ sama mibr tuh sama kondisinya.
That they're going to have a very strong breeze.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still a A lot to work on here for MIBR Low.
Same condition mereka berdua.
Confidence that 100 Thieves has, but we're going to send it down to the stage. Lou has a very special guest with MIBR's performance coach.
Thank you, boys. Et en effet, c'est un petit peu compliqué pour MIBR sur cette carte de Fracture. It's been tough for the boys here on Fracture, but I'm now joined by Fernando, the MIBR manager. And I wanted to ask you because we are all wondering, is it about babysitting? Is it about being a
Sama kondisinya. Kayak tahun lalu ujungnya bawa history. Crazy guy bisa bawa Anarchy Regional 2025. Sama, mibr juga gitu. Lolos ke champs. Karena Aspas top frag gitu. Sama. Kondisinya sama.
And I think this team is pretty good. It's pretty resilient. They are really professionals. So I feel like
punya problem masing-masing.
We're going to be fighting together, we're supporting each other, and we're going to go back either in this map or the other.
Sama-sama ya, Halo berapa lo?
Donc première question, dans ces moments un peu compliqués, toi en tant que manager, comment tu arrives à les aider? Bah moi je suis pas du tout pour le babysitting, pour gâter un peu mes joueurs. Au contraire, c'est des joueurs qui sont très responsables, très professionnels. Donc que ce soit sur cette map là ou la prochaine, dans tous les cas, ça ira. And I wanted to get to know a little bit more your players, you know, because you have all the insights, right? Who's like the high maintenance in the team? Who's maybe, you know, the clown? Who wakes up the latest? What do you have to share with us?
All right, definitely the high maintenance is Verno for sure. Like he really likes the things his way, and it's really funny, and we learn to like him a lot.
RRQ punya Jemkin.
And I feel like I think the funniest
Saya akan lawan.
Deacon and Tex, they are so chill about it, and Mazino and Aspas are so focused. So yeah, they're professional.
Professionals indeed. Second and Tex, the clowns, I wouldn't have expected that. Thank you so much for joining me. Obrigada. Fernando, let's see if the MIBR boys can come back on this Fracture.
Let's see indeed. An arduous task ahead of them. Has been
Member ko hilang. Why welcome back climb. Thank you join.
But at this very tournament. But right now it just feels like MIBR Lows completely out of sorts. Not hitting the usual stride that we see from the players that we expect. Seeing Second and Aspas down the bottom of the board. It's uncharacteristic.
Udah stuck ini sama coach juga.
For sure. And again, players who have won.
Cuma ngarep pada nembak aja udah.
Hoping to see them bounce back a little bit. Timotino, a little bit of damage. Nothing too concerning there.
Gila, lawan Latifnya kalah tuh kelabakan.
Gathering on the north side.
Watif tapi ya itu yang gue bilang lawan Energy aja bisa tipis. Mereka punya prep bagus, cuman aimnya kalah lawan Energy kemarin. Yang pas OTW ke Master. Benar Nongshim.
Even tags Verno. What a play from him. 16-7-1. Asuna now going to be making some noise, but he's got backup. Jump to the corner, Tex. Backpedal away, join in with the rest of the team down onto the site. Playing forward. Wanted to find a time to push up into the smoke, but Cryo more than prepared. Finds the kill. Verno and Aspas now have to try to hold the line. He's burning to death. Turn to the flash, but turn back. Verno going to be able to find his second, but nothing more. 100 Thieves already sticking to the fuse. We'll move up 11-2. Now,
this is the end.
This is a great draw up of your pistol round by 100 Thieves because a couple things going on here. Obviously, Timotino winning the fights the way he did, very, very impactful. Gives you that man advantage. But more than that, allowing that Neon to be there, it has kind of an escape valve built into it, right? As the Neon, you can just run away, easy money. And the other thing is you have a lot of util on that 4-player stack. Like as soon as I see this retake coming, I'm looking over there. You got a Seize, you got a Flash, you got a Kurt, you got a Molly. You've got all the Harbor util still left in the bag. That's so much to clear the site. You're probably gonna have the Haunt and Cycle. So like, that's a really cool pistol with this comp you're running. It makes it so difficult as the attackers to really break through.
Well, there's that force bind. The first player on MIBR will fall. That went up into the tower. Cryo again, pole position to find that shutdown.
Flag destroyed.
It goes out, curveball on the corner. Verno waits it out, but it's going to be banging. Cryo still finding these eliminations. This thing's just go
Percaya Prof, mibr win map 2 sama 3.
Full rain onto this map. MIBR absolutely smothered.
Dari nembaknya sih enggak ya.
Every twist and turn.
Yep. and it's right now a skill difference in particular, but good
Menurut
reads
tuh
too.
performa Sun di EWC gimana? Sama aja kayak Monja.
Just 100 Thieves look
Nggak
much
game
more locked
changing.
into the server right now.
Kayak ya udah gitu. Ya kelihatan potensi ya, tapi masih
Somebody Bang
begitu.
has on the other side. He's their weakest player.
Bukan yang the next
100 Thieves.
Jamkin. Kayak ya udah gitu.
This has just been a masterclass to watch. As Aspas caught by that seize, dragged to the
Dari jalan masuk ke sawah itu masih belum ada box, sehingga kami jalan desa, jalan sawah pak, jalan sawah. Sementara ini kami pakai tangga yang dari alat itu. Tangga itu dipikul satu tangga 6 orang pak, keberatan. Enggak, kombainnya dipikul. Tangganya. Kombainnya kombain personal. Iya. Dipikul. Ya.
Akan saya lawan. Saya akan lawan.
Dipikul, cat mulai ketularan ketagihan sama meme politik cat. Kurang ya, bukan kurang, biasa aja. Dipikul. Apakah bentar lagi pelatihan untuk Opdes keluar?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Incredible run from 100 Thieves, 13-2, and you can see the elation on their faces. Kakuka, you saw this potentially. There was a smirk during the map pick portion. What went down? What did you see?
Well, first of all, I will say I had no idea that this was going to happen.
Tim Soso bisa sampai playoff. Grup stage-nya kocak anjir, isinya ada AG juga. Nih yang paling biji itu grup B emang guys. Grup ini ya ampun, nggak ada satu map pun menang.
Unfortunately, that's the MIBR special.
But then why do you pick it?
To play passive. I don't know why they like to do that. They like to play those retake scenarios, and it just never works out for them. I don't know what it is.
Can we ask a little bit about
Iya pasif banget guys, mainnya guys. Berharap sama si Aspas ngepick pakai OP nggak dapat mangsa ya.
Apparently they can shut down themselves. Now, no. Seriously, Timotino at the beginning of the round, in so many of those, you could just see him waiting for the perfect moment, waiting for that aggression to come forward. That push and pull, they wanted in every single one of the scenarios. Text was everywhere in the map.
Breeze masih oke sih, cuman dari cara nembaknya nggak oke tadi, jujur.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
Nah, Wanatif juga lumayan singkat gua.
I think it was just like shut down too. They couldn't even entry. They couldn't get past the util. Cryo was just shutting down every execute as the Senti. It was just insane to watch.
It's been a fun ride, a fast ride so far for the 100 Thieves fans. Bang's mom is all smiles up there. We got Auntie Mary in the building cheering on her nephew. But for now, we gotta check in.
Udahlah ini santai aja, sabar. Kali ada harapan.
Shanks, how we feeling, buddy?
I'm not feeling too good right now, honestly, because MIBR, ever since their roster came out, they had such high hopes, but I mean, it seems like they just keep disappointing. But I mean, we still have 2 more maps to go. I'm hoping they can win
Besok
the next
ya,
2, but
besok
first half,
Sabtu
their map
baru,
is looking brutal.
besok.
Now, you were one of my favorite
Semi.
tools to watch back when I was working on First Strike, some of the early Valorant competitions. I've been watching your stream ever since. Have you ever been shut down the way we just saw those 2 gentlemen, Zekken and Aspas?
I mean, yeah, there's definitely a couple of rough games that we had, but like that?
Yeah, like that.
Me? Nah, I wouldn't say me, nah.
Okay, so who do you think needs to turn up either the monitor or themselves for the next map for MIBR to be able to?
I mean, if MIBR need to win, Aspas and Zekken cannot play like that. I mean, they have to be at the top of the scoreboard. Well, at least one of them. If both of them aren't feeling it, I don't see a world where they win map 2.
No, I gotta. No. You gotta give us details, okay?
Yeah,
How does MIBR win this? How do they win this next map? What do they need to change? Tell us.
Well, what is map 2?
You got us.
Who's got us?
It's Breeze.
Breeze.
Honestly, if it's Breeze, then I think Verno's gonna have us. I mean, when Verno has a good game,
Beben aja, Nongshim. Pokoknya tadi gue pilihannya antara Vitality sama Nongshim. Gue dari awal udah kelewat gimana ya guys? Mungkin BELI ya, cuman udah kelewat guys, kayak Narji Nongshim finalnya. Udah telanjur.
I mean, Asuna, he's been so good.
BBL bisa sih.
We've known he's been playing so good on this agent, both mechanically and with that fragging power. But on this map, it looked absolutely insane.
Udah kepalang tanggung.
Not only was he so good getting those kills, this kill was insane, by the way. Getting those two, that's the kind of things where we're like, they just shut them down, and honestly, it doesn't even make sense. It's kind of freaky the way that they did it. But also his util has been phenomenal. You can see in this clip actually, using that double wall, flashing through it to set himself up for success. Nobody saw it coming, and that's why this comp works so well for this team.
Bahas drama game sebelah apalagi.
Drama
siapa?
But when you have a player like Asuna that has been playing roles that are very self-isolating and very servicial at the same
Kenapa so
time,
dingin,
you're
kocak?
at the mercy of the rest of your team.
Gipilap.
Seeing him playing on that Phoenix,
Lumayan
how
enak.
many of those replays did you see him with anybody else? He's creating the opportunities for himself. Those walls, especially once you get into the postman scenario, are incredibly valuable. And you have Harvard, you've got the Phoenix as well, you got Neon, you got so many tools to work with that is good to see. That it felt like he was alone, but he was doing it for the rest of the team.
The OG is still doing it, but it's the new guy, Timotino, that we got to show some more highlights from. You kept screaming his name in the green room, Athena. Why does this guy excite you so much? What is it about Timotino's game that was working in map 1?
He's just been so good. His movement on the Neon has been kind of gross, and of course,
2-0 nih. Kalau nembak kayak begitu sih 2-0.
Before the start of this year was a rookie. He just came up from challengers.
Halo, berapa gue? Oke, Arya.
But he's been doing so good. We saw him fall
Apaan sih si Sky? Anjing sebelum selek sama si bro.
But it feels like he's finally been on
Broski.
the multi-frags, the amount of times that he's just flanking them as well has been so good.
In so many of these occasions, he's never
Brodo.
too concerned about opening an angle.
Bro.
And every single time that MIBR opened one, he was on the other side. You could just
Brojol.
see the replay a lot for him to celebrate because a brilliant performance in a map that, as we were saying, it was MIBR's
Brokoli.
Timotino thanking the fans for
Bro aja lu bro.
The group stage is now able to perform for them in our knockout rounds. Can they secure their spot in the final?
Bro Joey, apaan cat? Bro Joey cat.
We take a look at Breeze. It'll be MIBR choosing to attack, but this is 100 Thieves map pick. Athena.
Si Bebe masih mau pro udahan kah? Udahan. Main PS5 kayaknya. Main game lain.
I don't see a world where they throw it. I do see a world though where MIBR finally comes back online and realizes that they have to wake up or else they're out.
Yeah, I think that fracture was a mistake. As we always say,
it's not a mistake. It's
as we said.
It's an embarrassment, you know. Main apa kayak gitu anjir, kayak nggak punya niat main.
The race starts now. It has to start at this very moment.
We are a few moments away from kicking off this next map in the STC arena. For now, though, let's go find out what's going on in the club championship. We have Ginny with Apex Legends over in the Qiddiya City Grid.
We're at the Qiddiya City Grid where temperature is rising and the competition is getting heated too. So Glitter, what's going on?
Pantas snap dah live nonton RRQ Apex, mestinya nonton RRQ Valorant guys. Cuman kan RRQ Valorant.
We've already eliminated 6 teams yesterday. 14 teams have made their way through to our match point finals. Today, there are 20 teams left, all fighting for only 6 remaining spots. We're eliminating 14 teams, and in this survival stage, we have Aurora Gaming, we have Gen G, and we have VP, all teams that could...
Nasib RRQ segrup sama Nongshim gimana? Diobok-obok dambinya.
And they would, in theory, be facing off against teams that have already made their way through, the likes of Team Falcons, Team Liquid, and we also have Elite Esports, who could be CC eligible if they are able to get that top 8 finish as well. So there are a lot of teams that we're currently tracking here, and I honestly have no idea.
Fans RRQ-nya pada mabok. Dingin, dimandiin.
Getting eliminated. Like, what is going on for these heavy hitters this year? I have absolutely no clue, but we're gonna keep you updated in the loop. So see you around.
Ngantuk anjay. Aduh, pengen rebahan bangke.
When it comes to Zekin, when he joined our team, I had already had some good experience with him because MIBR and Sentinels were located in the same offices, so we'd always run into each other on the street, sometimes the gym. Always viewed him as an extremely professional player, really like to show up early to practice, things like that.
Tahu, timnya nggak pakai chemistry. Zekin ya ya masih di Sentinel masih lumayan. Cuman di sini nggak ada chemistry. Downfall guys. Kenapa ya PBS sih? Gue udah pernah ditawarin, cuman gue kerja kocak. Pernah ditawarin gue.
The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best.
Zekin ketolong timnya. Jago dulu Zekin one man army gak jago. Sekarang no chemistry timnya. Tahu dah kayaknya terlalu aspas banget. Vibe-nya kayak RRQ guys. Terlalu ngejamkin. Terlalu apa-apa harus jamkin.
I'm here with CEO and heartbeat of Sentinels. It's Mr. Rob Moore. How's it going, Rob? It's going very well. We are
Kentut semua mainnya, apalagi Tex.
100 Thieves and MIBR. You're still here. Who you cheering for?
Who are we rooting for, guys? Who are we rooting for?
MIBR.
We love you Zekin, anjing belum bisa move on, cok.
Obviously, Sentinels will be here next week with League of Legends. How's the stage look, and how epic will it be to see Sen City on the stage?
This is awesome. Although it's a little sad that EU
Tenggorokan gua.
Except, oh wait, when they played each other, they won. Yeah. And the only way you can knock an America's team out is make them play each other. But everybody's here rooting for Zekin and MIBR.
Also, one of the cool things that you've had, your super fans had time over at the Eiffel Tower. And this couple got engaged, yeah? Isn't that crazy? How did you make that happen?
So we were organizing fans to have an outing to go to the Eiffel Tower. He kind of tipped us off that he had this as a plan. So while they were there, we took photos with everybody, and then we said, okay, everybody can have some time to go take some photos on your own. And while they were off on their own,
besok Nongshim
got engaged.
Engaged! Love in Sen City, everyone!
By the way, and they're such super fans. You know what they put on their tweet?
What?
They said they got Sengaged.
Sengaged, everyone. Congrats.
Wah, predik top 4 mibr tapi mainnya kayak gini. Ah, enggak. Kayak tadi gue juga ragu. Oddsnya emang buat mibr. Cuman ya situ makanya. Si Wanetif sih bagus mainnya. Ngantuk banget.
We are ready for the second match here in the final quarter-final showdown. 100 Thieves on match point going up against MI.
Tadi lagi ada yang ngomong all in mibr gak sih? Buset. Nah ini nih, bangun tidur santai prop. Mibr akan comeback. Siap. Aspas gokil. Aspas Zekin gokil baru bisa menang.
Not recently, but both these teams do play the breeze. They do play the mirror matchup as well. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking at. is basically the confidence coming in from 100 Thieves after a 13-2. It's definitely part of the momentum.
Aspas Neon, what the hell?
Yeah, we're talking about momentum and we're talking about
No jet.
talking about
Are you serious,
good
bro?
warm-up as we expect almost
Oh iya
the
deh.
same agents for the most
EWC
important
Neon
and
ya.
key pieces. Bang is going to stick onto that harbor, and no surprises so far, if I'm not mistaken, on the agent select, right?
Yeah, this is mirror matchup, same as what they
Kuncinya Verno sama Aspas, guys.
This makes a lot of sense for both of these teams, but we talked a little bit about this earlier about the double duelists from MIBR. They really need to step up here.
Yeah, I think that let's think about winners that we had, okay? Let's think about the
Mana nggak bisa olin, nggak ada yang ngebet.
Let's think about how
Yang ngebet satu orang doang, kayak ya udahlah mending gak usah.
I need to see MIBR step it up. I
Pada
want to see
tidur
them with
anjing,
the
bocilnya.
attitude of last map did not happen. You are not in our heads, and we're about to get on yours. I want to see Aspas just running around
Nih,
with
gua
second,
bukain.
creating those opportunities, putting a lot
Pada
of
tidur,
pressure onto
bocil.
them.
The good thing is about MIBR is Zekin
Udah
has been able to spot before
menikmati
to just be
kemenangan
more
Nongshim.
aggressive, a very good version of himself with those flashes. So I'm really looking to see those double duelists running it down together, holding hands essentially, using the power of friendship. But on the other side, I mean, we've seen Timotino Nasuna already pop off. I'm looking at players like Bang to just make sure that keeps going, as well as Cryo, who's been so good on that Senti role.
From America to Korea, now here in France, we hand it over to our casters, the wonderful Seth.
Iya, gua ada ini. Ada kartu.
Thank you very much. I like that one for my first name, but Paper Thin, still just Paper Thin. We don't know what his name is. We don't care.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, what does matter is MIBR Los. They are up against the ropes, and they need to win this out because 100 Thieves looking dominant on Fracture. MIBR's map pick. It was a 13-2. Now we go over to Breeze to see if MIBR can hang.
Muka siapa ini? IGL terbaik
all the way to a
2025.
final map, or this is just
Muka siapa ini?
them getting overwhelmed in a
IGL terbaik, guys.
Yeah, and
IGL terbaik, guys.
very, very concerning signs for MIBR Los there. A decent flash to at least force Cryo off the angle. Take this fight, he's on his own, so
Brewek.
bit for retake. So once again, 100 Thieves on Fracture. Ladies retake very, very nicely. Going to be coming in with a lot of their util. Still one.
Dapat crazy gak ya?
For Zekin, but flash is available. There is the relay bolt.
Possible to find one. Stun's going to be connecting though, and Timotino's able to run
Aspas
it down.
mati, Aspas. Lah.
One-to-one trade, but quite a bit of damage suffered on the side of 100 Thieves. Hard on the cove.
Masa nggak menang kayak gini? Nah, itu loh maksudnya. Nah, udah. Nah, udah. Wah, udah comeback.
Okay, MIBR Los get themselves a pistol round win.
He's back, guys.
Yeah, just able to hold the line there. Kind of stack a couple different angles around those pyramids, and I would have liked to have seen maybe a flash through some of those smokes from the side of 100 Thieves, but just not really able to spam down the Cove shield very quickly. And ooh, Zeno, again, a hot round. That's exactly what the doctor ordered there. MIBR Los, no buy-up to speak of for 100 Thieves, and pretty decent investment. A couple pistols, though. Do have that Ghost and that Sheriff. Otherwise, the Bulldog and the Vandal, so looking to maybe a pretty powerful bonus potentially, too.
Backpedal, clean shot from Tex. Finds himself a second before he gets overwhelmed. Sheriff in the hand now for Timotino, but very crisp shots there from the Cypher. Just about halfway towards having that neural depth online. It's a little reassessment of the plant spot.
Spike planted.
That left side pillar smoke now. Cycled forward, blocking off
Ada
mains.
RRQ.
Gonna peek at the window, not gonna be able to find much of anything.
God of Philippines.
Yeah, 100 Thieves looking more like they just want to play for some exit frags here. Not necessarily try to contest this unless MIBR Los really oversteps early.
Ya udah kosong ya, buru.
Playing it most of it.
Nggak ada kejutan.
Just that Ghost wants to figure out, is anybody still lurking around? He doesn't mind dying here. Get into that
Dapat
reckoning as
engkong
well,
rare itu, soalnya udah nggak main buat secret lagi dan juga
response from 100 Thieves.
Swing is there from Timotino.
Bro, 3-0 GG, simulasi buat tim Valorant buat juara master sama champions yang kayak itu, Pak. Kayak Son lah.
Given no option, no chance to try to work their way into that spike eruption, they do just fall, and it's a very clean 2-0 start off the anti-eco.
Jadi manajeran kah?
Well, now NBS not looking as happy. A little bit of a kind of rough start. Hoping to maybe do a little bit more damage in that eco, but
Dah ada airsat aja.
Let's see. Looks like a fast B hit here from mibr Los, and it's going to be just on to Cryo. All
Ada
alone there on
staffnya
that
loh.
B site. So it's going to have to be like fast rotates from the side of 100 Thieves. Slowed it down a little bit though.
More on the first one to arrive on the scene.
3-0 iya 3-0 nih, 3-0 guys. He's back.
Sent out, trying to scout, but it's going to be Cryo playing in front of that.
3-0 guys. 3-0 iya, oke 3-0 nih, 3-0.
It's a shutdown from Timotino, and this is looking good for the bonus conversion. 5 players strong.
Lihat Tex, keeper. Ya kali bengong.
Try to breach his position, but he's just slow swinging in. They will get the reckoning out of him. They will get a kill, stop it from being a flawless.
Nice. He's back kah? Tembakan he's back kah?
3-0 start. And mibr Los already looking significantly more comfortable.
Yeah, and I will say, for mibr Los, they came out onto the stage and they were fired up. Like, they were trying to get the crowd behind them. Tex and Zekan came out here, swinging their arms, yelling at the crowd, trying to get them behind them. This is exactly what they need to do. And they have converted a bonus on their attacker's side. And so for 100 Thieves, after being so dominant on Fracture, and then coming into your map, pick a breeze, which has been good for you.
He's back guys.
mibr team before.
Bermain.
Not super distant memory. Already.
Kalah prop, win map 2, nanti map 3 PHP. Oke.
Out of the equation.
Just watching for that push. Phoenix down, 0-4-0 start here. Significantly quieter for Asuna thus far. And with all that pressure, that kill on that side of the map, 100 Thieves have completely evacuated B. Cryo not even going to be watching for that mid-cross. Almost certainly would have died, but at least gotten some information. So
mibr Los Santos.
Over. Once the spike does get planted, or once they walk into one of these trips.
Menang ini first half ya. Ya bisa lah dapat 8 guys.
Get anybody in position to actually punish? The answer is going to be no. Bit more of a default plant here for Mazzino. Ping reveal on the 1, but damage is not going to be found quite just yet. Second, nicely dialed in, trying to find these players over at Arches. Will be able to find the 1. The spray now, and they all just swing together. And in the end, it is a flawless mibr Los not dropping the ball.
No, and this is, again, simple stuff. Throw a little bit of a fake, throw up your high tide over on the A side, and then a quick pivot over to the B side. He just, yeah, okay. I mean, crazy. Would not have expected another complete blowout on another map. Let's see if 100 Thieves can
5-0.
figure things out a little bit. The concerning part is
Phoenix div. Zekan menyala Zekan.
Has that run it back. Zeno getting close to another reckoning. Asuna went away.
What if setelan pabrik? Iya. ML juga ML. mibr setelan pabrik nih. Setelan mode serius.
Another different look from mibr Los. This time pushing in through that elbow. Haven't really explored that. Now,
lawan juara dunia ya 13-7.
Keeping his eye on
Come on.
this B site.
ML.
Relatively weakly defended. So see how much they want to contest.
No Cypher setup here. Can't get the full forces rotating quite just yet in case there's that late lurk. Cryo giving it a cursory glance, but now has to start trying to make his way over. Aspas, however, putting himself in a dangerous position with the drone up over the top. Gets the ping reveal, and that's going to be him dead. Bang, able to find that kill with the reckoning. Going to be sent out. You mentioned it, Mazzino building that very quickly for the second. Maybe second in to find Asuna, but now it's Tex all alone. Up into the cage. Well, what a clutch this would be. It looks for that second kill, cannot find it. Vorat will strike big around from him. 100 Thieves will get themselves on the board.
Oh, this is a potential momentum swinger here because 2 ults are used in that round by mibr. The run it back and the reckoning.
Si bro kena drone guys.
Feel a little bit more comfortable, good spot. Seen a couple good instances of Vorat finding value with the utility to get at least pings out. kind of figure out what's going on with MIBR, but knocking Aspas out of the equation. And then really clean stuff behind that. This is something they were so good on Fracture. The retakes were incredible. The few times we saw them, didn't need to see them many, but they were very well thought out in my opinion. And now you're seeing a little bit more of that here. A lot more to tool around with.
Just Fury, try to shut down some of this crunch. Gonna be unleashed. Verno not having his online to try to counteract that. One of the kills from 100 Thieves are looking good. Set up on the wall from Bang on that swing. Will be dead, but the neural depth. Caught with that util in hand. Nearly was able to get the gun. It is a bloodbath in this round. One that 100 Thieves are narrowly coming out on top of. Two of their own ults invested into this though.
Ferno guys,
Maybe getting the read that he's gonna go for this push up. But we'll get the news here in a second. As Verno just assessing the site, making sure that all is well before he gets the spike in play.
Is he gonna go all the way through spawn?
Oh, if he does, if he doubles back, they'll miss each other like ships in the night.
This is a very smart play.
Bit of a battle of the brains here at the moment. 100 Thieves, none the wiser. Incredibly smart rotation from Verno. But can he get the plant and then defend the spike from there?
If he's given the time, this is a really nice setup for a Sova. Can set up on A main.
Got the camera. Cryo just not toggling it at the moment. But have him right out in the open. But he's holding that elbow angle. So he's none the wiser. 10 seconds to spare as the spike gets planted. They realize they've gambled on the wrong side. Had it correct the first outing. And now have to try fully assess where he's at. They do have the recon. So just lobbing that in towards back sight might be enough. What a monstrous play this would be from Verno. He's already done this so intelligently.
mibr dulu kukira PSG, ternyata apa PSG? Pesing.
Clear is in. The info gained. Double approach, back sight. Verno not quite going to go for that swing timing. Cage is going to be popped. Shock dart layered in, has a second. It's a little bit going to be found the defuse. Held to half, can't be stuck. Another shock out, swing in, and that's the round done. Verno gets the kill, gets the clutch. And he absolutely outbrains 100 Thieves.
Every step of the way, he's outmaneuvering them. That is
menembak.
so
Si bro
good
menembak.
from the IGL of MIBR Los. Just outread them. Cryo maybe thinking, oh, maybe I should have tried to stick that. Might have had the opportunity, but with those double shocks, it was so concerning. The damage department felt like he had to go for the fight.
0506, astaga.
Go for the opposite, cut funds into just a stinger for
Nggak
Bang.
dapet tempo gitu.
Couple ults though. Verno gets his Hunter's Fury off of that round. Yeah. It's so scary now as 100 Thieves.
Texan, not quite as out of sight as you thought you were. Single peek from Bang. Couple shots now sent his way. Tries to set up a quick little wave. Launches that overdrive. Slows down the approach ever so slightly, but the stinger, okay, is going to be able to find the one. Looks for that second, but second will be able to sit him down. Meanwhile, Mizzino cleans up an elimination. Snaps back Asuna on that ult. Big investment now, Tex. The one into the back line, the one looking to be the monster.
Kiper, udah kebokong kiper. Tenang, menang ini. Legend ini, legend.
Saya akan lawan! Able to catch him, and what a botch that is from Tex. Suddenly a 3v3. Health bar is going to be taken low. There's a window of opportunity for 100 Thieves as Asuna swinging this corner, is able to find the one.
Tenang, ada Verno. Ada Verno guys, lihat guys. Tenang, ada Verno.
Final burst not quite going to connect. The defuse now being stuck. Mizzino swooping around for the back. Asuna scaled forward! And this time it's 100 Thieves! Scraping by, coming out on top.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it feels so uncomfortable the whole time for 100 Thieves, but it's that individual skill that once again wins
Legend. Text the legend.
Again, I like the macro. Saw this a couple times on Fracture where I thought MIBR.
Legend tuh kan. Kalau dia ngekill si Asuna udah selesai guys. Legend. Text legend.
clearing into that corner unexpected because you're thinking that that player is going to want to guard that defuse.
These last 2 rounds have just been gorgeous micro on both sides, but Asuna now to try to get them back into this, and Reckoning, okay, fairly shallow, doesn't go actually towards main at all. Meanwhile, Tex trying to make up for the blunder in the previous round, is able to find it, so brings it back into a 4v4, and Bang is gonna have to go hunting.
Hey! Gitu dong. Mestinya tadi sih menang.
For now, though, looking for a backstab, and will be able to find him eventually. So we're back into a 3v3. Reckoning available for Mizzino, his 3rd of this half.
You're going to be able to get Cryo's ult invested from A main here. Oh.
Following the Tracers, counter spam is clean. But here comes Cryo now on the arrival. Ult up getting the reveal, but Rifles a world away from this op. The reveal out, but the flash is good. Second, keeping him in it. Peak looking for the shot, the slide across, doesn't have the gun at the ready. And trying to get this over the line with the op in hand. I mean, maybe if they line up for him. Jump peek the spot, and Second will just run him down. Going blow for blow. That might be our Loso, preventing 100 Thieves from running this back.
Yeah, this is just a misread from 100 Thieves in a couple different parts of the map where they're just not ready for Tex to be so quickly scaled up here. He basically wins this round. I mean, then, okay, so you catch him on the backside, it's a 3v3, but then a nice curveball there. Absolutely eliminates Cryo. He read how he's going to play off that neural theft beautifully.
I make up for it. I make up for it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Impas. Katanya impas.
That's the thing. You know, you guys out there watching, you're playing with your friends, you can have rounds like that where you should have 1 to 3 players completely.
Siapa yang ikutan jago? Nongshim. BBL.
That's true.
Just don't keep doing it. Get a big round the next one.
Tahu ya, pada bilang BBL lumayan sih.
It's totally fine. I mean, you know,
Cuman gue dari awal banget nggak nonton BBL, NRG. Si Chokers.
You're gonna bounce back from that, no problem. I think as the coaching staff here for 100 Thieves, you got to talk a little bit more, I think, about the macro protocols, like in terms of if you're going to gain that A main control, what are you going to do off of that? How are you going to, you know, are you going to be a little bit more proactive in mid? I don't feel like they're really reacting to some of the negative space that's being given up by MIBR, so you need to be a little bit more proactive with that. But this round, probably not going to be the one where you're really going to want to do that because you're on an awfully thin eco.
Just 2 bandits alongside these classics. Overdraw from Aspas though. Good for the aggressive entry. And A side widely evacuated. Cryo tucking back over in the hall. They're gonna look to try to flood retake this. Could just end up being a bit of a meat grinder though. Quick peek, the blind gonna be connecting, but it's gonna be Mizzino and Zekin finding the opening kills. Tibatino and Bang will both fall to the wayside. He's well situated. Asuna trying to create some coverage. So it will be able to rotate over.
Comeback lagi, aduh bocil comeback menyerang. Kata bangun tak tidur enggak mungkin comeback katanya. Nggak mungkin, katanya nggak mungkin comeback. Gue percaya nggak mungkin comeback. Map 3 ya, map 3.
MIBR securing a lead for the half. Now looking to try to balloon this up, and I mean there is potential if they continue to run these rounds that they just get a 10-2 scoreline themselves.
Ntar hilang lo duit.
I mean they look like they're very much ready
lo
for
comeback ini.
well
Kan lu dukung mibr, lu kocak lu ya. Lu dukung Wanatif atau mibr? Comeback ini. Enggak.
We've been absolutely just run in circles every time we guess that they leave Cryo on one side of the map where they think, okay, they're going to go the other way. They haven't been able to really accomplish much. Again, Eco though.
Turu, parah, turu.
Well, Zekin sending the ult, but losing it very quickly. Push back over.
Dia sama Choker setuju sih.
Ping onto Aspas. You know he's scaled forward here.
He can't misread this position again.
Amerika lagi Choker semua.
The freebie. Especially as Tibatino with that op in hand.
Aspas just, I think, waiting for a sound cue to try to punish.
Jadi comeback apa enggak? Kalau nggak comeback,
they're trying to bait out something, but Vora
Spike down B.
does get one on site.
Aspas continuing to scale. So it's gonna be banging Vora. Eliminated Asuna trying to maintain control of this corner, and he cannot. The plant to come through, Cryo still
kagak comeback. Kalau nggak comeback, pasang mobil dapat ban nggak sih, Kak?
Call is to go for the save. One shot out.
Bagi ya, 1 ban.
The backpedal, a tuck away. And an 8th round win for mibr Los.
I mean, this one looked good for 100 Thieves. Doing some damage, getting that opening kill, but
Gak jelas anjir. Gak bisa ditebak nih 2. Valatif tadi jago banget. Map 2 turu parah. Udah kayak nonton Nongshim lawan itu tadi guys, Vitality.
Now you absolutely can afford to hunt this up down leg shot on attacks.
Go, go, go.
Puts him to 29. It seems like they're not going to over pursue for this. No, I think they absolutely should. Basically had him contained, but they will allow them to live.
Oh, just getting right in there. Attack swung in from Link. So it's a well-coordinated hit. That mid-space, because of Aspas's position, able to be abused by mibr Los. As 100 Thieves, you got to be a little bit more aggressive. I'd like to see that op put into positions where it can contest some of that early space on the map. But it's being played pretty far back, pretty safe again here by Timitino. This round, mibr Los probably thinking something similar, where they're expecting 100 Thieves to be maybe a little bit more proactive. Weaker buy again, you're only able to carry the 2 guns over. Vora did have enough for a Guardian.
Jujur gak seru bang match ya. Terlalu one-sided ya.
So patient.
Yang seru emang kemarin guys. Energi gentle match walaupun gentle match begitu.
Have some inkling or got a spot on the bang, not sure which it is. They ping it out.
4 klasik bisa menang anjir. Ini jujur gak seru sih. Dari map 1 ya udah bilang gak seru sih. Aspas udah bukan admin lagi, bukan. Gak ada admin, udah gak ada admin timnya.
Plenty of shots over towards him. Meanwhile, Tex intercepting Cryo, outdone. Trying to exit B. Asuna now dead. This spray and pray will continue and will be rewarded. Dance around the back of Orange. Aspas finds Vora. And it's only the 1 kill for Bang. The op cannot ring out. mibr destroyed on Fracture. Absolutely broken down. And now they're giving it right back to 100 Thieves.
It's insanity. I mean, they at every twist and turn, they make the right calls. It's like they know exactly
sama loh nih, Watif. Kema pertamanya mibr. Nggak ada fight. Salah nebak mulu. Duel kalah.
Second 14-4 after the rough outing on Fracture. He is going crazy on the Phoenix.
Aneh.
Here they go. Big set play off the back of the Reckoning. Cryo just has to backpedal. Again, they find the 1-man site.
Just having the read every single time, but Cryo, okay, off the trip, is able to find Aspas. Meanwhile, Asuna, okay, I was going to say thinking he's lucky stars that he used the ultimate there, but
maksa lo ya.
all the same. In with a shout as Hunter's Fury from Vora is able to find 1. Mazzino going to be taken out of the equation.
Tex.
Second Inferno now. To try to maintain
status
control.
bed.
Inferno is
Udah copot.
Spot. But the spike is not planted, so he has to rescale. He wanted his team to just be able to get that spike in play, have the plant, then get the Hunter's Fury on the back end of it, but now they have to try to play together.
Enggak, sekarang udah bukan jadi kuli kesayangan, jadi pemain kesayangannya udah.
Recon does just come up again for Verno.
Last player standing.
Well, as he gets ready to send it, Zekid is going to be eating a headshot, and Bang will be able to find it. So that 10-2 not going to be achievable for them, but it's damn near there. 9-3. mibr Los going to be hoping that curses do not exist.
Prediksi yang menang map 3. Anjir, bagi apa nih kalau bener prediksinya? Biasa sih yang nanya-nanya gitu, challenge kalau gue bener dikasih sesuatu sih.
absolutely shut out in this half for the most part. Started from the pistol.
Tadi kan salah, kalau bener ntar dibagi kan ya? 200.000 sih kok kayak siluman. Mibr ya. Bagi sepeda bacot lu. Mibr ya. Udah spec ini, udah spec.
I mean, again, generally you're better on this side of the map, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough.
Not sure, but, well, we've managed to find one of them at least here in the audience. Been a lot of MIBR representation, but we got Ian Chambers standing by with a big 100 Thieves fan.
Absolutely. Hey, France, faites du bruit pour Mark. Yeah? We got Mark from Switzerland, 100 Thieves fan. How are you feeling about the series so far, Mark?
Well, the first map.
Halo, apa kabar? Lagi demam, jangan lupa like.
I'm sure we can still get it.
Apa kabar juga?
From Switzerland, you come to Paris for the biggest esports event of the year. 7 weeks of action. How are you finding it so far here?
It's been beautiful. It's just way too hot. So
you need the air conditioning, right?
Yeah. So in here it's perfect, but I'm not looking forward to leaving.
So how long have you been a Thieves fan, and what is it that you admire so much about this organization?
I think I've been a fan since 2020, and it was like the first esports team that I've supported, so I just stuck with the team.
Very cool. Do you know what's really rare, by the way, is being this close to a piece of true historic silverware? Just come and have a little peep. Fans don't necessarily get to come up here and see this. This is our trophy. Our teams, of course, are all gunning for it, and of course, the lion's share of that $2 million prize pool. What do you think of this up close and personal?
It's beautiful, but it's better in the hands of 100 Thieves.
All right, let's see if they can pull it off first. They've got to get through this quarterfinal. Mark, thank you so much for coming up here. Let's continue with this series.
Don't mind if we do.
Aduh, susah nebaknya anjing sama-sama choker. Cok. Dua choker di sini.
Consistently having the reads here on 100 Thieves. They look to try to take this all the way over to that third and final map. This would have to be a massive comeback swing for 100 Thieves if they want to get it done in 2.
And it's got to start here on the pistol. It is a desperately needed one for 100 Thieves. They're going to look to fan out a little bit across the map. Use that cove, gain a little bit of space. Aspas, though, considering a disrespect. Oh, goodness.
I'm out of here.
Bang. Oh, one and done. Peeks out, finds Tex. Gets out scot-free.
Awas aja kalau comeback ya. Ya nggak tahu. Aku virus bacot lu. Fans RRQ. Waduh. Cat, mobil lu jadi 3 kah, Cat?
Brings it down to one last player. Flawless pistol at that. 100 Thieves finding exactly what they needed.
Oh, for a moment it looked like
holy shit. Harga permen Sabtu minggu depan.
Get the one kill and immediately peel back. That's exactly what you need here is 100 Thieves. Now if you can have a clean anti-eco.
Yo guys, kenapa tembakannya jadi sakit?
Come on, boys!
That got the energy going.
Timotino's feeling it.
BB ninja lagi ya, nggak beras katanya.
He's gonna be taking that first contact, swing in the corner, line it up. Will be the first to fall for 100 Thieves, but might be the only one as well as Asuna quickly finds 2 more kills. Turn the curveball for Verno. Molly not gonna be deep enough to actually flush him out of position. Just throwing all the fire at him, but he's not getting burned.
Holy shit.
Clean shot. It's another elimination. That's a Phantom down on the floor. Cryo, very slow on this flank. Seems like MIBR are more than happy to just pump the brakes, stay within this cove for the moment.
They're waiting to hear if the gun swap happens.
But now they're starting to get concerned about that potential flank. Expecting it to come through the doors, but as Cryo, he's just painting an outline around him. Verno just dancing, crouching. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly 2v2 already an immense amount of damage dealt. And if they can get this round win, oh boy. Haven would be all but assured.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
Eliminated. Verno, long flank back around. And for the moment, no consideration. Bang, low, the one tap
Time.
down, the time running out. MURAH having to commit for this
10
plant.
seconds left.
There's no rush play coming in, but we'll just take the fight, wins it, but by very narrow
Udah tahu lo,
margins.
tabrak aja.
100 Thieves, it felt like they were gonna get this one clean. mibr make them bleed.
Just really
Mahal,
again,
mahal,
patient
mahal,
play.
Ronnya mahal.
Able to wait out 100 Thieves a little bit. And some whiffy shots on the backside, but brilliant map awareness from Verno to be cognizant that there could be that coming through. That Phantom, yep. Make sure you've got that. So, pretty weak bonus for 100 Thieves. They can get this one to go, it'd be quite the miracle. They're going to try a pacey B hit. Exactly what mibr did.
Kalau 11-5 GG lah guys. No drama.
Back pillar, faces forward, able to find one Timotino. Dead again, the push in, and Verno's able to find
Aduh, nggak
elimination
worth
with
it
Banks. Thank you very
anjir.
much for the gun. Gets it back into a 3v3.
Pakai sendiri ya.
Weapons upgraded. Zasana.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah.
Ospas and Zekin both gonna be knocked into the park as Mazzino tries to steady the spray, but Cryo comes to the rescue.
Wah.
Keeps him alive and in it.
Saya akan lawan.
And oh me, oh my. Conversion is there.
Well, do you believe?
Satu udah gak passion main Palward, iya. Palward update apaan? Gue lupa nanya ke Beben.
But the problem is you're dropping guns. And then Asuna just scales forward and he's like, oh, they're pushing through Link. That's cool.
Terlalu greedy, B-nya main sendiri.
And they line up for the double headshot there. That is massive. Game on. Onto an eco.
Wah, hilang kan nih mobil? Kali 3.
Can't get the thrifty. We should be seeing some intervention. You got a couple ults on the cycle to come up, but 100 Thieves again, similar to Fracture, are ahead in that regard. Ball towards the back in second, a very clean shot, but swiftly traded.
Right there. Especially because you still have both timeouts here as mibr. I mean, I think, oh, this is dangerous.
Oh, yes, it is. The thrifty.
Dua-duanya chokers.
Getting ushered forward, maybe spoken into existence here by us.
Well, this is a good read, at least, by 100 Thieves, in theory. If they get the confidence to commit to it, oh my goodness, they don't. They have no idea. They have no idea what's going on the map.
But if they end up buying enough time, you will see the counter rotations from mibr. So they're starting to think like, okay, they're storming onto B right now. They're just clearing out backside, and then they're going to plant the spike. So this slow, patient play ends up still working for them, even though they were completely wrong to begin with.
Sometimes better lucky.
30 seconds left.
mibr is going to be kicking themselves in the VOD review. They can still do this, though. They've been very clean with those sheriffs. All that harbor util.
Karena kameranya hancur di B, guys.
All the neon util.
Kesabaran setipis tisu anjir kayak fans RRQ.
Cage triggered.
Turning over, joining in. Wouldn't be surprised if he actually chucked that over to Mazzino, given that he's got the armor, but looks like he is going to try to use it himself. Storm forward, Cryo able to find one though, and Asuna with that run it back in play, takes down Tex. Molly onto the corner, has him burning down, and that's going to be Verno now eliminated. As it is just Mazzino. The Phantom collected the spot on the one, but Asuna holds his ground, takes the kill, gets the 3K. 100 Thieves did not allow
9-3 Curse. Is that real shot?
It's just one of those rounds where if you're just like
it's not
10
real.
seconds more patient as mibr, you probably give yourself a really good shout to win.
Bangun tak tidur mana?
But instead, you gave that space up.
Oh my God, Pete!
Wah kacau nih.
Always want a hype man like that.
You got the run it back out of him, yeah.
I mean, he's been having a rough map comparatively, but still there for the boys, just trying to get them energized, trying to keep them focused into this game. Now Hunter's Fury going to go out. The tag not connecting. Mazzino able to avoid that.
But it opened the space.
Opens the space, but I also don't have it for the post play.
Error,
He's got his to try to prevent. They're already. And in fact, he's going to pause going for this. Sends out the drone for a brief little moment.
Woi, apaan tuh?
Timotino on a timing is able to find the one. I thought for a second he was going to be able to get Verna to boot.
Oh, apes.
Got a little bit of damage on him. So Reckoning goes out.
Mati kah?
Trying to slow up the approach.
Tex.
Watches mid doors.
Wah, comeback anjing. Coba yakin tadi kasih tahu ke Rica 93, mobilnya jadi 3 anjir. Wow, lo cacat.
Clean shot to get the ult online, but look at this.
Astaga, Civic lu jadi 3 anjir.
Will look to match. They know exactly where each other are. Just who can win the fight. Kerbal will connect, but he gets him from beyond the grave. A bit of martyrdom from Asuna. His weapons cannot be carried over.
Well, you get him into the post plants of this 100 Thieves team.
BYD Seal jadi 3, Cioks. Wah, anjay. Habis itu taruh obligasi pensiun. Wah.
Even though it's considered there by Tex, it's just not really thought of well enough, and Vora so clean.
I shot 1 billion bullets, bro.
Chokers, anjay.
Yeah, I love the positivity merchant.
Is that real, chat? Comeback.
Whether he's frying or not, the guy's just a ball of just joy. I mean, I love it, man. He's fun to be around.
MIBR, they disagree after that round. Want to try to avoid it maybe after that. So they will be calling their first time out. Trying to get back into the driver's seat because so far, this swamp of the sides, it is not gone their way even once.
No.
Menggaruk kepala.
You thought 9
yang gatal.
side, that's looking pretty good. Even if it is a decent attacker side from 100 Thieves, should be able to hold on, but they have done the opposite of that. The grip just not strong enough, and 100 Thieves are 1 round away from tying this up. It is going to be a buy into this. A lot of half armors, a bulldog in there.
A lot of ultimates.
Yep.
Just the neural depth available at the moment for 100 Thieves. At least have them beat in that regard, but full flash connecting us, possible to slide away.
Nobody's biting on this from MIBR Los, though. Since there's no further contact, you don't need to start making moves. Got all the info agents over on that B site. Sova, you got the Cypher. 100 Thieves has been able to break through once before.
Sekarang 1,2 dapat pintunya doang kalau masuk. Udah gak worth it, anjir.
Try a bit of a different approach, potentially. Just maybe making sure that their flanks are a little bit clear and see if Cryo can somehow, some way find a way in.
The darts too shallow to actually clear out that trip. Tex again, considering riding that left side of the pillar. Trying to find a kill and will be able to do so. Asuna going to be struck down.
Jir!
Will have him dispatch. Cryo at the same time. He's able to find 2.
BYD Seal kali 3, chat.
Secures them over a tunnel. Reckoning now going to be invested. Swing towards backside.
Oke, Aspas menolak. Aspas menolak kasih kali 3.
2v2 with 2 players tagged. 1 on either side. Just tucked in behind the wall. Not moving an inch. Eats that near sight. Now we'll open up with some spray. Bora as well around the back. Has to do it all.
Out of charges.
The fuse being stuck. Finds the one! No way! How is he getting away with that? That is absolutely unbelievable!
Congratulations! Kali 3.
Oh, Sam, I think you're off the hook. There's been a worse Cove incident now. That is heinous!
What in the heck is this? He's just gonna, I mean, Mazzino just thinks he's got the time to stick it. Surely he can't turn in time. And he is dead wrong. Ridiculous.
Pantes jadi 1,2 pada ketinggalan 1 angka.
Brutal round. Timotino there. Scoot away from the recon, let it expire.
Anjir, tiba-tiba jadi goblok, mibr.
That space is free, and it actually is.
Anjir, kali 6, 92. BYD Seal jadi 6, guys. Bisa lu sewain. Gokar. Jadi gokar itu. Jadi bos gokar lu.
Flurry just to clear out some of this util. The Bandit not going to be able to get dragged across the back. It's going to be Asuna taking him down the overdrive. Out here on both sides, a dance, a duel between the Neons, but some others getting involved. And it is a bloodbath.
Spike down, B.
Second, suddenly last one standing. Asuna. Oh, he has him spotted. He has him contained.
Asli gak ketebak anjir, first half mainnya kayak blow on begitu.
Quite be able to close that gap though.
Tapi bener guys, pas ngomong pistol, wah, ini kok bisa nembak ya? Udah ada feeling anjir. Tadi pas gue pistol ngeliat kok jadi nembak ya? Itu kah? Momentum balik ke pistol guys. Tiba-tiba nembak loh. Karena di first half kagak ada nembak guys. Oh gila. Ya Cat, coba tadi lu pede Cat. Silu kali 9 Cat.
Some way to stop this roll that 100 Thieves has been on.
We're gonna hope it doesn't come down to that, throwing things at his team.
2-0 guys,
He's able to get things corrected so that he can be encouraging them rather than being frustrated.
The temptation has to be there though.
Cat tuh bilang tuh jangan nangis bang. Iya, jangan nangis. Mobilnya kali 9 kok tuh.
Putting him up on that stage, maybe it's a good thing that PlayFF didn't make it into the playoffs.
Gue dapet 1 kok tuh.
Just be throwing pucks at him all day long.
That's true. Which I think would be fun. I think we should allow that.
Cat. Bisa menang balik dong. Gila belum ada angka loh.
I know. No more charges left. I'm shell shocked. I can't believe it. And Ospas be able to get into that operator. This is a round that feels like a must win.
Even that full blind, but there's the ping reveal. They know that second's going to be contained into the corner. Somali's going to be exchanged. He's
Gun! Sec!
Chris down to 72. And now with no further way to try to heal himself back up.
Buji udah ngasal nabrak buat spacey keeper.
Opposition yet for Cryo, but second to try to hold the door here.
Oke.
He'll be able to win that fight. Falls a little bit lower as Mazia.
Apakah ini titik baliknya? Harapan palsu.
Ball through the wall.
Apakah ini guys titik balik harapan palsu? Ternyata hanya PHP dan mobil hilang guys. Tampaknya iya guys. Tadi hanya PHP. Ternyata mobil tetap hilang.
It's just a fast rotation and just enough time bought. Using that high tide really nicely to cut off the space ahead of where you can.
Udah mulai menembak, Udah mulai bangkit. Setelah tidur 9 round. Asli. Anjir kalau yang masang beneran, investasi beneran dekat nggak ya? Anjir, aduh, udah straight round. Gispu sama. Mobil gue.
Could be in trouble, but no, gonna escape. Or funneled over to Asuna. Something's got him concerned. I don't know what it was, but taking a moment.
I think that maybe having a conversation. Do you try to just get 2 charges away from that, run it back, or do you give Bang a potential reckoning off the plant? Just be the case, or do just cut noise? Yeah, seems like it is going to be Bang picking this one up, but it's going to be Timatino again catching a stray. That's a lot of your entry power now gone.
Yeah, you got to start spreading the map a bit more. 100 Thieves. A main choke has been pretty well solidified now by mibr Los. That Spike sending out into mid, just doing a little bit of information gathering, trying to pull a few players off site.
Belum guys, belum menang.
They pulled Aspas to this site.
Sandi, tiap kali lu ngehina Aspas nge-kill. Lihat Sandi, tiap kali lu ngehina Aspas dia nge-kill.
7 rounds consecutively. MIBR. They're gonna regain the lead and move up to.
Ini emang fans RRQ meresahkan nih Sandi ini loh.
Yeah, I get the theory here from 100 Thieves in this round. Bang just gonna try to tuck in and stay alive, but still a ton of time on the clock, and yeah, maybe they will allow it. We'll see.
10 seconds
left.
Have
the door behind him.
Well, Zekin, he's happy to go hunting for this. He's got the money for the buy, and also will get the ult online, kill or death. Bang ensures that it's going to be the latter. But Verno there for the counter swing, so nothing to be retained. Very clean from MIBR Los. Just 2 rounds away from sending us to a third and final map.
Well, and so what 100 Thieves are thinking in this round is, okay, they fast flooded last time. Let's try to take a pause in the middle of this. I think that's part of this strategy as well, is that you're hoping that they're gonna try to see, okay, nothing's going on, let's fall back.
Apakah dari kali 9 jadi naik Gojek, guys?
That door is being held in spam. Clear those players out. I think this is a great time for a timeout. Talk about some of that theory and strategy a little bit more. Maybe toy with the map a bit. See if you can get another B. Play it through. Those have been pretty successful for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and also, can you keep Timotino alive for like 10 more seconds in a round? Because the guy has so many times throughout this not been able to really play the game.
Bagus itu naik Gojek.
In every twist and turn.
Membantu UMKM, kesejahteraan warga Indonesia.
And I think you just got to be a little bit more thoughtful with how you're stepping out through those smokes when you're making your
Fans Oren itu kok tadi Vitality gak jadi plan mirip tim Oren itu? Nasibnya sama, udah.
But it just took 2 to break the economy a little bit. Cryo onto a stinger. Yes, you have the Reckoning, you have a neural theft, but so do your opponents, and on top of that, they have a run it back. So the ult cycle favoring MIBR Los to potentially close this map out.
Gets that stun across that near side, that short side, and then I think Hotspot's actually.
Nah, ini ke B sesuai permintaan elit Valorant. Welcome.
Ooh, fast reinforcement on this side. Timotino able to shut down seconds ult, but then loses his live bang. He'll be firing back a little harder though. His techs will fall. Space now going to be occupied.
Wow, Asuler. Wow, ditabrak.
Curveball ends up connecting Asana, having to do so much work here. Spot on the 1. The flash fully connecting. He runs out of bullets. The Classic's not going to do a damn thing. MIBR flood their way back through. They get up to map point.
Yeah, they're just really quick to the punch now. I mean, MIBR Los is once their opponents have committed, that's when they full send it in. And they're getting that Phoenix util to be a lot more impactful now from Zekin. He has a couple brilliant flashes in here to absolutely smother them. Nice little setup there on that entry to clear back pillar too. These 2 players separated enough that it's not going to be an easy lineup. Here we go. 2 in a row just to send it to OT now. 400 Thieves.
Still those 3 ults to work with. Having that ult online. Shot not going to be connecting on it.
Wah, atas Yuri. Bam!
Layered in. Shuts him down.
Bener, bangun. Tak tidur. Gua juga percaya tadi mibr yang menang.
This should just be curtains.
Yeah, it should be, you would think. 100 Thieves have been able to turn some rounds on their heads.
PHP guys.
He's situated with the cam.
Careful now.
Try to play a kill off.
Thanks.
No, Cryo.
The spike is still just now getting over, and Mazzino is able to find Bang. Tex gets Cryo, and that should be it. Asana, he's been incredible, but this is a bridge too far. MIBR not going quietly into the night. They continue to fight back, and while yes, they gave us some absolute concerns in that second half.
Untung aja. Tadi bener bener. At least bener ya. Mibr menang. Mibr nggak mungkin di comeback. Bener ya. PHP aja tadi PHP. Soalnya seakan-akan kayak wah tadi kalau gue investasi BYD gua kali 9. Nah gitu ada yang ngomong. Tapi gue selamatin guys. Hampir naik Gojek guys.
The big full day of action here at EWC. MIBR gotta be feeling pretty damn.
Tiba-tiba bapuk anjing Wartif gak jelas banget dah. Asli tiba-tiba bapuk. Malah tukeran nasib gitu.
We are going the distance in all of our quarterfinals. A game 3 is
Aneh.
We just thought for a moment 100 Thieves were able to rebound, send this one packing 2-0. And then MIBR
Wah, Atif jago sih di Aven, jujur jago.
Second, get the team fired up. Kakuka, what do you see?
I think that I see a team that is cheering and definitely deserves to cheer for themselves. I want to know what was said on that timeout.
Yeah.
I need to understand. I need to be on the same page. I need to hear what words were reproduced for MIBR to bounce back the way that they did, because it really looked like this was going to be a 2-0.
Yep.
The momentum was on the side of 100 Thieves. Everything was going their direction, and then timeout, we have a new MIBR, much better duels, much more calm to play those last rounds.
Yeah, it was 8 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves before that timeout was called. And I think they're playing really well, but of course that first half, man, it was a little bit of a struggle for them. They were struggling on that defensive side, but I think what we kind of wanted to see was Zekin and Aspa stepping up, and they did that. They're finally back. So many good plays here, and of course we're looking at this team, looking at this squad full of firepower, and expecting so much from them. Zekin here, nice shots overall.
Zekin stepping up his performance after being shut down in game number 1's first half. He really led the way for his squad. You see the
Coba 3-0 GG, gak bisa sekarang bro, lagi
the clutch moments, Zekin's there for you every time.
Yeah, I will
lagi
say
EWC rada ketat. Mesti nanti di sens 2 aja minggu depan. Cuman seingat gua relatif emang lumayan sih HVN-nya.
In many occasions was Zekin having a field of a day. We were highlighting Asuna at the beginning, well after map 1, and I think that Zekin is the
Rada
one
ketat anjir EWC, nggak enak.
I think when you're looking at the scoreboard, Verno
Ketat
is up
banget.
there as well. Verno, the IGL, having a
Kalau
couple
stage 2 nggak apa-apa
clutches
cuek.
as well, just being really cool in those situations. It feels like overall this team has kind of found their footing. But with Zekin here, you can
Coba
see
prop
these
pura-pura
stats,
investasi, bener apa
263
enggak?
ACS
Oh ya
on
udah sering
base, but
kali.
don't let
Kan
that
buat
fool
di
you,
prediksi
because
pada
he's
nanya,
actually playing so
sering
well.
bener sering
We went
salah.
5-0
Nggak bisa 100%
for
bener, kalau
first
100%
ever
bener
stats.
gue udah
Didn't
nggak
drop
stream.
a first stat at all this map, which is an insane stat line.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we go back to the where is the brawling? Like you have this firepower.
Jangan kan 100%, 80% dah.
I would literally just send us and be like, guys, just press W and do what you do best, which is literally clicking at them. So yeah, it's good to see that, you know, he still works within the plan, but I'm still missing that last spark for them, man. I want them to be convincing.
On the other side for 100 Thieves, when they were
Kalau match kayak gini ini ya,
Oh
gue skip.
man, it was definitely Vora. Vora's
Go
insane.
skip.
I think he had that 1v2.
Dua-duanya chokers.
The diffuse.
Skip.
It
We
was
were like
insane.
losing it, saying, oh my god, he's keeping his cool.
If you heard someone scream,
Ngelihat
that
map
was
1
Kakuka in
begitu,
the background, because
terus
it was
gantian,
actually so
cokernya
wild. He
mending
ran
skip.
into that cove,
Nggak ada
really
jelas-jelasnya.
calm, but I think he's definitely the one that stepped up, as well as during the IGL,
Mending
and
skip,
making
guys.
sure that they're sticking to it. It's been really nice to see, and you can tell with that 8
Kalau
round,
real
all those
beneran tuh
comebacks,
kayak
they
ngelihat
came back
misalnya
into it,
map
and
1
just made
susunan
sure
map
everyone
nih.
kept their timings
Ini
down,
map ini,
kept
terus
their mental
map
down,
2-nya
made sure
bales lihat map 3, lu bisa
All
cuci
right,
map
keep
3
your eyes
misalnya
on the
begitu.
shoulder here. And Kakuka, let me know at what point did you start squealing?
Anjay,
Because
bandar ya gue ya.
people from other games come to check
Ini
on
sih skip
us,
sih, match
making
kayak gini
sure
skip.
we're okay.
Okay,
Nggak bagus, guys.
I'm gonna say after 100 Thieves,
Terlalu memaksakan
one round,
diri.
I'm gonna say 16.
It was right here, right?
The bonus, it was the one that they struggled
Cuma kan
a
gue nggak
little
pernah
bit.
juda ya.
I started screaming a lot because they started just mounting up and piling up on rounds, and I was like, is this really happening? And it almost did.
Yeah.
When we come back, we have the
Enggak, maksudnya
final
lihat
map. One of
odds-nya,
the
lihat
OGs
probability
are
sih
going
sebenarnya,
to Haven
kayak
on the
probability
attack.
sih.
It'll be MIBR. Stay locked. This is the final map of the quarterfinals here at EWC 2026.
Lebih ke probability sih.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with 100 Thieves. Today, we're going to be testing your knowledge for the Valorant voice lines.
I didn't know any Phoenix voice lines.
It's pretty simple. I'm gonna read out a couple of the voice lines, and then there will be a blank space in there. Ready to go?
Ready to go?
All right, first voice line. Relax, my friends. Blank. They're not what you think.
That seems like a complete sentence.
Kalau per map calculator, cuman map 3-nya sih. Map 3-nya. Map 3 gue salah itu. Emang kayak 50-50 lah. Bingung kalau tadi.
Time and space are not what you think.
-1 point if you play the agent, by the way.
Lu nggak pernah tahu soalnya kadang kayak satu pemain bisa bad luck banget kayak dari kedua kill doang. Nih kayak Walatif mibr aja nih, 2 kill. 2 kill. Aspas tadi 6 kill doang, kayak gitu. Lu nggak pernah tahu, nggak sesuai ekspektasi kadang-kadang.
We're not good under pressure, huh?
No. I'm sticking with the Raze idea.
I did shockwave because like you know
I put booms, my booms.
Oh wait, I'll add my beats.
Beats is actually good.
It was, you guys brought your earplugs, right? I'm just saying, tinnitus will mess you up.
Really? They say tinnitus? Says that?
Well, we've never played this agent.
Do not worry, my radiant friends.
Satu peta berapa match maksud lu?
It's
Satu peta berapa match?
I'm just writing bullshit.
It's chamber to enemy KO.
Chamber. Alright, 3, 2, 1.
So take down the bot.
Satu match 3 peta. Nih gue bantuin fans satu sekali. Siap.
Take care of them.
I will unplug their talking toaster.
Okay, I've heard that.
I've never heard that in my life.
That's your agent.
That's my agent. That's pretty good.
My grandmother always told me, blank.
This isn't really a good setup for a good joke.
Come on, guys. What would Babushka tell you?
Sean, you start.
Well, we can all
Stop being so dog shit.
eat my vegetables.
Give up.
Keep it in your pants.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
I'm not.
You tell me, bro.
Yeah, what was your grandma
You
say?
tell me. What is yours?
Mine is your brain will rot away on the screen.
Not bad.
My grandma always told me, don't forget the spike.
Oh,
I've heard
That would have also low-key been kind of funny. All right, well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with MIBR, where we're going to be testing their synergy off the server with the classic game of who is most likely to.
Jangan lupa like, guys.
You guys a question, and then you just write the name down of the player who you think is most likely to do or not do the certain thing. Which player is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
There's only one answer.
Pull it off, man.
All right, let's put our whiteboards up.
Oh, yes.
And who are we agreeing on?
Dulu pernah bet, nggak pernah.
Dang, what'd you do?
Nggak pernah pakai duit asli.
It's not so obviously Verno, then I don't know.
E-sport enggak lah. Pernah gue pakai skin, pernah.
Nothing.
Dari skin 50 ribuan. Tapi pas kalah sekali all in udahan. Ya nggak pakai duit asli. Jatuhnya.
Alright, which player is the funniest?
Okay, we know that one too. I'm ready. This one. What is a rhyme, bro? I'm ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
What are you
doing?
Pernah itu kayak kecelek, kalahnya gara-gara ini, gue inget.
What is going on?
Dulu kayak ada macam PNC, ya negara World Cup gitu. Timnya favorit, lawan tim gak jelas, negara gak jelas. Kalah anjing. Padahal cuma kayak lumayan mau ngambil 1,2 gitu. Hilang anjir. Padahal udah capek-capek gue pelan-pelan mainnya, predik udah bagus. Satu kali all in, bread hilang anjir. Lumayan kan 1,2, pikir auto win, kalah aja. Kalah best of 3. Si Alu ya main, si NIP Alu dulu. Kocak banget. Dari skin itu, dari skin murahan. Ngetro itu iya, ngetro. Nggak tahu ngetro anjir lah. Soalnya bukan ini major gitu. Dari 50 berapa? 5 jutaan. Hilang 5 juta itu. Tapi skin, ya udahlah. Bukan duit asli. Tapi tetap aja sih.
Bro, you will be coaching and then you will say, you out, I play.
Okay, well, I guess we all agree on that.
Clear answer.
Clear answer. Erasing.
Yang gue inget itu
Thank you guys so much for calling each other out and sharing some of the
Finland lawan
moments.
AP
And
gitu,
once
gue
we're
lupa.
here, we're gonna be heading back over to the show.
Thank you.
Isinya favorit semua dah pokoknya dah. Ngetro bangke. Siapa kira-kira? Mibr. Tapi ini match susah sih tebak. Dua-duanya choker. Sewajarnya warna tip, cuman udah lah mibr lah. Sewajarnya warna tip. Sering main di Haven.
It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Enggak selalu pressure lah. Kalau udah pemain yang udah sering main gitu, nggak pressure. Kayak pressure, kalau beneran real pressure tuh final sih, kayak Peprex. Mereka udah sering main, bukannya yang first timer banget. Lebih ke gimana ngerisetnya nih, aim.
Everybody, as 100 Thieves are going toe-to-toe against MIBR, made in Brazil. Looking tough, and map number 2 have taken us the distance. Who is going to win it all? We're about to find out as we head to Haven. Athena and Kukuka joining me on the mic. And I want to start with you, Athena. We've seen some mirror matches on the day. Is this a map that'll play into that?
I don't think so, because even though both these teams, they love the double duelist, they're going to be sticking to that, but a little bit of change potentially coming in, because MIBR, this is one of those maps where Ospas really likes to play the Waylay, and it's been kind of good for them recently.
Cuman match kayak gini tuh mendingan di skip. Asli susah nebaknya. Nggak kayak Favor 60-65 gitu. Nggak jelas banget. Map 1 jago banget, map 2 parah. Terlalu meh.
There is that man, Ospas. They said the most likely to not be a coach. As we see the agents locked in, Kukuka, what's on our screen?
He just loves the Waylay, and there's exactly where he's going to be going actually today. We see actually the changes you were speaking about. I was saying, oh, but is it going to be the Jet? Is it going to be this? It is definitely going to be that. And Tex just locked in a Clove?
Wait.
What?
This is insane. Wait.
Neon
This is wild.
Clove.
Wait, they're actually holding W.
Enggak.
No. Has to be a hold.
Gua angkat tangan.
It is a whole W comp. They're starting on the attack. Is this this is a remake. That looks the agent select without the lockdown going
Kualitatif choker. Cuman isi Ono juga aneh. Angkat tangan sih gua.
Official confirmation from production. It was a troll.
Troll.
Which one of those agents are we not expecting to see?
Troll guys. Remake.
Do you think Aspas was told to look in the Jet and you looked in the Waylay and they were like, no, not that one?
That's what it is?
Do you think they play your audio and they were like, oh, I'm playing Waylay?
No, Clove is just there's no way. No, Clove is just not very good when it comes to playing in pro play. The abilities just don't make it work.
Turu bang, kayak performanya.
That they do tend to get. Also, smoking when you're dead, it's pretty good, but they also have, I believe, the quickest smokes in the game.
Athena, are you really trying to give an explanation into like why the team?
Yes, he'd asked.
You can just say they suck.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, they're bad.
Not ideal right now.
They're
not ideal.
We don't see them a lot. We don't see them.
I mean, in ranked.
On the other side,
we do see them more than Mix.
That's true.
Does anybody remember that agent?
Remember Mix? Remember Gecko?
Gecko.
Yeah. Listen.
Little bomb buddy.
Do you think you could troll Mix? Exactly.
Yeah.
The fact that you even
it took me 6 seconds, but it came into picture. As we take a look here at the stage, there is only one player left in this tournament with frosted tips. It's Cryo moving on into the final four.
Apakah sudah saatnya masukin Wuling kali 2? Anjir. Mobil lu banyak lumayan enak.
Yeah, I'd say
It's like the tip of his forehead, though.
I will
like
say,
a unicorn tip, if you would.
Sure, I will say Cryo is doing a really good job. I do think that either way, whoever moves forward is going to be a pretty good representative here for Americas. I feel like both these teams, they've been playing somewhat well. MIBR, tiny bit shaky, but at least winning out that second map. For 100 Thieves, though, I'm looking at them to rebuild that momentum from the first one.
Chat, let me know if you agree with Athena. Is it a frosted tip or not? In the meantime, we take a look here at our players as we are getting into the official agent select. Kakuka, walk me through the real predictions here. And what is the most impactful agent as we go into Haven, one of our 3 winners?
So it's a difficult question because Haven to me is a boring map. Like we've seen it so many times, it's difficult to be a surprise. I like the fact that we are in a moment in time where there is a lot of double duelists and there's interpretations within that. So if you have a very good duelist that, for example, plays the Neon, you will set him free here. If you have Vaspas, you have Zekken, you can do any kind of combination of the
5 orang main.
how explosive you want to be, how much movement you want to have. We are
Larok lawan First Rock nggak main. Neono 5 orang main.
And it's going to be the Neon and the Waylay. This is going to be incredibly quick for the side of MIBR. Let's see if that speed can actually give them the edge over 100 Thieves.
You said it's kind of good, Athena. On a 1 to 10, where's kind of good as Auspas's Waylay?
6.
It's a 6. It's a 6. Is that good enough for a W? It's time to find out. We send it to the casters one last time. Achilles and Paper Thin, take it away.
Thank you very much. Here we go. A final map between these 2 Americas squads to see who is going to be moving forward into the semifinal and who will be making their exit here at the start of the playoffs.
Ganti agent loh.
Everything sorted. No Clove.
Aku jual rumah all in mana Tiff. Siap.
There was like a
Rumahnya kali 2 kah?
Really? Like is that?
Well, I definitely wouldn't have seen it coming.
Hell of a curveball.
Not to be.
Ini 50-50 sih. Menurut gua 50-50 sih, nggak bisa. Stats, ngelihat kondisi tadi 50-50 guys. Asli guys. Asli guys. 50-50 guys.
Still alive and in the fight. Tex as well. Tagged to 41. Perm control off the rip here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, winning those opening duels, those 1v1s, huge. Now they're making a pretty good read. Gonna leave Cryo on his own. Kind of the MO of this 100 Thieves squad. Just rely on him to be a safe pair of hands if it does go that direction.
That's
right
it.
Now, prime position.
Udahan gua kalau Wartif kalah round ini. Asli, udahan gua. Holy shit, udahan kah gua? Udahan kah gua guys?
Reading that position incredibly well. He's away with that other kill. Has that spike in hand, but he and Mazzino now completely split apart. 30 seconds. Can do a fast pivot over towards B, maybe even C, given that you do have the Neon. You have to get out of that audio range first.
Anjir, pantas 50-50, chokers.
Now we'll look to up the pace. It seems like 100 Thieves is starting to realize.
Anjir, sewajarnya tuh relatif gampang nggak sih? Wah.
Come down to 10 seconds left. When the smokes come into cycle, Mazzino's already got his. Bangs still waiting on a refresh. No other util to speak of. There goes Bangs.
They're gonna try to fight this one forward. Up into the smoke! And Mazzino destroys them all!
Oh, that is brutal.
Seharusnya
incredible stuff
relatif gampang.
He's had a couple of those moments today where he's just taken a round over. Hasn't been the
thank you ya guys.
When he needs to be.
No komen, gue diem doang.
Had the timing
gue diem doang.
perfect.
Let's fucking go, brother.
I mean,
pantes 50-50.
Yes.
Chokers anjing warna Tiff.
Bring it back from the grave. Find this opening pistol.
Asu wuling lah. Emang lu masang warna Tiff? Prop rumah gua. Itu sewajarnya gampang anjir, maksudnya pistol. Kan belum menang, belum selesai. Udah diem doang gua. No comment.
Quickly be overwhelmed, struck down. Reveal on the second, they're trying to close the gap, but that just makes that Spectre hit a little bit harder. If he can survive, It seems likely that we'll be able to keep the weapons carried over.
Woi, masa warga gue jadi homeless satu orang?
MIBR up 2-0, going into the bonus.
Just efficient stuff there. Even though they get pinged, MURAH tries to punish. Not gonna be allowed. As fast as the Marshall. Easy peasy. A really nice set execute there. They're just gonna kind of double down on that C site. That cryo's been tested a lot since map 1. You know, Breeze, they were really trying to punish him. There's that Odin.
Ini beggar match karena ada yang masang guys. Matchnya mah chokers anjing.
Able to slot forward. Meanwhile, quick scaling. Spike is gonna be over here on the C side of the map.
Ada yang invest, ada yang invest.
Hands of Verno, but as that camera gets the spot out, gets the tag. Do make their exits. He's well aware that they've given up a good amount of space, but quick peek, quick headshot. Timotino able to find that. Dodges the paranoia.
Manja.
It's gonna be Asuna now. Down to
Wah, aduh slide.
Second will be able to get far enough forward. Upgrades the Spectre as well.
Still, nice recall.
No comment, no comment, no comment. Gua no predict, no predict.
Kill him fast, and they do. The vandal in hand, supposed to find it.
No comment ya. Gak ada komentar, mestinya Waratif easy win tadi. Gak ada komentar, gak ada komentar.
Stunned up, Blaze Wall gonna be situated. Verno pushing past that one. Wins the fight, sees the TP forward. But now you're stuck. You're alone, and you have to try to win this out, but bang. Well, out of him.
Lepas tanggung jawab lah.
On site.
Gua gak ada ngomong Waratif loh.
But still, quite costly. 3 players lose their lives.
Yeah, I mean, already, I think 100 Thieves gonna have to be making some good adjustments because this round gets a little bit dicey. You're expecting that Odin to maybe do some more damage, but going up against players of Otspas and Zekken's caliber where they can just swing and one-tap you with a Vandal. You don't know Brock you are, Vora. Tough to... Ready for it sometimes. You have Asuna's ult. They're already reconsidering that B side, even though that is actually might be our lowest wants to go. And Timotino finds out through a hail of bullets, but
do your own research kan ya prop betul.
Cypher util inside a garage, so that means the cam can be placed in there deep. Or text, that's a lot of info that he's going to be able to use. If they want to make a counter rotate or look for these lurks, if they're able to kind of successfully breach their way in.
Oh, good God. Not sure how he's alive through that one. Down to 8 HP. Next only tag 68. Relay bolt to slow this approach from Asuna. He's trying to just layer in these flashes. Still will be able to find one before getting snapped back, but quick push and scale here from Tex, who will eventually get found.
Belum ada Tex.
Curveball chucked in, but Verno turns back, finds that elimination, but it will get caught on the timing as Cryo.
Spike down, C.
Push forward, find that elimination.
Ah! Wah, trapnya jadi nggak aktif.
He's looking for a little bit more before we'll just go his separate ways.
This has gotten pretty wild.
30 seconds left.
Damn close.
Disclaimer, bukan saran finansial. Iyalah. Planting gak sih? Woi.
His paranoia online. Check out. Did not see Aspas on that peak.
Cover going out.
Casino looking to try to recreate that his round success, but this time he will be felled.
Ya, kagak di-pick kocak.
Saturate connecting, but Aspas not comfortable enough to try to go on the swing, and this time Vora will have some revenge. Defuse to come through, one away from having that Hunter's Fury online. 100 Thieves will tie it 2-2.
Dua sama. Congratulations. Belum kalah.
Kind of disengaged from that C fight, but he really committed to this, and with that run it back and the flashes from Asuna, it makes it so tricky for them to really get through onto the site cleanly, and it allows the rest of 100 Thieves to rotate into position, start shutting this down.
Seingat gua Latif jagonya di defense, guys.
Playing that really well off the back of their ultimate. You got a couple on the other side. You do have the convergent paths. Zeno has a...
You gotta be worried about this, Tex. Okay.
He is. He's fine.
Not gonna get caught.
Never would Tex my goat get caught by that.
First of the shorty. Nothing really to be found there as Cryo. I mean, he's just eating damage, trying to scale forward over towards this spike, but he will just counter spam.
Jadi gerak. Ente.
Displaced. Blaze Ball going to be situated on
Supposed to be.
Unable to really scale forward, but the fuse not being stuck quite just yet. Curveball not deep enough to go past this. But I did just blind spraying. They're just catching everything. Every stray. MIBR not going to be able to make it go with the Thrifty, so the fuse is in, and 100 Thieves take the lead.
Interesting round that we will be facing, with both teams having some key ultimates available to them. 4 on the side of MIBR. Just try to make this fast B hit.
Siapa yang kira-kira bakal win? Tanya warga. Jangan tanya gua, jangan tanya gua. Gua udah lepas tangan. Gua udah lepas tangan. Gua udah lepas tangan match ini.
Have that convergent pass, you have a Hunter's Fury. I mean, Bora has his too, but overdrive's available.
Replay tadi gua udah sebutin.
Convergent pass going to be lobbed over towards A main, but Asuna on that peak is still able to find that kill. TV into the back, but it's going to be Aspas. Cover going. Clearing him out. Trying to scale forward. Push out of the smoke, and should be to Bang's demise. Overdrive, however, from Timatino. Gonna try to find those kills. He'll instantly get tapped down, but running with the Hunter's Fury, desperately trying to claw this round back into their favor. Has a spike, he might try to make his exit, but
anjir lah, gua terlanjur pasang mibr.
Here to intercept him. Gun barrel now spotted. Locks onto the headshot. The Tex.
Spike down A.
Immediately brings us back into a 1v1. 55 seconds to try to play with. Grab of the orb. He'll get the neural depth off of that. Unless Bang can just counter spam it. He's got a plethora of corpses to choose from. The hat immediately flies. Sees him. And Bang just takes the fight before the second ping.
Oh boy. That's rough for MIBR. That is a hefty investment of ultimates, and you don't come through with the win. I mean, everything was thrown at this round.
It's so perfectly timed as well.
Yeah.
The window of that smoke dissipating before the second ping comes in. Bang plays it perfectly.
Asik dijemput Wuling.
That's that experience that Bang's gonna bring to the table for you. Coming through in spades. That's gonna be the timeout from Fraud. I mean, it's just been so scrappy. It's just been so wild. Some of these rounds are just hit the go button and everybody's trying to quick react to things, and I think that does suit the defenders a little bit.
Rumah kau double, serius lo?
Positioning themselves, they're pretty quick to react. I mean, anytime you have a Neon in the equation as a defender, you're playing for those fast floods.
It's desperate times call for desperate measures.
Rumah kucing atau rumah dipik. Bacot Sandi, tipu mulu lo.
Feels like 100 Thieves.
Fans RRQ nih emang baik congor ya.
Probably how pissed off they were to not close it out in their favor. To pilot them forward here on Haven. Bonus is on MIBR Los to try to cool them off.
Biasa late game Aspas menyala, jadi Huskar kah? Late game atau jadi carry. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Wow, diselamatkan.
Gets a shutdown, gets the spike stranded just outside a garage, and now he's looking to try to get Tex, but he cannot. Takes him to 8. The weapon on the floor. Bang the double back. Keeps it out of his hands, and Vorad Platt will find Mazzino. 5-2.
Asuna bails him out a bit. This one looked really nice for MIBR to start. Able to deal with that outlaw.
Bang, second pistol kira-kira siapa? Anjing penjudi, pasang sendiri kocak. Jangan nanya gue.
Then this.
Penjudi anjing.
He's just coming out of it right back to business. And business is good for Asuna. He just, keeps shaking those hands. He is hot. that spam.
Run out of bullets eventually.
Whoop.
Cryo though.
Double doors.
Yeah, peek at a garage. Finds that kill. Side for you.
Sandi, aduh Sandi, pantes lu hilang Sandi.
They're lining up for this B hit. Bang. Just trying to play off of Austin.
Gua berharapnya sih mibr biar seru, soalnya ini leading jauh. Seinget gua emang defendernya Wanatif sih jago. Gue cuma berharap, kan gue gak betting nih ya. Gue cuma berharap game seru aja. Anjir, lo Zekken 2.
Now just trying to get all the info that they possibly can. Timotino needing to abandon this operator. Collect a different weapon. We'll be able to do that in route, you would assume. He's gonna work his way forward to B, but that weapon swap would be heard. So for now, still has it in hand, but Cryo. Clean shot to find the first. Takes Ospas even lower. The scale
Dia
forward,
lompat, jelek banget. Kenapa lompat sih? Nafsu bet, nafsu.
Dismantles them with a 4K.
Okay. I see you, Cryo. Oh my. That looked like it was going to be another good round for MIBR. They have a great little dashing up setup. Get a high-low quick on that B site.
Bahagia under apa over buset tapi bola ya.
2 is far less than 4. Oh my.
Matt, you're insane! I mean, it's a big round. It's a massive round win. Break the bank again.
Spanyol under, setuju.
Everything invested, plenty of half armors. Still that operator.
Yamal 1 gol.
Online and the ults a ways away. Same could be said for 100 Thieves, but got cash behind this at this point.
Without that early spam at A, I kind of think if MIBR wanted to, they could try to put some pressure here and there.
No, that player's in the corner. A hair off. Not able to find it, but Mazzino gives him the opportunity yet again. Just thinking he can get the catch. Perhaps thinking that he was going to be silently trying to walk back out of sewers.
This is the end.
Just thought maybe he could surprise him, but.
And at this point,
Tunggu siapa Spanyol gua.
maybe we should have had that clove come through, because at least then we can get smokes from beyond the grave.
True.
You're losing your omen off the rip. Cryo. Going to fall to the wayside, and that's the C side completely broken open. The spike's still in hand. Verno off the plant will be able to get the Hunter's Fury.
Lihat dong, udah ada yang lurk itu. Aspas.
Bring this one back.
Gak perlu smoke.
Spike planted.
3 players rotating back through the spawn. Still the op, no overdrive. Aspas playing point. Well out in front. This drone checks around the flank. Got posted up though on that box, and just lucky not taking any shots there, but as he goes for the repeat, Asana dialed in on the line, comes away with that kill. Time ticking, however. Timotino checking for the garage angle. Asana taking that burst, takes the second, ends up falling, and Tex pinching forward will be able to catch the remainders. 3 from him in a 3rd round for MIBR Los.
Okay.
Ya elah lu dateng-dateng. Nonton kan lu di Jamal. Vitality lu kalah.
A space that they're given. They lose a player. Slowly but surely working their way over, and a huge win there for Verno in the 1v1 that opens up that C site. He's got the
Mimpi basah bang, iya emang Spain dari awal mimpi basah kalau mau menang.
Bit of a gamble, but Tex on that lurk, on that flank.
Harusnya sih friends.
Gets exactly what he wanted.
Kagak baru buka bohong lu. Nepu mulu lu nyol. Bes pulang besok beli pemain minta AKA Boster, butuh IGL baru. Yampi udah awas, siap. Serius. Besok Vitality ambil coach baru AKA Angel. Oke nyol.
Vandal there at Sewer. People on the corner. Relay bolt. Gonna be lobbed in. The blind connecting.
Kira-kira lawan siapa? Aspas. Aspas comeback. Padahal tadi gue udah janji gak komen ya. Cuman temen gue ada yang investasi ke Wanatif guys. Jadi gue harus dukung Wanatif biar bisa dapat pooling gue juga. Semangat Wanatif! Biar dapat bagian.
Yeah, nice timing here with the paranoia. The combo very, very clean. Teeing up Aspas and making it look easy. Right up and over that box, and he knows they're not paying attention. Bang is worried about trying to counter with some of his own util.
Rumahnya Prop bisa nginep, bisa nginep.
Really good in some of those 1v1s.
Karbit Prop kan gue kagak ada kepentingan untuk mendukung salah satu tim, nggak ada investasi, jadi ya gue dukung yang menang aja udah. Di Valo emang ada, nggak ada.
7 and 5 is probably a little more comfortable. Better than that is gravy.
Udah gue, Sandi lu bawel, lu fans hierarchy bacot nih Sandi nih, ngoceh mulu.
Talking about how they want to probably play some of that space, some of those timings. I mean, I think if they want long A control,
Karbit anjing, kok kalah kabur.
You know, Cryo's been nice at times, but putting a lot of pressure on him as that solo anchor. They will probably continue to do so. Yeah, it makes some sense. I get the theory here.
Tim Indo gak ada yang masuk, kalah. Bukan nggak ada yang masuk, kalah di awal.
That's 100 Thieves. Make life pretty miserable for MIBR potentially.
You're very close to a lot of ults for 100 Thieves.
True.
But right now, MIBR have the advantage in that regard.
Yeah, and I think you're probably talking as well how you're going to deal with that convergent paths, how you kind of want to have the player situated to either absorb it or dodge it. Here it goes.
Line them up! Line them up! Buta! Gelap. Jir. Trap. Fight mana ya? Bingung banget jadi ML numpuk begitu semua.
Tearing apart 2, and Aspas now 20 held, 4 bullets, now out of options, out of rounds. Will get struck down as the timeout ends up working, sort of, kind of. Hell of a lot more chaotic, I'm sure, than they drummed up, but the round still goes the way of 100 Thieves.
But kind of the name of the map. Cryo does great here. Has his cages and stuff set up so he gets completely avoided when they take the site on the back of that convergent pass. Doesn't get noticed by Aspas on the dive into the refract either. So he's able to stay alive and get a kill and set the tone there for 100 Thieves on that site.
Timotino's able to find 2 before getting traded out. Aspas dead, one of your entries, and then your smokes again.
That's brutal.
Uncollected from Verno. Drone to go out. Quick backpedal here from Cryo. They're just not chasing in fast enough. Asuna maybe giving us deja vu again. As it's, gonna be that run it back to push forward in the garage window, but a very swift shutdown from Verno.
Siap. Yang mau punya rumah kedua sama mobil baru. Semangat.
Around the corner. Does have that neural theft. So if you rotate away from these dead bodies, actually is really scary for MIBR Los, so they have to try to work this C site. I think because of that ultimate. Now Vora does have a Hunter's Fury here too.
Wait, I'm a cage trigger.
Cage pop, recon. Gets the reveal.
Ujung-ujungnya kece, nggak jelas. Hah? Nonton apa lah ini si mibr.
Suddenly this one gets brought down to the wire. The overdrive pops, the spike to be committed to.
Spike planted.
An Odin in hand for the one. Vora just wanting to wait out that ultimate.
What a play.
Have it relayed. That Zekken is eating some damage. Push through.
What a play Zekken anjir. Dia bikin bingung guys.
Has the headshot. As he will get mibr lost that 5th round win. Perhaps a necessary one. Depending on how this
Ngakunya trauma, giliran lihat yang cakep diterima. Artinya dia trauma sama yang jelek tapi disakitin. Kalau lihat yang cakep ya langsung diterima lah, nggak pakai trauma.
Saya akan lawan.
Can just keep your opponents so off balance, so tricky to deal with. Zekin, very, very crafty.
A big win for him to try to
Katanya
get
udah
to 5.
jelek attitude maksudnya guys, jelek attitude. Jelek attitude-nya. Ya trauma lah, lihatnya yang cakep, baik hati. Cakepnya cakep sikap.
David, first of all, I want to test your synergie. Donc on va tester un petit peu votre synergie. La première question que je vais vous demander,
Cakep
c'est vous êtes en train de
karir.
tester le match depuis tout à l'heure. Donc moi je veux voir si vous suivez. Est-ce que à 3 vous pouvez me dire qui est le meilleur joueur du serveur? Est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Vous réfléchissez, vous réfléchissez, vous réfléchissez. C'est bon? Vous avez votre
Janto
réponse?
lemas, bus kalah mulu sama Nongshim.
C'est bon, vous l'avez? Rapprochez-vous.
Kita
1,
lihat.
2, 3. Incroyable les gars, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour les casters s'il vous plaît.
Kurang.
Vora le MVP. Moi je voulais vous demander messieurs, c'est quoi les petites idées reçues qu'on a sur le métier de caster et qui en fait soit sont peut-être plus faciles à faire, soit plus difficiles dans la réalité? Est-ce qu'il y en a un de vous deux qui est inspiré?
C'est très fatigant, c'est de l'énergie qui se déploie en un cours de temps, enfin un laps de temps très court, mais c'est épuisant.
Nah, ini dia baru nongol lagi. Win siapa nih kira-kira? Tanya warga gue udah banyak banget prediksinya, asli. Prediksi gue nggak valid. Soalnya ada pertaruhannya sekarang, ada value-nya. Warga gue yang lebih ahli.
Dans le métier de caster, ouais, c'est un peu le monde des bisounours, tout ça. Mais qu'est-ce qui te fait kiffer au quotidien de revenir t'asseoir dans cette chaise pour commenter du Valorant?
Bah écoute, de faire kiffer en fait notre passion tout simplement, d'essayer de faire vivre un maximum d'émotions avec un jeu qu'on aime beaucoup, tous, hein, toi, moi, David. Et voilà, c'est toujours un plaisir et en plus bah, on fait ce qu'on aime depuis le début et on en vit, donc c'est forcément un bonheur.
Forcément la passion qui se transmet.
Bang, beneran nonton ini atau match semalam menurut tuh? Match kemarin lebih seru.
100 Thieves.
Oh, with the accent, hein. J'adore, tu me régales. Et toi, David, de ton côté, mibr 100 Thieves?
Wuling apa?
Same answer.
Wuling REV atau Wuling?
Our casters to speak English. Let's see
Wuling-wulingan.
if they're right and if 100 Thieves are gonna get the win.
mibr win 7 sama, anjir ada yang masang pistol guys, lihat guys kelakuannya.
How was that?
See who play.
Well, hope you all caught that. But back into the game, we get ready to
Wuling
go.
de bangkong.
Pressure's got to be building on both of these teams. So familiar.
Kali
with one
2
another
kah
going
Wuling de
into this
bangkong.
series.
Overweight itu mah kocak.
Neck and neck in the map score, but it's 100 Thieves barely out in front.
Aspas dengan Sheriff. A ada tujuan. Kita lihat 3A dari ML. Wih!
Okay, yeah.
Wih! Camila. Nice strike, ah.
What else can he get? Is there a ghost out there? Maybe a classic? You got 2 more people you can kill.
Maksudnya kalau bebennya kali 2 kan berat gitu. Bebennya mah beratnya ya gitulah. Pas.
When you need 'em most.
Wop. Apakah ada harapan? Tidak ada. 22 HP. Yang masang rumah dan Wuling, easy win, easy life, easy. Lemon squeezy kah?
Oh my god. That is outrageously clean. Look at the way he's like matrixing around those bullets. Scoops up the Sheriff, gets the third. That's basically round over. Cryo playing a nice angle there.
Gila lu, pistolnya sampai diinvestasiin sih lu ketagihan sih jujur sih. Lu udah wah apapun kayak diinvestasiin itu. Asli. Bro, pernah datang tiba-tiba spesial kah? Spesial.
Yeah, and they're gonna have a wide open A site. So,
tapi yang ini nggak ngatain goblok guys. Dia humble.
They haven't planted yet though. They want to make sure that Asuna gets it. Okay.
He's doing it again.
Okay.
It's not just a frenzy thing, I guess. back-to-back rounds, just absolutely wrecking them.
Now he's probably hungry for more.
Timotino improve banget semenjak Twilight jago deh emang.
Exactly.
Need your teammates to recover it. But look at this. I mean, what? MIBR lost. They need to die to the spike.
They can't.
So now they know where they're at.
They've been denied.
Aspa should be able to get back into position, but Asuna, I mean, he's more than happy to fight. He's got the ghost.
Kalau kalian menang di 10-5 harusnya sih that's it ya. Wuling dan rumah, congratulations. Harusnya. Kecuali ngecok biasa. Kan ada kondisi ngecoknya.
We'll just back away. And it's a flawless. Another day at the office for 100 Thieves.
Well, Timotino is just single-handedly carving up MIBR Los. He has been lights out. Start this attacker side and give a huge advantage to 100 Thieves. Ridiculous stuff. Him and Asuna topping the charts. Double duelists. That's exactly what you want. You know, Vora and Bang are happy to just play the back lines and try to clean up the rounds. Those two are playing like that.
Ooh, Cryo. He is, yep, I was going to say, playing a very risky game. Ended up getting revealed. It's a nice little
Keeper sudah ketangkap. Apakah tidak ada bonus? Wop! Waduh. Bonus kah? Bonus guys. Drone. Waduh, bangnya kecolong. Waduh, nge-shock dart guys. Wah, ketahuan. Nggak jadi kah? Wah, bukan run it back, nggak ada value. Wah. Oh, flash, nggak connect. Kena trap. Oke, Asuna. Lu harapan Asuna, Wuling dan juga rumah. Ngapain sih dia lompat lagi, goblok banget asli dia orang. Asli, nggak bohong gua. Dia orang tuh nggak kapok-kapok lompat. Batu banget. Batu banget. Asli. Nggak kapok-kapok.
I mean, Asuna just incredible today. The Phoenix has been absolutely dominant. Gets that run it back, buys a little bit of extra time, and then good with the Bulldog. Heck yeah. I'd be popping off too. That is insane.
I mean, that might just be the final nail.
Sandi udah hilang dari lane. Congratulations teman-teman. Wuling dan rumah. Kali 2. Upgrade mobilnya ya. Mending telepon sales Wuling atau BYD. Kayaknya besok langsung tabrak di Nongshim. Jadi Mercedes Benz sih.
Rotations coming through, trying to get that Vandal exactly where they need it to be.
And they're matching. They've got a great read because of Mazzino's position. He's deep C main.
The peak coming in, and this time, no refract to try to save him. Full blind there on the Timotino. He's still sliding forward, just trusting in his teammates. And that trust is well earned. An instant cleanup, a wipe of the floor.
Oh, and Asuna go kill because he's one away from another run it back. Just send him.
Enggak, besok. Nggak tahu, susah juga.
Operating like a force of nature, and looks like they have the read that this is going to be the A lobby flank. Zeno with a nice shot. It's going to look for a little bit more, but it will be Asuna with that Vandal in hand to clean it up, run it back online as they get ready to go into another buy.
Kemarin belum ada 2-0.
Huge. I mean, the way that Timotino is playing this attacker side is so good. Him and Asuna, that 1-2 punch, seemingly unstoppable. Seemingly nothing that MIBR
Aduh, selain jadi Mbappe, dia bentar lagi kayak mau fullin tuh cincin tuh si Aspas biar jadi Thanos ya. Warganya pes, you out. Kamu dipecat. Aku ganti pemain.
It's got to be a timeout. Coaches Want to get in there and try to figure something out. I mean, everything they've thrown at him so far has been denied.
I don't think they have a cryptographer on staff.
No.
Try to figure out what the ancient text says.
Ini live chatnya cepat jadi kaya atau homeless? Itu apa namanya? Kalau kata trader-trader terkenal, nggak ada resiko, nggak ada sukses. Trader bukan investasi kayak Richard, tapi guys, trader. No risk, no Ferrari, trader. Cacing, naga. Gua all in, mentality all in.
Gonna be set up. Maybe just a pacey hit into B as Asuna will look to lead the way. The ult to make him fearless. Rotate to the corner. As he catches a glimpse of Tex.
Udah planting nih.
Running out of it, so let's get snapped back. Hunter's Fury now going to be called in.
Waduh.
Timotino ends up getting shut down. Right as he goes for that overdrive as well. So not only is it the casualty, it's also the loss of the ult. Big boon here potentially for MIBR, who's still just trying to work their way back in to start getting this defuse going. Post-plan util widely getting dumped. Asuna able to find Ospas, but nothing more. That's the Molly now out of the equation. But the spray and pray is still being rewarded by the high heavens. Swap of the gun. He's just sticking to it. The shorty. Bang! He's interrupted him.
Ya elah, Verno yang jagain begitu.
And he's absolutely outdone him.
It just feels like
this is the end.
It comes down to the wire. It's 100 Thieves who are able to succeed. I mean, they've been succeeding in so many different aspects. It's just reminiscent of Fracture, where they're just better at every twist and turn, no matter what MIBR throws at them.
Yang gondrong masang rumah itu, anjir. Yang gondrong punya rumah di ini Los Angeles, guys. Yang gondrong punya rumah di Los Angeles. Dia bandara, guys.
We don't need to get started on that. Potentially last round here is Timotino. He looks to send them home.
Selesai.
Another 2 opening kills.
Sesuai prediksi, one-sided map. Nice. Kalian emang bandar semua. Bangun tak tidur gimana? Gue percaya lu loh, mibr. Percaya gue. Sandi juga ngoceh mulu lu. Mibr. Masa skor 5 doang? Nepu. All in mibr. Nepu.
This is really impressive stuff from a team that has a couple youngsters that are in the mix.
Izin undur semua.
Step in, and they are playing better and better as the year goes on.
Ada aja lu.
And they take down MIBR.
No, Sandi udah hilang dari lane.
Out of Paris, and will be facing Nongshim Red Force next. But what a run they've had. First out of their group, and now they've gone up against a regional rival and come out on top.
Wajar ada yang kalah, apa wajar ada yang kalah? Anjir, congratulations lu. Sujud. Congratulations, wuling. Serius gak lu wuling? Wuling kan? Beneran kan? Lanjut besok, selamat berjuang. Kaum investasi. Tetap jangan menyerah. Kalian pasti bisa mengembalikan kepercayaan diri, modal, dan
saya akan lawan.
Can't wait for it either, but while we say goodbye to MIBR,
Verno MVP jujur Ganjar. Jujur Ganjar banget. Punya rumah di Los Angeles kayaknya guys.
Well, we're about to find out, that's for sure. Standing by with Timothy.
Ganjar banget itu.
100 Thieves snatch that last semi-final spot here at EWC. Look, they're your rivals. Is that the long, I guess, anticipated fight that you expected there?
I mean, nah, not really. I feel like they kind of did the Mbappe special. Like they did
Emang
nothing.
match yang nggak bisa dipercaya itu.
Excuse me, you're gonna get an issue there. You know, you're gonna need security to
Match
get out of the
chokers.
building after that.
I mean, they played great.
Jago map 2, turu map
They
3.
played good. They gave us a run for money on Breeze. Like I was not expecting to fight on Breeze after.
Rp10.000 dari
Anjir,
Anything.
$10.000 yang
Hehehe.
punya rumah baru.
Breeze is a strong map for us. I expect.
Jadi prediksi besok siapa?
Yeah, that was impressive.
Jangan
You
gak
know,
sih?
historically
Kalian
it has
dijago.
been complicated
Prediksi.
for 100 Thieves as an org, you know, to qualify for international.
Prediksi dari gue
If I'm
sih
not
awal
mistaken, this is your
Nongshim
first
ya.
appearance, at an
Harusnya yang
international,
final.
so, you know, I wanted to know how it feels and what is it like to play
Ini
on the other side
susah,
of the
ini
wall
susah
for
sumpah
once
bisa
and not
BBL.
today.
I mean, it feels
Ini
incredible.
BBL
The
masih ada
stage
chance nih
is
sih.
unreal and the amount of energy we have on
Sebenarnya
stage
dari
is
awal gue tuh
unbelievable. I'm
Vitality,
having so much fun.
Nongshim, Energy.
Playing the game that I love on
Ini
the biggest
lihat
stage
map
is just
dulu.
unreal.
Donc d'abord, effectivement, ça
Kalau
t'entend pas
gue,
ce que MIBR soit si
finalnya.
fort sur Breeze. C'est une excellente carte pour nous.
Cuman
et
Vitality
en vrai,
ketemu
on était un peu
Nongshim
surpris,
aja,
on était
suwe.
très chaud. Mais voilà, très content d'avoir gagné. Ils nous ont fait la spéciale Mbappé. J'avoue que j'ai pas trop compris la vanne, mais vous allez avoir une surprise également puisque Timotino parle français. Et moi, j'ai envie de te dire, il y a plus personne.
Gelo, wuling sama rumah, wuling.
Ici à l'EWC. Donc je pense que tu peux peut-être conquérir le cœur de certains fans. Je te laisse le micro.
Merci à tous.
Waratif, kalau gue Waratif tuh not bad. Intinya not bad. Soalnya yang gue inget tuh mereka lawan Energy taktiknya ada, cuman nggak nembak. Taktiknya nggak ada, cuman taktiknya nggak ada. Taktiknya ada, cuman nggak nembak. Kayak kalau ketemu satu region kadang-kadang ngecok.
Do I get to do that? Of course.
Let's go.
Bonne chance.
Kan kita nonton ya match penentuan masuk ke
Rp20.000 dari bangun tak tidur. Aduh, mibr nih apa ya?
Aduh kacau ini tidur. Mibr tidur. Thank you 20.000 ya.
To do what every team here wants, and that is to crush the dreams of their
Duar.
rivals. MIBR is out.
Makin yakin Araku tahun depan juara EWC. Kopium apa lagi tuh, lu buzzer lu ya. Kalah sih kayak buzzernya Son dibandingkan lu. Jen.
It felt so slow. I was expecting it to, like, you know, crush it instantly.
Well, listen, this fan
Besok
base
sebelum
here
masang minta
obviously
saran dulu
is
Prof.
enjoying you being
Predik gue
here.
lagi
You're into
hancur
the
anjir hari ini.
semifinals. Couple more steps away from this trophy right here. In fact, let me just show
Kemarin
the crowd.
juga,
So you
kayak.
could stand here. They're here for it. And you're up against Nongshim next. You saw them in action earlier on. How big of a threat do you think they are here?
Yang ini bener.
They're a big threat.
Yang ini conditioning emang.
They have great ideas.
Conditioning.
They
Kalau
remind me of Lev,
map 3 BBL.
similar playstyle. You know, they also play similar to us with the
Bohong
comps,
prediknya.
so
Salah
it's
anjir.
gonna be-
Hari ini
it's
salah
gonna be
kocak.
a very hard battle.
All right, well, best of luck and congratulations once again. We'll see you. Oh no, that's getting clipped, isn't it? We'll see you in the semi-finals, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Besok jam 6, besok jam 6 iya.
Oh, that's
Besok
better.
jam 6 ya. Biasa normal jam 6 guys. Walatif Nongshim nih seru nih. Kenapa enggak ini dulu ya jam 6 ya? Ngantuk anjir nontonnya. Main lambat banget. Dah, udahan dulu ya. Thank you semua ya. Yang udah nonton, yang udah ramein. Congratulations yang udah dapat wuling, yang dapat
rumah yang ente.
Si Camila ente ya kan. Sampai pistol dipasang juga di investasi. Thank you juga si Luman yang memberikan challenge. Gua cairnya di sono. Mibr Waratif. Thank you udah bantu like, thank you udah membership, thank you udah ramein, thank you udah subscribe. Kita ketemu lagi besok, bye bye semuanya. See you jam 6. Dadah. Alhamdulillah, lumayan enak gua.